Nature of Predators Book 2, Chapter 58. Memory transcription subject, Tassie, by some alien liaison. Date standardized human time, November 12th, 2160. The United Nations had been mysteriously supportive of Bisims in the past few weeks, while offering gifts for nothing in return and smoothing feathers with our other nations. That charity had been enough to pique General Naltor's suspicions, but I wondered if the appropriate parties in the human government had been alerted to our mistreatment. There was talk about inducting us as full SE members, though there would be a strong opposition to that motion. Even if ARC's or collective aid was ultimately accepted, our role contacting them had soured several parties on us. Today, the full might of the Sapien Coalition stood behind Nishtal. If we could not secure a more certain victory, then there was no hope of going after the enemy in their own territory. I should be curious to learn what your scout ship uncovers. I understand they'll be hardly firing up the warp engines, and be hiding away from the inhabited systems. Watching, waiting, Naltor commented to Dustin. I get that between the travel length and biding their time to pick off the lone man ship in a space lane, it could be months before we get the results. You're putting a face to the enemy. That's how you unite people. Give them someone to point the flipper at.
Zulk scoffed. That's exactly what I've been after with the ghost exterminators. We need to get the fecking answers ourselves, I think.
The human xenobiologist arched his eyebrows. Perhaps there's no answer to be found. Not here, anyway. We have to focus on what we can fix and what we can protect right now. The environmental teams are working overtime on Avrana, going into active war zones, sending fish so that you can ease up on overfishing a bit.
I don't know what your people are up to, playing nice. The Tessia sure as shit won't rest the stakes of our army, all of our logistics and supplies, on you continuing to give us food. That's an easy way to take us out in the fight, making us dependent on your graciousness. It wasn't too long ago that you were planting a knife in Tassie's back.
Look how it turned out. We haven't given Jones so much as a peep since she tried that, I commented.
Then why do I feel like we did exactly that conniving human wanted?
What do you mean, Zulk? Naltor questioned.
Jones hasn't even tried to push back. Think about it. Humanity couldn't contact the Arxor themselves. But if we quietly influence them, and also have the Sifkits come to a bargaining table at long last, I can't shake the feeling that Naltor's plan to round up the misfits is exactly what the Feck she wanted.
The Selma's eyes narrowed. It wasn't a very waterproof blackmail rationale. But I don't see how, you're paranoid, Wonderbird.
It's not paranoia if I'm right. Can't deny the timing of when they decided to be nice after that all went down. It's peculiar. The Terrans wouldn't want us siphoning the Yotel and Zerillians away, and building a fleet of warships. There's no reason to cause such frostiness between our planets, pushing us away from them. We were already pushed away, and they knew they were meddling. They needed support for their war. Look how our actions benefited humanity, much more than having an internal spy ever could.
Once enough crazy talk, Zulk. We've set ourselves up to have influence and power. Our military is stronger now than it was a month ago. If it benefits the Sapien Coalition by keeping a few planets alive, then I'm okay with that. And on that note, why don't we check in with how Nishtal is faring? There was almost a crow-cattle on your first contact mission, Dustin piped up. Our thoughts should be with them now. We can't afford baseless suspicion. Not when we're actually ahead and things are improving for Bisims. I waddled towards our station in the assembly hall.
I agree with him. Onzo said it best. We all have to work together when it comes to our survival. What happens with the crow-cattle affects us all.
All eyes in the Sapien Coalition were on Nishtal, because their entire hopes for the war effort rested on the clash. Knowing that the different flanks of this enemy drone assaults were not communicating with each other, we planned to recycle the strategies of the tungsten rods and cloaked stations from Tulsk. The Vendel were also uncorking their own speciality, as their scrapper drones were making their first appearance in the battle. The Skullgar natives had given their spacecraft to humanity during their defense of Earth, and lost the rest of their fleet by joining the battle. They'd replaced their dated Federation vessels by engineering unique drones designed to charge the enemy line. They'd mirrored their ancestral roots, plowed into foes and invaders headfirst, literally. I was curious to see how that fared against our foes.
The Vendel's specialty is that, Not only are their scrappers built for roaming like some technocracy ships, but their pointed hull can separate from the rest of the craft. The Skulkans appreciate those tactics and figured out a way to not make it a suicide in space. With these innovations, the vessel can stay in a fight and keep shooting. Governor Lysa was seated alongside Secretary General Keinfer. As they waited to see how the Vendel scrappers fared in battle, Naltor would be watching keenly too, since for our newly constructed fleet, Bisons and Sifkits were cobbling together bits and pieces from every SC power. We'd be ready to turn our own tricks against them if it came to that. As messy as the war back home was, I was grateful that Ivrana's nations had the good sense to keep that vitriol from carrying over to the stars. I was also appreciative that I'd been quite detached from the consequences at home, since I'd scarcely been back to my planet. My sights were set on the bigger picture, with galactic stature and Ivrana's survival taking precedence over petty concerns. The Crow-Cattle ambassador squawked with impatience.
How is the battle going, Lysa? I haven't heard anything, apart from the fact that there's been shots fired between your ships and theirs.
They're getting our data together from Nishtal to show a coherent picture, the Vendel responded into her microphone. However, our initial results are promising. Remember, our goal is to wear their numbers down long before they get to your world, piece by piece. These aren't all of our vessels, just the amount that we were willing to sacrifice.
And what was that amount? I want details quickly. Show some urgency, please. It's not your world under siege.
We won't know if the battle is won or lost for some hours yet, Keinfer interjected. I assure you, Kaisel, Nishtal is under siege now. We also evacuated the planet's population, so there is no immediate danger to your people themselves. Lives are the most important thing, and that's been handled up front.
You speak of losing our world, and seeing its culture and every construct on it crumble again would be inconsequential. Were the roles reversed, would you not worry what happened to Earth just because you'd relocated your people?
That's not what I meant. Earth is our home, and is deeply important to us, and we protect it for our own sake. I understand you feel the same about Nishtal. I'm only asking you to reframe your view on the worst-case scenario. There must be some comfort in knowing that your people are safe. I know that's my top concern. And remember, the worry that left the UN sleepless 24 years ago was the possibility of our extinction. You should not press me on how I would worry about Earth.
I didn't mean that humanity hadn't suffered, and you know we're penitent for our role in that. My point was that your home planet is priceless, irreplaceable. A horrific loss even without lives in that equation. Look what's become of the Sifkits, without Tinzas factoring into their identity.
Naltor cleared his throat, a slight gleam in his eyes.
You mean shacking up with rotten carnivores?
I've not been one of the ones biased against you from the start.
Keinfer issued an irritated sigh. I know we're all on edge here, but let's keep it civilized. I'm certain that Ambassador Kalsel meant was that Tinzas was a tragedy, leaving the Sifkits to wander without any knowledge of their true home or identity. To that end, we can all agree. Please, keep our focus on the ongoing conflict. The first images are coming through at this moment. From the eyes of the few Vendel scrappers, we could see the tungsten rods nailing the enemy front lines, like lancers tearing through the soft outer shell. The mathematical precision needed for the timing and coordination was so perfect. Human trajectory systems were a marvel, so much more advanced than Bisoms would have thought possible before first contact. Seeing projectile warfare as one of their oldest arts made me understand why Naltor was so enamored with studying military tactics and contraptions. The timing cleared the opportunity for the Vendel to sail engines blazing towards the enemy, with guns firing off several shots, and now positioned near the enemy's locale, the pointed fronts of the drones detached. Acceleration was on their side, as their piercing stage barreled through the hostile front flank. Between the rods and the unusual ramming techniques, the SC's greeting party cleaved through thousands of vessels. The difference made by having substantive Allied forces on standby was already felt. We had enough firepower to put the pressure on out of the gate, and that was a reason for optimism. Ambassador Kalsel had relaxed from his frayed mannerisms as the enemy struggled to return fire and dispatch our first line of defense. The Vendel guns were active and still in play for additional precious time, while the hostiles focused on eliminating the rods. That whittled away a tad more of their numbers, still several panels back from Nishtal. And this is only the opening act. we can soften them up much more before they ever get close to Nishtal. Maybe even stop them from reaching the planet altogether. Kaifa cleared her throat, seeming to receive information through an earpiece. The Crocattle Vanguard are on the move with UN and technocracy backing. Your old-school designs with the plasma railguns won't be very effective. That's why you're going to lob a few missiles and serve as a distraction for our enemy.
Remember those space harpoons? Those pesky rods flying at them even now. We stuck more of them in the railgun to throw in their faces up close and personal,
Onzo chuckled. The Crocattle ships had shed the appearance of the extermination fleet. Not requiring manpower meant their drones could be pulled like lithe, almost bird-like silhouettes. Several plasma railguns focused on single targets at once, attempting to stagger their shots to avoid the liquid armor. The United Nations and the technocracy were nestled behind a wall of native ships, ready to vault over the avian line with the space harpoons primed. The enemy was picking off bird drones with too much ease, even though they tacked on magnetic shields to counter particle beams. The Crocattle wouldn't withstand liberal usage of antimatter bombs meant for Nishtal. Their vanguard was obliterated with powerful explosions, which meant the humans and the Yodel were exposed. They'll have to act earlier than they hope and get a greater distance. I'm sure they had a plan B, but I am curious to see what that was.
Our new ships just got obliterated, Ambassador Council squawked in horror. Our state-of-the-art, newly built ships.
For every antimatter bomb that strikes your ships, there's one less city killer that can shoot Nishtal, Dirty and Ambassador Kurajan huffed with impatience. Despite retaining their SHIELD membership, the Grey Avians had been introduced as partial SE members, and, as promised, sent a small handful of ships to Nishtal's aid alongside the Lashi. You're making them spend those fighting up here against metal hunks with no cultural importance or lives aboard. That's a positive outcome. The fallback plan appeared to be fighting fire with fire. The United Nations and the Yodel technocracy both possessed massive stockpiles of antimatter missiles. Even if a party would never bombard planets from orbit, they were the most destructive munitions around. Their willingness to dispense dozens of these rare explosions didn't convey the difficulty in creating antimatter weapons. With enough resources, time, and willpower, the two powers had accrued enough to make a dent in the enemy's forces. Guns fired through the abyss with fervor, as missiles detonated and the gap closed between the two sides. Missiles tried to pin down ships that twirled and danced to evade, with both sides showing expert maneuverability. At the end of the day, our foes had the numbers. This strategy was only intended to slow them down. However, what the primates and marsupials advanced lacked in manpower, they made up for with heart and firepower. The UN and technocracy worked in tandem on the battlefield like flippers moving together, pushing their engines to the limit to draw near and deploy the rods. The apprehension in the SE chambers was palpable, since we all could see the explosions in the panoramic view. Those represented friendly casualties. These drones wouldn't survive the encounter, but they needed to survive long enough to cripple the invaders. The enemy wasn't keen on letting them draw close, since they'd just witnessed the Vendels' ramming tactics.
Just a bit further and we sink in our claws,
Onzo commented, a dark gleam in his eye.
This is the last phase of assault before they reach the system's asteroid belt. They must be significantly weakened before they run headlong into the mines hidden there.
The harpoons attempted to lock onto their targets. There was only so much distance that a railgun could nail a target with sharp rod with any accuracy. It couldn't just connect with the enemy. For maximum damage, it required an exact angle to pierce through with a pointed tip. There was no room for error, even more so than with traditional beams or bullets. Our foes had the easier task of pelting us with missiles and wearing down magnetic shielding with tireless particle beams. Moreover, while the SE's movement's antimatter was used up, our hostile counterparts still had plenty of left in the tank. The human Yodel advance desperately deployed interceptors and barriers to prevent direct hits from hostile bombs, but a sizable chunk still found themselves in the radius. The Sapien Coalition's battered forces pressed on, throwing caution to the wind. Power was diverted away from the shields to engines, granting them a burst of speed to draw near enough to the evasive enemy. That left them a softer target, vulnerable to even simple munitions. Easy pickings. The rate of our drone casualties skyrocketed within a short time, but the sole goal was to make their inevitable demise worthwhile. Human and Yodel spacecraft danced around the edge of the Harpoon's railgun's range. Though they'd been nearly eradicated, a few hundred friendlies pressed on with their last gasps. The hostiles couldn't retreat quickly enough to avoid ceding the last bit of distance we needed to clear. They had no way of knowing what range we required to deploy an unrevealed weapon. "This is my kind of fishing trip," Nalto whispered under his breath. "Harpoons away." Without hesitation, the Yvonnes cranked out the readied harpoons and reset within a few seconds of the next. As the railgun prepared the second wave, the first rods had reached the enemy, ripping through metal with meteoric intensity. The munitions were landed in compartments where the hostiles couldn't afford a gaping crater. It had helped that at Tulsk we had solidified their weak points and general placement of critical ship functions. They hadn't passed along the information of ours due to their total silence. That left another aspect that we could chalk up as an advantage in the war, since their communication blackouts was hurting them. The power of knowledge will be even more tilted to our side if that scout ship can nab a few prisoners and gather intelligence about our enemies. For starters, we might figure out what really became of Tinzas and what their plans are next after this three-pronged strike. I craved answers for why this was all happening, since it almost felt like a calamitous war began as soon as the Bisoms waded into the galaxy. Had the Sapien Coalition not contacted us, we'd be blissfully ignorant of this mess, though perhaps it was hypercritical to say, as a scientist who'd spent my life trying to communicate with alien life. At any rate, we were here, and watching Terran and Yodel drones go down with a bang. Rods from close range were lethal, propelled at such high speeds that they didn't need a long acceleration time to make them invisible. There simply wasn't a moment for the enemy to react. Swiftness left them unseen. Their harpoon railguns forced our foes to evade erratically, rendering it impossible for us to target critical areas. The enemy regrouped and walloped the remaining SE ships outside of the asteroid belt, though they were bruised and bloodied in the aftermath. A little less than 15% of their vessels were wiped out. That threshold was likely to be cleared once they ran into the mines. Zok looked enraptured as the fleet progressed through the sea of rocks, which erupted in percussive devastation. The Desir must be imagining adding this feature to Irana's orbit to stop any would-be bombers. I'd have to tell him that it was ill-advised since we had regular, friendly ship contact who wouldn't appreciate having their civilian craft blown to bits. Here at Nishtal, however, it added to the enemy's wounds. Let's not count our chickens or grow complacent, but I'd ventured this as an optimistic start to our defense of Krokotl, Keimer ventured. The bulk of our forces are still waiting for the large-scale confrontation, along with the boatload of defenses we brought to the party. The entire SC and even a few outside friends are there. Korojan ducked his head respectfully. We're happy to be observers. Every ship counts and can be a difference maker. Just as every bomb impact causes damage, the Dirty Inform is here as a friend, and we wish to make that statement to anyone watching. The United Nations hopes to make that statement as well, on behalf of the entire SC. We can show them what we're made of, what happens when we band together. Right now, that's the only message that we can send our enemies, and I think it's a good one.
As do I, Anzo agreed. For all of our differences, we're united in keeping people safe and fending off evil. That's what separates us from the rest.
I found sense in the statements made by the human and Yodel dignitaries, as well as a reason why it was worthwhile to continue pursuing friendship with the Sapien Coalition. After seeing what they were capable of when all of their military might was directed towards a singular mission, I had high hopes for Nishtal's chances. If the defense continued in this direction, the planet might escape unscathed. I also knew that Bisoms would be much better off getting them to work for our side than to act against us. This battle might send a message to more than just their enemy that we were fighting against. It was a warning to the entire galaxy. End of chapter. Chapter 59. Memory transcription subject. Tassie, Bisom, alien liaison. Date standardized human time, November 13th, 2160. The wall of ships in front of Nishtal was comprised of diverse, formidable craft. There were 6 figures on each side, making this an unimaginable clash of metal war machines. The differences in strategies within the Sapien Coalition's ranks added personality and made us harder to account for in a uniform way. Doser mechanic vessels were hanging by to patch up damaged drones on the fly. Magic exterminator vessels, once used to rain fire on colonies, were now using their bloated bombing bays against the hostiles. The Harkins chameleon ships, as the humans called them, projected a video of sky behind them on the feed, attempting to blend in. Even the Crocottle's plasma-focused vessels had gotten an upgrade since their shellacking, attaching their life shapes to the top of human warships, along for the ride, free to fire all shots and detach if needed. There were many more innovations, some of which would undoubtedly prove more game-changing than others. The Gojid had claws wrapped around their outside of their ships, like a shell meant to stop blows from striking the interior. Perhaps this logic was inferred from the natural defensive spikes. The Fizzens had ramming ships specifically shaped like their horns, which caused the Nevox to attempt to compete with them with a two-pronged ramming extension, looking like a human fork. I thought the Vendal's prior showing blew both out of the water, but it still gave us a different angle. Skalga, Earth, and Leon had sent about a third of those ships on the defensive lines, not counting their earlier offensive. Last but not least, there was the shield offerings, mostly belonging to the SC's newest, most tepid allies, in the Leshy and the Dirtian, who brought a more defensive angle. They were lean, well-armored, and geared towards point defenses. There weren't a lot of them, with the grey avians sending a few dozen and the amphibians offering a few hundred. Then again, even the average coalition members had only sent about 1,000 or 2 ships. Together with a major power surplus of ships factored in, we had over 150,000 spacecraft to greet the invaders. The situation should be winning for us, having an outright numerical advantage. The question was whether we could save Nishtal from any harm.
If the Sapien Coalition, in all of its might, and each member showing up, can't stop the Strone fleet in its tracks, who's to say they can protect any world? How could they ensure that Bisons are never bombed from the heavens again?
The plan is simple, Anzo commented, as every eye in the auditorium watched for the first exchange of munitions.
We attack as one, with all these ships, the surface-to-space missiles on Nishtal, and an unholy amount of nuclear and antimatter warheads that have been mostly donated by Earth. Kainfa, you were awfully quick to replenish your supply after using them to defend your home.
The Secretary-General ducked her head in acknowledgement. We used them to protect our home once, now we're using them to protect someone else's home. Better to have them and not need them.
Than to need them and not have them. The technocracy lives by that doctrine. We're about to see a lot more action than we can keep up with, so be prepared for a lot of jumping around.
The Gojid Prime Minister piped up. Can we get an update on how each species' innovations are faring? I'd like to know whether our new shield and protector's claw ships work.
That name is a mouthful, and I'd advise you to workshop it. Anyhow, everyone will get a thorough briefing in time, and we will try to show the various angles. Your generals also have their own feed and ship data. Overall, their focus is mainly on Nishtal's health and the broad status of the battle, watching for weak points and transmitting tactical adjustments in real time. That's what our analysts are doing.
It's more devastating to us if we lose our fleet because we have all of our spaceships here. Crocodile Ambassador Calcel seemed worried that, even after stapling his ships onto the resilient human craft, he might lose the rest of his newly minted armada. We lose enough vessels and we're left defenseless, even if we win this battle. Nishtal is left defenseless should they return for round 2. Naltor tapped his microphone, a sage look in his eyes. Leave tomorrow's problems for tomorrow. You rebuilt your fleet once. Should you lose this one, you'll rebuild it again, stronger. Because that would mean it wasn't powerful enough to make a difference in combat. Your allies will keep you safe in the meantime.
We will stand with Nishtal for as long as it takes, Kainfa promised. Ultimately, my friends, there are no Gojid ships, human ships, Crocodile or Dirtian ships here today. There are just the Sapien Coalition ships, standing as one. Because of that, I believe that we're going to claim the most commanding victory in our organization's history today. The question is, do you?
Onzo wiggled his ears mischievously.
Of course I do. We took out 20,000 and changed ships with a few Skalgan scrappers and some slapdash bombs. Now they meet our real fighting force, where numbers are in our favor. 85% left to go. Should be easy as pie.
There's more Skullgun scrappers and slapdash bombs here too, Governor Leysa commented. We've prepared plenty of this defense, and they're flying right into our waiting arms. We're ready. The moment approached on screen, with the enemy encircling Nishtel. They looked like an insect swarm from the viewing drone watching from afar above the planet's north pole. The nuclear warheads were mostly positioned on the planet's lunar satellite, and I could see them ready to be fired at a moment's notice. The explosions would provide a quick and easy way to reduce the invaders' numbers out of the gate. The United Nations had flown in powerful kinetic railguns, since the ship-busting lasers were ineffective against the liquid armor. It all followed their space harpoon gunplay, which I knew they'd start off with here. So far, our foes didn't have an answer to the piercing rods, and I doubted that they would compensate for the weapon's presence now. The enemy won't have a response to our plans as long as they're not relaying their strategies back to home to someone. They haven't made any adjustments since Tinzas or Tusk. We have. Our feed cut over to the eyes of the technocracy drone, thrusting our perspective into the heart of the battle. Flanked by tens of thousands of allies, our vantage point vessel surged forward. Sensors revealed human nanodrones pouring out in mind-bending quantities from the lurking spacecraft carriers. I watched the nuclear warheads crest ahead of the camera. Their speed somehow surpassed the swiftness of a starship. There was a cue. Fire the harpoon railguns! Holes of tungsten were hurled through the void as microscopic automatons and thousands of nukes inundated the enemy. Their dust guns couldn't eradicate enough threats to avoid the preliminary impacts, with telltale flashes amid the endless night. For the brief moment they lasted, those detonations were brighter than the stars, a literal shining light in the darkness. I channeled Kaifer and Ondo's optimism, allowing my own to make a brief appearance. I wanted to believe in a swift victory the Terran leader had promised with such confidence. The drone whose eyes we were looking through zigged and zagged, twirling around particle beam munitions and throwing up missile interceptors. The Sapien Coalition's fleet felt powerful. This was our chance for us to push the enemy back and put this entire strike force down for good. From this view, the entire battle seemed much less impersonal.
That's what 5 digits worth of casualties looks like, Anza growled. Now that we've hit that figure, it's time for us to speedrun the next 6 digits. Wipe them out.
My technocracy drone offered suppressing fire with its particle beams, giving Vindal scrappers a chance to move in. The collisions were almost imperceptible without magnification. Once the lens zeroed in on a few enemy hulls for the viewer's benefit, I could see metal lacerated by the detachment of the ramming points. Mental weapons carved them up like a fish being gutted, leaving disabled husks and torn bogies in their wake. Maziks unloaded antimatter bombs to complement their efforts, with ships built only to house those explosives. Our fleet had kept hostiles far back from Nishtel's orbital range, so they had no chance to get a crack on the surface. We were ready to shoot down any inbound explosives, even if they did get a shot off. The humans pelted the foes with mini missiles, then harpoons, followed by kinetics. In the brief span, I diverted my attention to their efforts. Alternating between every munition, we had kept the enemy on their toes. The crocodile weapons, using the docking port to staple themselves to the UN's bulky fighters, had plasma weaponry covered. While it was ineffective against the hostile drones, they took to picking off missiles lobbed our way. Nishtal's own surface-to-space missiles had also rode in to badger the enemy, a successor to the Terran's warheads. The technocracy ships looped back in time with the Vendel, reforming defensive positions. Our foes would come to us in this instance and might find it to be like running into a brick wall. Secretary General Kaifer used the laser pointer to highlight the enemy ships on the screen. If you look across the formation, you'll notice there's very little variance in the hostile drones. I think it's worth noting how much easier it is to gather intelligence on a single ship mold. Also, the uniformity is in striking contrast to our union of multiple species.
They're arrogant. They think that these ships are the end-all, be-all. That's they've accounted for every possible weapon, and they don't need anything different in their fleet, Anza added. It reminds me of the ubiquitous design seen in the Federation military. I'd like to know if they're an unimaginative single species, or if there's something more at play. It should be enlightening when we acquire some answers at last. The ships are quite good. Yours just seem a bit better, Crocodile Ambassador Council countered. Oh, they are. So far, the Sapien Coalition has only taken 1,000 hits. The enemy is scrambling from sensor overload with all of the different unknown threats. Our kill count here in the Inner Sanctum, hovering around 20,000 at the moment, speaks for itself. The kill-to-death ratio only grows to our advantage. Now, we keep the heat on them and can afford to double-team them. They'll be below 6 figures any moment.
The Yodel's prediction would likely be true, as the Fizzens and Nevox brought their weaker ramming ships into the build on what the Vendel had built. The Nevox two-pronged ramming extensions was interesting, especially since they could expand and contract the tips. Lining it up with the proper angle allowed them to take out 2 ships at once. The Gojits tried to draw the enemy fire, while the Harkon's chameleon vessels were sling-shotted closer with engines quiet. The spiky mammal drones proved able to absorb multiple hits, with the claws designed to break off from around the craft. The Harkon, meanwhile, caught their nemesis unaware, unloading thousands of missiles and spraying bullets. The technocracy drone we watched from had never ceased firing harpoons, even as our rod supply was running low. I felt satisfaction seeing the enemy ship count plummet. We had them below 100,000 and still falling fast. The automaton we were looking at threw doubled back towards the nearby Doso mechanic ship that explained how they planned to restock the space harpoons on the fly. We switched over to peer through the human vessel's eyes. The defensive formation of our heavy hitters was designed to lure the hostiles forward, almost as if...
Something's hidden there, I whispered to Neltor. A cloaked station?
The Salmon folded his flippers.
I suspect we'll see in a few short moments. When the humans are involved, I hear their fortifications have fortifications. Let us see you can learn a thing or two from that mentality,
Zolk added ominously. The enemy crested over our cloaked station, which detonated, unleashing its fragments and destructive power right in the heart of the aggressor's fleet. The Nevox and Fizzens, who had been nipping near the front lines, were conveniently positioned out of the blast radius. The hidden outpost explosion was the most devastating blow yet, consuming thousands of ships on its own. It damaged thousands more, and the Crocodile took the opportunity to pick those off, targeting plasma through gaping holes in their hulls. Just as the enemy had pulled back with suspicion, and all seemed quiet, a second explosion now tore through the rear guard. Despite having one's placement further out, the humans had waited to draw them deeper in. From the starting number of 150,000 invaders, there was now 80,000.
Almost halfway there, whether there is a third station or not. The hostiles are shooting at empty space now. Less bullets shot at us. This is a hopeless fight for them, since we've only lost a few thousand ships even with those aggressive actions. We'll find out if they have a retreat algorithm.
The technocracy drones had restocked on harpoons and resumed rattling through their supply. There wasn't a countermeasure available, short of shooting them down or blocking them, and the enemy didn't seem to have physical barricades like we had. After letting our foe shoot at empty space, searching out any other cloaked stations, we deployed some physical barriers. I felt a bit confused as we crept backwards, getting out of range and hunkering down. The hostiles weren't stupid enough to wander into another seeming trap. They shot at the barricades. However, once we'd backed up sufficiently to not be the nearest metal object, that was when the Terrans revealed these were no ordinary barricades.
They're gigantic supermagnets,
Naltor breathed as the barriers, large enough to obscure spaceships and thus yielding a massive amount of pull, were attracted to nearby hulls.
BSC figured out the composition of the enemy's frames at the last battle. Their mines got contracted straight on top of the ship hulls, basically turning them into flying grenades.
I wish the Selma General didn't sound so giddy, like a kid at a fishing dock for the first time. The magnets adhered themselves to the hostile ships and blew them to flighted status itself. Sure enough, the barricades had explosives attached to them. Drone fragments damaged any other vessels in proximity. A chain reaction formed by the truckloads of barricades. For the tens of thousands of United Nations ships, they each had multiple barriers. Even once the first magnet struck, the invaders scarcely had time to respond to that absolute bounty of mines. With our hand played, and our fast retreat allowing more vessels to replenish ammo, the defending spacecraft returned to firing every munition they had. The numbers had been halved down to 40,000 in one snap of the human's fingers. They looked the part of power that defeated the Galactic Empire in mere months. For for the first time since this new war began. It was because they were standing shoulder to shoulder with their allies. The support compensated for their shortcomings and let them go to town with the new machinations. Ambassador Korojan gawked at the carnage on screen.
Humans are absolute masters at killing inventions, yet you wonder why the shield fears you. Do you people actually need the wingful of ships we brought?
Of course we did, Keinfer countered. We still do, until no hostile vessels are left standing in our SC system.
So soon, we have more than 3 times their ship count now,
Onzo chuckled. We didn't want this war, but now that it's here, we damn sure better win it. If there had been a shred of doubt in the battle's outcome, it seemed certain that Nishtar was impregnable. Out of desperation, the invading fleet was unloading every one of their bombs for the planet into our defensive formation. That meant that, even if our vessels all disintegrated now, they'd have nothing to bombard the planet with. The sheer volume of antimatter was enough to stagger us for a moment and cut down 10,000 ships. It almost seemed spiteful on the enemy's behalf, knowing they were lost, and trying to take as many of us with them. We had to finish them quickly. Thousands of harpoon guns were still ripping the enemy apart on our side, ticking down 4 digits worth of kills alone within a brief time. The human drone we attached from now captured a second wave of surface-to-space missiles joining the fray. The invaders couldn't spare any attention to them, and got more hulls smashed in from the explosions. The Vendel moved in to clean up remnants. Even with the ramming stages detached, they had quite the arsenal. The Harken was still chipping in with hidden volleys, and beat-up Gojid vessels dumped every munition they had on their lost legs. The United Nations thought that was the right idea, using mini-missiles to exacerbate the damage. The unified forces of the Sabian coalition, 6 digits strong, eliminated the last gasp of enemy resistance in the system. With only a few hundred ships left, we noticed them trying to warp away and escape. A retreat algorithm. The humans gave chase, relishing the easy hunt in the stars. Nishtar had never come close to being in peril, and the hostiles were routed. I could see a blue avian's ambassador shaking with visible relief before flying to the front of the hall. Keinfer arched her eyebrows in surprise as Kaiser wrapped his wings around her. She hugged back after a moment's hesitation. "Look at what we're capable of when each of our allies shows up to help," the Secretary General commented. "I'm delighted to have such a commanding victory in the books, and to have been able to save Nishtar another glassing. Let's celebrate. To us." Cheers erupted throughout the auditorium, and I joined in with my own happy cries. This was exactly the result the Sabian coalition needed to reaffirm our convictions, and our optimism that we might prevail against an enemy who'd come to destroy civilian lives indiscriminately. As long as we could continue to work together in the future, I was certain that we would come out on top. End of chapter. Memory transcription subject: Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date standardized human time, November 16th, 2160. With each passing month in this new form, I became more reacclimated to the life as a synthetic. Being alive and feeling once more was difficult after knowing the peace of death, compounded by the sensory hell of this body. I wanted to be a moral compass for the Sapien Coalition and for Terra Technologies, and that purpose helped me carry on. Not even death could stamp out how much I cared for humanity, and how deeply I loved standing up for what was right. It had been a wave of relief when I heard that Nishtar had escaped a second bombing after winning 2 battles. This war could have a less bloody ending than the last. Assuming the scout ship we sent into enemy territory bore results, I was more than willing to risk a visit for peace talks. Perhaps they'd give us silly conflict if we persisted and found a way to reach them. However, my first order of business was welcoming a person from the 21st century back to life. In a few minutes, I would no longer be the only synthetic, mind-upload human. It would be delightful to not be alone in this situation. Burnt had been successful in salvaging the encoded memory data from one cryogenically preserved brain, where the ice crystals from the primitive process hadn't damaged areas related to memory or personality. With some functions recreated by filling in the gaps for other brains, the experience of senses might be a bit different. I knew if I had to choose, I would worry most about having who I was preserved. Our revival subject was Kristen Hagstad, a futurism enthusiasm who died in the year 2025 of incurable cancer. She was suffering gravely,
but regretted that she hadn't lived enough to a mere 26 years old. So, as a final wish, she begged her friends and family to help her cobble together some money to freeze her brain. After that was completed, Kristen chose a dignified death on her own terms. But threw this Hail Mary in line with her fantastical interests, to hope that she might live longer in the time of her dreams. A sad story, but one that might have a happy ending if this is what she wanted. Remember what we talked about, Vert? Probably not the best idea for you to be the first face Kristen sees, or the first alien we introduce her to, I remarked. Cyber stared at the lifeless synthetic body in the other room with curiosity. That's why I'm here, but I'll wait outside until Elias calls. Don't want to give the girl too much of a shock at once. If I'm understanding, her brain's already mapped in there. You just have to, power her on. Burns' antennae quivered with excitement. It was weird to see him hopping on his insect legs, but I thought he was skipping.
Yes, so much work to lead up to this moment. We used a government-issue ID to reconstruct a face, though the imaging isn't as high quality as the 3D projections today.
What got you so excited?
It'll be very interesting to see if there's differences in the sensory experiences of a female human compared to a male subject. With the anatomical differences, scientifically, I'm curious overall if there's any noted variance between how the sexes respond to synthetic form. We'll need full studies when we ramp this project up, which will mean waiting for modern volunteers who've had their brains scanned to die for the next large class.
I folded my arms.
Bernd, you shouldn't celebrate that people who've had brain scans will die. Just to further your research.
I'm celebrating that I can bring them back and roll this out to the masses. It's excitement for their new lives. I don't see how what I said was in any way wrong.
Because it's the cost of their old lives.
Why is that my fault? I'm saving them from what will happen anyway. 150,000 people die every single day. It will happen through no action of mine.
Why don't we look back at this in a bit, my Sudian diplomat friend interjected, seeing that Vernt wasn't understanding my issue with him.
This is my one day to get away from the ongoing talks with our 24 shield converts. I'm quite excited to focus on our current subject now.
Oh, you are, Cyber?
Of course. I'm really curious what humans from the past were like. I would have loved to have spoken with the humans we revived from in the archives, but these ones are even better, advanced enough to be accustomed to the internet and the digital world.
I chuckled.
You don't need a cyborg to learn what mid to late 21st century life was like. You could just speak to me. I was born in the 2070s. There were people born in Kristen's year still alive at first contact, so I'm sure their life experiences and their reactions to aliens are recorded. Hell, the oldest person in Vendel exchange program was 103 years old.
That's different, Cyber countered. For the 103-year-old, they weren't reacting to a 21st century person, because it didn't happen overnight. They had time to change along with Earth's culture and discoveries, rather than being a product of the era. Kristen is different.
You might have a point. I can see that you're both antsy to get started. So I'm going to head into the observation room and shut the door. I'm a little nervous about welcoming someone back to all of this. But no sense in delaying, right? Let's boot up Kristen Hagstead.
I forced my legs to carry me into the room, where the second synthetic human would come to life. I settled down in a seat opposite the bed, leaning forward, my eyes lingering on my hands, wondering what I would have seen if I cut open the skin on that first day. I clenched my fist, despite the fact that I couldn't feel the tightness in my wrist anymore. Bernd had made a lot of upgrades from the initial awakening, but it was never going to be the same. Every time I forgot, I slipped into relaxation. I tried to do something simple like breathing that would bring my mind back to it. What if Kristen reacted poorly to all of this? How could I comfort her when I didn't feel like the same person myself?
This isn't about you, Elias. It never was. The Cryonauts wished for us to bring them back, so you're trying to honor her wishes, to make it better for her and give her a new lease in life. This has to be done right, with more sensitivity than was afforded to you.
Certainty took back the helm of my mind. Whatever my qualms, I knew I could make this process better than it would be without my presence. There were many people who believed in me, and those friends were what made me determine this life was worth the cost. I lifted my chin, studying the lifeless body lying on the bed with a quiet, calm smile. Maybe, since I realized seeing Tarva's children that I regretted not having my own, I could use this opportunity to offer fatherly comfort and teachings.
Any 21st century human coming to our time would need help adjusting, especially with aliens being an integral part of our present society.
What the?
Kristen's arm flew up to her throat, and she snapped upright as her eyes came into focus. Her pupils stared directly at me, the gears turning in her head. She flashed her teeth.
I'm not in pain. I have a body. You did it. You people really did it. This is fucking awesome.
I manually blinked, not expecting the immediate excitement. You didn't even question if this was the afterlife for a second.
I don't believe in any of that. I remember dying, and now I'm back. So, now I know I'm alive, and this must be the future. It's too real. And sanitary. Lab-like. Well, there's a lot of stuff that's a bit funny with how I feel, too. My voice doesn't sound like mine. I'm not breathing, and I don't feel any saliva in my mouth. You stuck me in a robot, didn't you?
Yes. Basically. How did you?
This is so cool. Thank you. To answer your question, I considered this as a possibility. The idea was that you'd do something with my brain data, so maybe uploading it to a cloud. Wait, am I in a simulation, a digital world? Perhaps all humans live in a metaverse.
You're taking this very calmly, but I assure you, this is not a simulation. We're on the physical planet Earth, attempting to make synthetic bodies and install recreated brains inside of them. We had jaws because they're cryogenically preserved for over a century. The year is 2160. Before you ask, please, before you go any further, what else would you like to know?
How many others are there that have been digitally uploaded?
You are the second.
Oh, wow. So this is all still extremely new territory, then.
Who's the first? I pointed a finger to myself. You're looking at him.
You? But you seem... I thought you were one of the scientists. Who are you exactly?
My name is Elias Meyer. I was Secretary General of the United Nations from 2129 until my assassination during a terrorist event in 2136. The UN was a lot more of a global government with proper enforcement power than it was during your time.
So you're saying that you were one of the highest-ranking officials on all of Earth? It's hard to imagine the G7 countries letting the UN tell them what to do, unless there was no letting involved with it.
There was a major series of wars called the Satellite Wars, and part of the treaty involved giving the UN authority to make decisions in order to enforce international law and maintain peace, the kind that concerns all nations, on matters that threaten the whole world. We can't afford to be divided.
I can agree with that, Elias. I still have so many questions for you. How did they bring you back if you weren't cryogenically frozen, or were you after you died?
They scanned my brain in the moments after my death, which provided the necessary information. That's how I got here, I suppose. It was much less my choice than it was yours, but I understand they needed someone to be the face of all of this.
I'm sorry they brought you back like that.
It's not your fault, Kristen. I just hope that I can be of help for you, and all of those to come after us. We have a lot of work left to do.
She nodded, fiddling with her blonde hair as if testing it how it felt. Not to bombard you with questions about your assassination, but did they catch whoever did it? Why did they target you?
That's an entire can of worms. I closed my posture instinctively, leaning back in the chair.
She'd scarcely batted an eye at the rest of the news, so perhaps she'd take the word of aliens' existence in stride.
As far as we know, there are still cells of the organization in question today. There's no way to know who did catch my killer, barring violence. The why, I don't have an easy way to say it. In 2136, under my leadership, humanity discovered the existence of extraterrestrial life.
I studied Kirsten's initial reaction carefully. Her face lit up for a moment with wonder,
curiosity, before disappointment and horror flashed on her features.
After thinking through, perhaps what I said had given the impression that humans hated aliens and lashed out because of it. The reality is that what was the other way around. The entire story of First Contact was a saga of itself to unload on her. It was better to break the news in segments, especially since there was 2 aliens outside, and many on Earth that she'd need to interact with. It would also help guide my wording, to be able to address her exact concerns. Pursing my lips, I waited for the newly awoken synthetic to speak before offering a continuation of the story.
The positive is that Kirsten seems very open-minded and excited to see the future. So as long as she doesn't take the full story the wrong way, maybe she'll be able to handle meeting Cyber and Vant. I might wish I knew what she was thinking, but this is better than taking a shortcut and reading her mind, like a certain tillfish.
That is terrible. I always hoped people wouldn't be reactionary to that news, but I worried they might panic or treat other intelligent life poorly, Kirsten said. Chaos and violence from learning something that should be so exciting. I don't know why I hope for better.
We're lucky not to scare the aliens off. I raised my hands. Oh, you don't understand. Humans took the news pretty well at first and wanted to be amicable with the aliens. I tried to make us presentable because it was more, complicated. The extremely short version is that the aliens hated and feared us. They were herbivores, except for one species that ate them. Yes, I know this is a messed up story. Kirsten looked speechless, jaw hanging open. What? Tell me about it. It was a complete disaster. The union of hundreds of herbivore races thought that we were monsters, because we are a predator race, and we had to beg them to give us a chance. Beg them to see that we're capable of basic empathy, not cannibals like the Arxor, who kept them as cattle. Some of the herbivores listened, but a few dozen attacked Earth. Well, what became of Earth? Is it like some post-apocalyptic future, where the surface is in ruins? Something tells me you watched a lot of futuristic media, I said, wagging a finger at her. No, we lost over 100 cities to bombings, and 1 billion souls were marked as casualties. That's why I was attacked, for trying to cater to and befriend the aliens, and not being able to defend Earth. That's terrible. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. If it's any comfort, we've rebuilt our world. After my death, we found dirt on the Herbivores Union founders, showing they forced their ideas about prey-like behavior, and even genetic modifications on species that came after them. We got enough allies to win the war, make our own coalition, and try to fix the absolute trait wreck that is the Orion Arm. And that brings us to today. That's a lot to take in. I need to read up on all of this for myself. I've missed a lot on it. We'll get you a holopad for research. It can be too different from the personal devices of your time. I, for one, am quite happy that we've left the days where aliens think we're savage beasts who live for blood, unworthy of the right to exist. We have dozens of allied species, some of which you'll see on Earth, friends and neighbors with interesting cultures, working with us to protect our space from any threats. So, I'll have a chance to meet real extraterrestrials. I never thought I'd see that in my lifetime. Technically, you didn't. Neither did I. They're not little green men like you used to in entertainment either. They're as diverse as the fauna on Earth, and actually quite representative of various traits that we've seen in our world's life. With that said, should I call Cyber in? That's a name. Cyber. They're here now. Does the alien speak English? Is there anything that would be offensive to them that I should know about? Cyber is a Sulian diplomat. Her planet is extremely friendly to us. The translator program installed in your brain will allow you to understand her seamlessly. She's right outside, so I can. Kristen raced out of the room, bringing open the door with excitement. By the time I realized where she was going, it was too late to stop her from running out into the observation center. Alarm rippled through my wires, and I gave chase, shouting at her to stop. With a barrier between us and the main area already ajar, she would see Vern at the console, monitoring her live memory feed. So much for easing her into meeting aliens with cute, bubbly Cyber. The Tillfish had said he was used to Terrans panicking around him, and I noticed he'd taken my suggestion of wearing a lab coat. Still, a chest-high mix of spider and ant was the sort of thing that could earn unexpected reactions from anyone. I suppose we were going to introduce her to Vern anyway, but I just wanted a good first impression in the books before the mental alarm bell started ringing. I better get explaining that he's a person. We were going to introduce you to Vern last, since he's from an insectoid species, I shouted after Kirsten, as her startled eyes locked onto the Tillfish. You asked about brilliant scientists that made this possible. You're looking at him. The revived Terran's composure finally wavered for a moment, though she hid her shock in a swift order. Oh, hi.
Hi,
Vern declared, cracking his mandibles with enthusiasm.
I spent months working to salvage your brain matter, enough to bring you back. I'm delighted to finally meet you.
Thanks for doing that. I understand your words, but it feels very odd. Translator program, I reminded her. Cyber, come and say hello. The Sulian walked over, a painful gleam in her eyes.
Nice to meet you, Kristen. I heard the people of your time invented the first AI assistants.
I have a riddle for you. What's the difference between a human and an artificial intelligence? Humans don't go by the name ChatGPT, Kristen guessed at some ancient AI assistant, wrinkling her nose. AIs can't actually solve captchas better than us.
Not the answer I was looking for. I was going to say that, according to your words, AI is the only one worthy of having intelligence in its name.
I don't hear you going by Sulian intelligence, I jabbed.
You don't know the actual words for AI in my language. Maybe we call it dum-dum,
I snickered. Dum-Dum 9000 was always my favorite AI name.
Kristen, if you haven't caught on, Cyber is a lab comedian.
Not quite the jokester my old man was, but I get by. Just like you got by Elias at the door.
I didn't know she was going to run off.
Kristen smiled, partially relaxing from the Sudian's comical banter.
It's nice to meet you. I'd love to get to know all of you about aliens and whatever else I've missed. The feeling is mutual, Cyber responded. I'm quite interested in learning about your time period. Why don't we go for a nice walk outside and chat in the fresh air? The lab's stuffy. That'd be awesome. Do Vern and Elias want to come along?
I shook my head, shooting a glance at the overeager Tillfish.
You're adapting to all of this wonderfully. You don't need me to hold your hand. Have some girl time. Cyber's a great alien to be your first impression, and we just be a distraction as you interrogate her. We'll be here when you get back.
All right. Thank you, Elias and Vern, for making this possible. All I wanted was a bit more time. My life felt too short to see any of these things I dreamed about. This is everything I could have asked for and more. You're quite welcome. Stories like yours are exactly why I got into this work, the Tillfish answered.
I watched the striped quadruped and the second synthetic human walk out of the lab. It was wonderful to see Kristen taking a shine to Cyber. Who else could win any audience over to her in seconds, other than the radiant Sudian? I shoved my hands in my jacket pockets and realized that an untold weight was off my chest. Elias Mayer wasn't the only one of his kind anymore. After reveling for a moment longer, in fact, I wasn't alone, I turned my thought to Vern's response of why he invested his life into this project. The story of Kristen Hogstead, chomping at the bit to soak in all the future, was a shining example of why it was worthwhile for me to see this through. There was real good I was doing here. For the first time since I'd opened my new eyes, I thought that maybe I didn't hate what I was anymore. End of chapter 61. Memory transcription subject, Quana, Jaslip Soldier. Date, standardized human time, December 10th, 2160. After months of planning with the Jaslip Independence Brigade, Charisse and I worked up the nerve to try and sneak an explosive device into Delegate's Tower. The important bit was sneaking it into its intended spot weeks in advance, somewhere that it wouldn't be moved, discovered, or tampered with. We didn't want them to be able to trace the bombings back to my human friend, and there was no doubt that they'd round up everyone who'd visited in the past few days for memory scans. The mind-reading security checkpoint at this entrance to the leadership meeting place presented another challenge. If she walked through that obstacle, the plan would be revealed before it's gotten off the ground. That was where social engineering and the Krev guards thinking humans are cute had come into play. Charisse claimed she'd been humiliated wearing a Santa outfit, complete with a goofy-looking hat with a white puffball at the end and a fake beard. But she had to sell the human tradition to anyone who researched their customs. I'd made sacrifices too, letting her dress me as a reindeer, with a red bulb on my nose and antlers. The degrading costumes had made it convincing, and so we could stand on the street outside, hiding in plain sight. There was a lot of attention attracted by the talking primate in the silky red outfit, handing out gifts to children. That would have been a way for explosives to wind up in random places, but Charisse and I both didn't want to target innocents, especially kids. The package that actually held the bomb was clearly marked to us, with an orange ribbon the color of fire. We'd known the commotion outside Delegate's Tower would attract someone close to the Krev leadership circle, especially as word made rounds on the social media. When Delegate Ryson approached us to ask what the festivities were about, I knew we'd caught the big fish. Alan and his team had planned for everything. Charisse had launched into a rousing explanation about Christmas and rehearsed lines insisting that gifts couldn't be opened until December 25th, a human calendar date. She then encouraged him to stick it under the desk or something, never directly mentioning Delegate's Tower.
I'd love to raise awareness of this human holiday and collect some gifts for the children of tennis, Ryson had said, all but purring at Charisse, passed him the orange ribbon gift. It means a lot that you brought us into your traditions. It was the perfect push to make him bring it into the office and open it on Christmas Day for a PR push. Ryson wouldn't be stupid enough not to run a package through at least a cursory security scan, even if he had a primate blind spot. That was why the bomb had been stuck inside a fake robot toy, which had the right metal to obscure the explosives inside from scanners. We had trackers and cameras hidden within,
so we could see if it was taken elsewhere in Tonvas, or if someone discovered it. Hiding it for weeks would allow Olon to spy on Ryson, easy espionage. The last aspect was not allowing the Krev to identify that it had come from the human gift. That was why the box had been given a false bottom that would only open and close at the Jaslip's command. The toy was a shell for a bomb-carrying drone, a nesting doll as Charisse called it. Once left unattended, its exterior could pop open to allow us to pilot it out of the false bottom, to a different room altogether. Conveniently, it would also leave the robot intact in its gift box, with none the wiser to the fact that it was behind the bombing. We might be successful in getting those delicate bastards, and then they'd want us gone. There was no choice. The Jaslips and the humans had to escape before the Federation cleaned up all angles of a drone offensive and came for us again. Nishtal's strike force had fallen as well, according to Frenalda, with a crushing defeat. Waiting a second attack made it clear that Task's defeat wasn't a fluke. Our odds had gotten worse in the second engagement. Jaslip delegate Frenalda had ensured that she had pressing matter to deal with an Avos enclave, despite knowing that made her suspicious later on. This was the day we would strike, and trying to act normal on Tennis's military base was eating us up. We couldn't be in direct contact with Owlin, so we'd only discover what happened when word of our success or failure reached the news. I wondered if the weight of what she'd done, and what would happen if our plot was ever discovered, had set into Charisse. The Independence Brigade was only targeting the delegates, but we were still killing people.
My family would be so disappointed in me. I used to frown on those Jaslips taking the delegates hostage with their children in tow. I was better than them,
I murmured as the television screen remained muted until we saw the news alert. Charisse laid back on the bed, throwing a ball up and down in the air. This is it for those kits, and reckoning. There's no taking it back.
Would you take it back if you could? The consequences of what we're doing is irrevocable. You can't bring anyone back to life. It's final, the end. I don't know how I'm supposed to be a cold-blooded killer. I can't stop thinking about how it could all go wrong.
The human sighed, a deep tiredness on her face. I haven't had a good night's sleep since I gave Ryson the box. Crap, I haven't really slept well since finding out that we'd lost the war. I'm terrified, Quana. I remember what it's like to look out the window of a spaceship as you leave your planet behind, and know it's the last you'll see of it. The Consortium hasn't given us the fact to decide if we should do that again. It's an awful fucking choice, but it's one that should be given to us.
I mean, I agree wholeheartedly. General Radai proved my point about him being like all the rest by not revealing the damning truth to the public. Because of that, and the growl-inducing admission from the sociopath Mafani, we made a different awful choice. The Krev are rotten and discard lives at will. And now, so do we. I rationalize it to myself, tell myself soldiers make sacrifices, and I'm just fighting for and protecting my home. The truth is, these are the desperate acts of a caged, cornered animals. That's all we are, when it boils down to it. To think we wanted the Krev to let us stay on Tennis, and now we're blowing up their government so they'll let us leave. I whimpered in commiseration. I feel like an animal. I came here hoping to help humans survive, and now, we're lucky if either of us do.
There's still time to run. The artificially born babies are almost here, Charisse said, almost as if to reassure herself. We make sure our families and the people we care about are ready to leave at the moment's notice.
How much do we tell Taylor and Gress? I'm not sure either would be willing to leave on the other.
And Trench is lacking in discretion, so there's no keeping the Krev in the dark. I laughed bitterly. Then we can't tell them a hint of what we did today. That Krev wouldn't understand. When Gress looked at the enclave symbol on my chest, he saw a terrorist. Maybe he wasn't wrong. I think Gress might get what we've done more than you think. He lost it when he heard what Mafani did, and was about to put a bullet in the Radai's skull. He went further than you, the Jaslip.
Gress had a nervous breakdown because they personally fecked him over. We are fully cognizant of what we're doing.
Yes, and we know it's what needs to be done, right or wrong. Humanity won't die off quietly. When Tennis gets wind of what they're doing and stops believing Hathaway's goddamn denials of our baseless rumors, there's going to be an uproar. My ears straightened, and my tail fronds twitched restlessly. They're counting on it.
There's already a revolt brewing amongst the Jaslips, but they come for us because of this, they'll blame us. It's the first shots of a war for freedom, and that's how we have to look at it.
Charisse unmuted the television. A troubled look on her face as footage of an explosion on Tonva's tower appeared. Yeah, the smoke, the fire. I can't believe, gosh, we did it. Both of our binocular eyes were on the scene playing out before us. Security personnel and EMTs rushed in with alarmed faces as fire suppression systems deployed from within the megastructure. Smoke billowed within the tower into the massive glass pyramid as coughing diplomats hurried out. A few had sustained injuries, though they looked like staffers. Most likely, the survivors were the ones aside from the actual delegates, which meant we'd just assassinated the consortium species leaders in one fell swoop. The paranoid bastards had extensive continuity of government and line-up succession plans, so it wasn't like we killed the system itself by taking out a few figureheads. This was, however, a public embarrassment and a grave wound to its leadership.
Alden said Charisse and I didn't have to go for the big guns immediately, but there was no time to work ourselves up to this. Hitting the delegates makes a clear statement. Let us go, or we'll attack you at the heart without any reservation. It's a rallying cry for the Jaslips.
A crowd reporter raced up to the scene, speaking to the camera drone. As you can see, some kind of explosive device has been triggered within the delegate's tower, somehow having gotten past the tight security measures, evading detection and memory scanners. Details are scarce, but early reports suggest there was a set-off in the area that the delegates were meeting. We've also heard from security chatter that there were casualties, which could spell a catastrophic event for consortium leadership.
You know, if there was ever a fire in the heavens that fell on security, minimal training and basic equipment in the control room, Charisse spoke rotely, with brown eyes dazed and distant. God forbid we couldn't stop it. The heat is so incredibly powerful that I had the dark thought of what it would be like if we got trapped underground. Only that elevator that fits a few people at once. I guess you pack the rest on a train to the mines and pray it doesn't spread that far. Notably, Jaslip representative Ronalda was absent, leaving her species as an obvious suspect, and not precluding her own personal involvement. She has long since claimed executive privilege, dodging scans in the name of state secrets, but that may not be permitted in light of her fortuitous absence today. The crowd reporter posted herself in front of the smoldering building and tapped her hand to her ear, hearing some information. Okay, this just in, the Jaslip Independence Brigade has posted a message claiming responsibility for the attack, and promising that more tyrants' blood will spill. The swiftness of the pre-recorded statement being delivered to the press leaves little doubt of their claim. Tears welled in Charisse's eyes. I wouldn't know how the snow works, Quana, but you're probably not at the same risk of wildfires breaking out, or a spark falling from your creations, lighting up the ground. We thought about how so much could go wrong. We knew all it would take was one accident to damn our whole colony. I've never seen a real, uncontained fire. It happens so quickly. Stop talking, I whispered, laying a tail on her wrist. You're just saying words to calm yourself, but that isn't going to help. Take a deep breath. It's the same corrupt, heartless bastards who worked your people half to death, who repressed and secretly murdered Jaslips, and gave the orders not to share the news about the fleet fading. They brought this on themselves, okay? I'm not torn up over them. They got their just deserts, no. I'm sad for us, and now we've become the same as them. This wasn't where I saw myself when I wanted to safeguard humanity's future. The level-headed voice of reason died today. You're right, Quana. Taylor and Gress can never know we did this awful thing. None of the people I know can ever find out. I won't tell a soul. What if they can just see that I'm different? What if they figured it out? Gress was a damn policeman. There's been no mention of humans, and there's no reason they should suspect anything. I'm cleared by association. I never left your side on Avol. I feel dirty too, like my fur is crawling. But it'll be fine. That's just our conscience getting out of line. My holopad buzzed, and I checked it with a bit of reluctance. I felt sick to my stomach, not in the mood for conversation. Despite my reassurance to Charisse, I was terrified of getting caught too. All it would take was a single piece of evidence that implicated us, and we'd be hauled off to the black site. Discovered. The surveillance apparatus needed a mere hint that we were behind this,
which was why our holopad was on a private network, away from prying ears. I forced myself to look at the caller, and my hackle fur flattened as I saw it wasn't an unknown number. With the risk of exposing the operation no longer a concern, Alvin had paid us a call to congratulate us on our efforts. If anyone can restore our convictions and soothe the unease, it's Alvin. The way he speaks, you can't help but believe he wants the best, and that what's being done is necessary.
Connor and Charisse, I would like to thank you for pulling off what was no doubt a difficult operation to go through with. There is a cause here greater than ourselves, and the delegates were an obstacle. Make no mistake, Alvin said, and I was glad I placed him on speaker. But they were still people in lives. We're all here for you if you need to talk about this. And I expect you to spend some time processing the magnitude of this before we even think of giving you similar missions. We care for you, like we do all of our own.
Charisse cleared her throat, trying to sound steady. Thank you, Alvin. Seeing the damage makes it hit home, and then it's real. Handing the package off was easy, but having time to think about it.
I understand. We didn't want you to be caught or implicated, but it must have felt like an eternity. There is a dissonance between seeing something so small and imagining it can pack so much force. I could tell you that it's easier just to do it and to not think of the consequences, but that would be silencing the best part of yourself. I'd make you like them.
Honestly, I don't see how we're different from them. We have better cause, but what do we actually do? I can't say that I like who I am. It's something I have to live with now.
They do not need a reason other than self-gain. You know the difference. Enduring this terrible feeling means that you still want what's right and take no joy in deaths, even of reprehensible enemies. Experience will teach you how to cope with the doubt and uncertainty. Our survival calls for many drastic measures. We may wish it was not needed, but hold on to the fact that because of your resolve, we're one day closer to freedom from death now. This is a grim reality, sister.
I wish I could channel half of your belief, I murmured. We are different from them. We didn't start this. This started when they bombed our planet. Survival is our cause.
That is exactly right, Quana. As long as we're here, they'd have no hesitation to destroy our enclave for the greater good. We have so much to fight for, and the pain of losing what little we have left. I cannot bear to lose my people. Remember Earth and Esquo. That's why we press on, and why I know those who've fallen to monsters in our past would smile on the hard decisions you've made.
Charisse nodded, gaze flitting away into the land of memories. They'd want us to save humanity. That's why the Ark ships were sent. To see that we carry on.
Your loyalty to your species' welfare is not something I see often. You are a strong human, and you have shown more reason and kindness than any alien I've met. I'm honored to call you a friend, to myself and all Jaslips. You have my word that we won't forget any of this, and we'll ensure that your mission, carrying on your species, succeeds. We'll both rise to our former glory, forever and whenever that may be.
That's all I want. I wish we could live our lives in peace, Alvin, without any bloodshed or alien madness. I just want to exist.
That is as simple a wish as can be had. Having that certainty denied to you is a tragedy. You can't deny that the right to exist is a sensible thing to pursue by any means necessary. My heart goes out to you for having to do so. One day, you will not be forced to fight for table scraps.
And we won't either, I declared, feeling the fierceness return to my chest.
That is exactly right. We will hide from no one, bow to no one. We'll find our comforts in the knowledge that nothing could break us. I know it's soon to ask of you both, but there is one more step. Convince the residents of Tellus that the war is lost, and the consortium isn't sharing the truth. I'm forwarding the footage as evidence to be leaked, despite the risk to our source. There's much more at risk than any one of us, including Fernelda.
Fernelda is Feck anyway, because of the bombing. They'll know that, at a minimum. She had a very helpful tip. I'm not sure how much she's aware of, but the fact that she's feeding information to extremists mean that they'll find her guilty. Charisse's features hardened, since this was a task she bore the most certainty in. I'll be more than happy to spread the word everywhere that I can. I want Tennis to know the truth, and put Hathaway in a hot seat. The mayor is barely human, if he'd had something like that after all we've suffered.
You deserve the truth, the dignity of knowing what's coming. Because of you, everyone shall have that soon. I thank you again, Sharice Benson and Kwana. Good luck to you both.
Alden disconnected from the call, having shored up the cracks in our frazzled faith. We'd shaken the consortium to its core, and we knew the reason why we'd done it was critical. This wasn't a time to get lost in doubts, or fall into shock over killing a few oppressors. A wicked snarl crossed my face as I locked eyes with the human. Before we leapt from our moping states, the two of us had a job to do. Warn Tellus of the threat looming over us in the light of the drone strike's failure. The time to make preparations for a new arc was now, not when it was too late to escape without a trace. End of chapter. Chapter 62. Memory transcription. Subject: Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date: standardized human time, December 12th, 2160. The past few months had been kind to Gress and also had been the happiest of my life. I hadn't known what it was like to kick back my shoes without the fear of what tomorrow might bring. The quiet, peaceful life off the radar suited me, taking leisurely walks on the orbital rings and staring down at Avor like it was a scenic river to stroll alongside. It gave me a serene sense of calm. Before knowing who the Krev really were, I hadn't been to space since the Ark ship's journey. The cosmos's beauty couldn't be appreciated under those panicky circumstances by oneself. Sometimes a 9-year-old Taylor had looked to the stars and saw his tiny fingers pressed against the glass, wondering which direction of emptiness Earth was even in. I thought I'd left our home forever, but the consortium had given me a brief hope of going back. Even though we might have failed, given that Radai told me months ago that our drones never made contact, I appreciated feeling hope for the future, if only for a brief flicker. I'd tasted that little bit more I wanted from life and seen the unimaginable wonders outside of the caverns. Perhaps staring up at the Trenev Mountains on Avor and gawking at how high the famous snow-capped peaks climbed wouldn't have been so moving to others. The Rescue General's frightful words about needing our own arcs terrified me. I seen what would be lost if the Krev had to ditch their home world. I witnessed the slights Leka took for granted, asking whether we could go home yet. How the little ship didn't care about literal green geysers shooting colorful alien water way up into the air was beyond me. Maybe I'm acting childish by getting excited about the natural wonders of the Krev world, but I found that I really enjoy the outdoors. I would have had no way of knowing. I'm okay with getting carried away over small beauties, especially since we might not have them long. Grace and I split our time between Avor and Tellus, which meant I came home on the consistent schedule, not wanting to entirely squander my military training or forsake humanity in an emergency. After enduring a brutal boot camp, I'd taken the Radai's advice of joining the Tellus militia. I found myself in similar shoes to Sharice when she'd accompanied me to provide the rent payments. The security gigs I took on were quiet, often watching over Krev-organized sporting contests at our arenas, drawing millions of viewers from that live entertainment. Otherwise, it would be a quiet patrol on the boardwalk by the artificial waterway, or standing watch over the militia's small fleet. It was a way to earn a paycheck without strict rules or commitment. Gress's oboe hung on his back as we met after a shift, deterring me from standing close to him.
There has been progress on opening that massage parlor here. Plenty of spare buildings. I think I'll have the permit in no time.
Let's just hope that we're still here then, I replied. It doesn't look like we're packing up shop yet, at least. I've heard the Krev families who are adopting the human children agreed to move here into open buildings. It'll be crowded in the blink of an eye. That'll be weird as feck. I'm not used to the kind of congestion you have in Tonvos, and I don't know how to live in it.
I focus on what matters. Having a faithful oboe with these cute little toes helps.
You absolute prick. I thought you were going to say me, not Juvra. He's all but hanging on top of you, with those grubby mitts.
I'm just giving him a piggyback ride. I love your human names for things. They're all so silly and cute. I'd happily give you a piggyback ride too, I scoffed.
You couldn't pick me up.
But I did pick you up,
Gress said slyly.
And more on point, I'd happily topple over in the middle of the street to have you try what Juvra is doing.
Tell me something that Krev gave a goofy name. I'm tired of you only infantilizing our names for things.
Piggyback rides are for children, so what's wrong with infantilizing it?
Juvra can't be the only stupid name Krev had picked out. Imagine my surprise when I found out it means scout. Who the hell names the moronic monkey Scout? I'd understand worm picker, boogers, or we hope he's potty trained. Gress huffed with indignation.
Juvra is a perfect name. Ogres are scouts, climbing trees, seeing far ahead. Not all primates just walk along the ground and act self-righteous.
I act self-righteous,
yes. And by the way, well, have you know that I've trained Juvra myself? You've seen that he knows how to use the toilet,
and not how to shut the door or use toilet paper.
Because he's an animal. Why were you watching in such detail?
I was appalled to share the facilities with that nasty little... Answer my question. I'm not walking a step further until you give me some dumb names Krev have, so that I can infantilize you right back. The Krev sighed, before doing his signature fawning look with raised claws off to one side.
We call these happy claws. Parents do it to their children to show they're proud of them, or that they really like something.
I'd really like to punch you in the face every time you do that. What else?
We sing the bouncy tail song when our kids get tail rides. It's cute.
Yeah, it is. I'm enjoying this. I splayed my fingers, raising my hands perpendicular to each other. I positioned the happy claws beside my cheek, trying to do a face of stupid adoration. Go on.
Taylor, seeing a human doing happy claws is not having the effect you want. It's making you look like you want head pats.
No, absolutely not. Bother your oboe with that bullshit.
I am. Who's a good boy?
Gress cooed, tapping his palm against Juvra's skull.
You don't know what you're missing, Taylor. There's no need for that judgmental stare. Hey, wait. Is that Quana and Charisse?
I snorted, not following his claws as he pointed. I'm not falling for that. Everyone's got to pick on gullible Trench.
No, I'm serious. Look.
The crab physically turned my head towards the Jaslip and my human friend, who were marching down the street like they were heading to battle. I knew that wasn't the case, since the duo weren't in uniform and were armed only with pamphlets. Confusion lingered in my mind, wondering just what was up with them. I had never seen Charisse, of all people, so agitated. I didn't want to greet her with a full foot-in-my-mouth disease and tell her that she looked terrible, but something was clearly off with both of them. It reminded me a bit of how shaken up my reflection had seemed in the mirror when I realized the miners died in the drilling accident because of me. It was the telltale haunted glint in the eyes that sparked some serious worries for their welfare. Did Charisse and Quana get themselves into trouble, or am I jumping to conclusions once again? I owe the two of them my life after they helped rescue me from my kidnapping. I have to at least ask, so that I can try to be there for them. Quana, Charisse, I shouted, cupping my hands to my mouth. I thought you guys were bringing a dose of Christmas to Krev. When did you come home?
Taylor?
Charisse startled at the sight of me, with the look of a burglar caught breaking into the vault, which elevated my suspicions even further. It seemed like I wasn't someone she wanted to run into, though she quickly hid the wide-eyed expression.
We've been back on Tellus for over 2 weeks. We got an early start on the festivities, just like on Earth, as you might remember.
I remember my parents saying how everything would jump straight to Christmas as soon as the clock hit midnight on Thanksgiving evening. That was an American thing specifically, but I'm sure that you had your own versions.
Right after Halloween for us. We humans loved our holidays, I guess. Enough to celebrate the entire month leading up to it, if anything. I didn't get started early enough to match Earth's timeline.
You seem nervous, Charisse. I've never known you to be excited about, well, anything. You're usually more snarky and unimpressed.
Is everything all right?
Gress leaned back, a sympathetic look in his eyes.
Ah, I see. You must be shaken up by the bombing. It's a difficult feeling to describe when you've just been somewhere that a thing like that happens. Horrific. What? How did you...
Quana yipped, voice climbing in pitch.
The adorable pictures I saw on social media. I already ordered a Santa hat for Taylor.
Gress quickly changed his tone as he noticed my glower, as he fought himself not to raise his claws.
So that he can have his human traditions back openly, of course. I'm glad you two weren't there when it happened. We're all reading. The delegate slain in broad daylight, Hathaway in critical condition. Who would do such a brutish thing and foster disorder?
Charisse shoved a pamphlet into my hands. I'm not condoning violence, but I might know the why. Look at these photographs. These are from the scouts in Federation space. The consortium is hiding the fact that we lost every ship that fought in Nishtal and Tulsk. The only decapitation part of this decapitation strike is our own self-inflicted disaster. leaving us vulnerable. They don't want us to know. I staggered back in surprise, recognizing enough of the sensor data to grasp the truth. Radai was right. He knew something was wrong. He wanted to start building our own arcs. We are going to have to leave again. Oh, Feck. There's nothing stopping them coming back for round 2, stronger than before. We can't take them out, and they'll find us. We should all pack our bags right now.
Calm down, Taylor. We don't need panic and infighting, which is this whole terrorist attack seems designed to set off, Gress commented. How did you two get this? I was told by some old friends at home and agreed to pass along the video and tell us. I don't know their source, Kwana said, though her ears twitched, like that wasn't the whole truth. Our friend's behavior was quite strange. We can't let the consortium hide their failure, the way they hid the truth about those kits.
I shook my head. Let's not talk about the kits, Kwana. It's a sensitive topic for Gress, and it won't do any good to get into it.
I agree. Let's talk about something else. Cherise butted in and changed the subject, much too quickly. You in a bulletproof vest that says security trench. Never thought I'd see the day. I didn't think we were, cut from the same cloth.
We're not. You're tougher than me, and I'm cool with that. But really, don't try to distract me. You can't just drop that we're losing the war, show leaked drone footage, then leave it at that. I need details. How much do you know?
Enough to know that the consortium might not let us go. Not after they've invested all of this in Tennis's metropolises. And what exactly is that you intend to accomplish by passing out these pamphlets? What do you want to do about it? Gress pressed.
Kwana narrowed her eyes. We want humanity to have a choice, and all the facts. But he's right. What would the two of you propose to be done with this? Are you planning to get the old miners' strike together, or sneak off into the night? My holopad buzzed, and out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that it was General Radai. I thought I'd heard the last of the general when he began digging up listener cases. If anyone could give me answers about the war, it'd be him. I've got to take this. We'll finish this in a second. Gress peered over my shoulder with curiosity and readied himself to eavesdrop when he saw the caller. We all were anxious for news, but Cherise and Kwana were acting too jumpy to be invited to speak with Radai. I turned my back to the duo and walked a few paces away. As I shot a glance over my shoulder to see if I was out of earshot, taking into account how acute a Jaslip's hearing was, I noticed the two were already gone. Why had our friends run off so quickly, despite my wish to finish our conversation? I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more they weren't telling us. They were hiding something. It wasn't my business to pry, but I was a little strung by that they didn't trust us. We'd been through a lot together. I don't know what they've gotten themselves into, but it's something that involves friends of Kwana giving them classified drone intel. Holy shit, what if those friends are the Jaslip extremists behind the bombing? I hope that's not racist, but who the feck else would be leaking military information? No wonder Cherise thought she knew why they did the bombing, I hissed to Gress, eyes bulging. She talked to the people who did it to get that information.
The Krev tilted his head.
What? Well, explain later. Gotta answer Radai's call. I swiped accept on the incoming call, wondering if it was calling to update us on the given to him. Hello, sir. Taylor Trench, the Rescott acknowledged. I thought you and Gress would like an update on the criminals I've exposed. The listeners have not been happy with my request to publicize their surveillance information in these instances, despite me framing it as a way to show the people that we're in control, and that we can protect them. I've heard rumblings that they have considered having me assassinated. Gress drew in a sharp breath.
They want you gone. Surely they would have just done it. The listeners go after any who challenge them. Why didn't they? Is it that you're too important? Have they traced it back to us?
There's a reason I'm scrambling the data on this call. I am no fool. I haven't been...
Wait. I thought the delegates except Prinelda and Hathaway were killed in the bombing.
Your Rescott representative, I butted in. Still interrupting me when I'm talking, Trench. My stand-in was killed. I haven't been going to the consortium meeting since hearing Mafani's claim. I've been concealing my whereabouts since I started digging into those files, and I've been guarded at all times by honorable soldiers I trust. Though I have no doubt the listeners could find me nonetheless. Perhaps my use is to be the fall guy for this disaster of a war. My mind was burdened enough without feeling paranoia over my own government. Disaster of a war, I prompted. Don't play dumb. I know that some wise-ass punk jumped the gun and leaked my footage to half of Tellus. You must have heard.
I did. I wanted to see if you'd say anything.
Why haven't you told people? That's not the news you tell people until 1.
You can offer them an in-place, thorough plan on how to deal with it. Without a solution provided, you'll have blind panic. You have to give them guidance, assure them that you're in control. The burden of leadership requires that you maintain order and trust in the hierarchy. Grass sighed.
The consortium hasn't given us much to trust in the hierarchy.
And now we can't even trust their military strength. If they can't take on the Federation, who can? Knowing that it's true, that we lost so many ships, I lamented. The Resket sighed with frustration. I've lost the entire consortium because we didn't scout our enemy's capabilities. Lieutenant, you told me not to lose hope because we didn't know the drones were gone. But now, I am filled with a crushing dread. I want you to know I'm sorry for my failures, shamefully carrying out my duties. It was my sincere belief that I could keep humanity safe. You don't have to apologize, sir. I'm at a loss, but thank you for telling me the truth. I knew you were honorable. A growl rumbled in Gress's throat. So that's it. You're just giving up, Radai. What happened to the burden of leadership and finding a solution? I'm not giving up on anything other than victory in this war, the Resket responded. I have to ensure that we have a future, no matter what we might have to give up in the coming days. I know how much the hope of a future means to humanity, and as a favor to you, I wanted to offer you two a chance to be a part of it. We all need something to hope for.
We're not a part of the military anymore. Taylor was clear about choosing another path, and he deserves to have his wishes respected. I'm not sure what could be offered to us.
The next generation of humans will be ready shortly. Someone will need to transfer their tubes from Vela to Tellus for delivery, and unite them under their adoptive families. The shipment security is critical. I entrusted this duty to the Tellus militia, since this great moment should belong to humanity. Knowing full well that Taylor is a part of their ranks, my condition was that you and Gress are included in the first flight off of Trumbull Homeworld. Would that suit your wishes?
You did that for me, sir?
I could feel my own eyes lighten up at the thought of kickstarting the millions of babies that would bring humanity back from the brink of extinction. My eyes turned towards Gress, who made the happy clawed gesture at me. We'd love to be a part. I'm touched. This means so much to us, finally. I can help save humanity. Protect our future. It's everything. Gress coughed sheepishly.
I wanted to preserve humanity from the moment Taylor lifted his mask. Thank you for including me as well. Even after, what I did back in that bunker.
It's not a problem, Radai replied. He might be short-lived, but there will be a city filled with humans and Tellus for at least a moment. In spite of everything, my promise to restore your species stands. There'll be thousands of babies on the cargo hold, promising that life must go on. Let us protect what matters now. A toothy grin spread across my face as I found myself buzzing with excitement. I'll guard the children with my life, sir. I can't wait to bring them to Tellus. Thousands. That's wonderful. It'll be the most humans I've seen since the Ark ships left. Get used to it, and get your ass to the spaceport. You'll have to leave at once. Good luck, Trench. I stood starstruck as General Radai disconnected from the call, before fist-bumping in the air and hollering with delight. My giddiness was uncontainable at the thought that humanity's numbers would no longer be a few thousand survivors. The reality that we'd be leaving Tellus and had lost the Federation again was devastating, but this was enough to give me hope. There was new life, replenishing all that had been lost. We had to do whatever it took to ensure that miracle survived. While it was going to be a difficult road ahead, Gress and I were bringing something beautiful to our colony in the immediate future. End of story. Chapter 63. Memory transcription subject Tassie by some alien liaison. Date standardized human time December 22nd, 2160. The Sapien Coalition meeting had me concerned, and not just because our trial period had technically expired without a vote on us staying, or due to the fleet bearing down on the disorganized defense of Alpha. Ambassador Loxel had opted to accompany the Bicep delegation as a citizen of Rarana, which meant he'd been on site during our diplomatic proceedings, knowing full well that Kaisel wasn't ready for him. I'd been steering the deranged Civkit to agree to pass notes, under the guise that the Oxel refused to converse with prey. The playwright Grazer wouldn't be content with that for long, so I'd agreed to his request to join us at the third and final battle. I'd hoped to distract him from prostrating before the collective leader and offering his species up as cattle. Reformed or not, could we really trust the Greys to say no to that? Zulk, ever the standoffish Bison,
was none too pleased that Loxall was supposed to sit with us, and had let the funny bunny run off to badger the humans. The Desir had a smug look at his face, accentuated by the way he let his head feathers fall close to his eyes. I thought his celebration was premature, since I had no doubt that the Sivkid ambassador would catch up to us soon. There was no secret where Ivrana's delegation was seated, and the Terrans would happily point him here. However, even Ivrana's migratory isolationists recognized that we needed to keep the wandering herbivores around long enough to finish our fleet.
Not adopting an Osa child, Zulk,
Naltor prodded.
A few thousand delivered on Ivrana just today. Really here, back from the dead. I know you want a little one to point out the stars to, and tell them they did this.
Zulk turned his back to the Selma.
You think that I would adopt an alien? Tassie's scheming has brought way too many of these off-world freaks to our soil. Allies doesn't mean that they all have to fucking move in.
It's about charity, and come on, you have to feel bad for the Osas suffering the same fate as Alsha's bombed wastelands, I offered diplomatically. When we reached out offering to take a few, I thought that Tessia would be quite sympathetic. They'd lost everything, probably hated for being carnivores like us.
That's dandy, but it's not our problem. Ultimately, we do have to look out for ourselves, for Ivrana. You and your cerulean pals have lost sight of that. And honestly, can you picture me as a father? An absent one, sure,
General Naltor poked. I swatted the Selma with the back of a flipper. That's too far. Your snide comments towards him can't cross a line. I know you don't trust the Tessia, but you don't dare have to say something like that.
All I was saying is he's much too dedicated to the military. He'd be too restless to ever stay at home. Paranoia and distrust are the must part of Zulk and his head feathers, and he knows it. Ivrana won't be our world anymore if you move in any more aliens. Just when the Tessia have flipped the script in the war, gaining power, you want a hostile takeover from Nelman, the site of the last war. Look at what the Sivkits have done, tearing through half of the continent's greenery. I'm sounding the alarm. They cannot stay.
I thought you'd have more affinity with Sivkits since you share their migratory habits, I prompted.
Tassie, we migrate to a few cultural sites without exhausting the land's resources and discarding them. Sivkits are a blight, not to mention that they put an unhinged menace in the ambassadorial role. I much prefer the Oxel, who just gave us ships and don't enact any stupid shit on us. Even now, they've gone to defend Alpha, while the SC sits on their heels.
Our alliance with the Oxel has gone places, but we can't forget what they've done. The Sivkit friendship is progressing too, and we're stronger to show for it. It's not like we were using Nelman. Besides, Loxall isn't that bad, just theatrical.
You nothing's collage about me, and would just measly pilfer my entrails, but can't calm peers who flaunt my outstretched paw to whisper how froward I am. I should return to my Goth, so that you can content me in privacy,
Loxall wailed, before tumbling down the stairs to the bottom of our box. Despite knowing how committed the Sivkit was to method acting, I was worried by how uncontrolled his fall looked. He'd be the sort of actor willing to risk breaking his neck for a bit. It was then that I noticed Loxall was wearing some sort of white garment over his midsection, which had the telltale sleeves of Terran shirts. This one had multiple straps adhered to the lengthy arm coverings, cinched around his spine as if to restrain him. The Sivkit tasted the blood dripping from his nose, otherwise fine, and his eyes gleamed with a wicked delight. He flopped around awkwardly to stand, and found his way into a seat. He didn't look the least bit comfortable. After thinking for a moment, I realized he'd fallen because he was walking bipedally in that attire, which his spine was not intended for. "What are you wearing?" I hissed.
This."
Loxall tried to pull his arms apart, and elbowed a nearby Naltor in the process. The Selma's eye shot daggers at the Sivkit.
Can you bethink yourselves of my human friend who played Daxfrin in my play?
The one you punched. I remember him. Do you even know his real name?
His name is irrelevant, Rebel, but the point is that he was among the guards here today, not at the Polton base. He knows I did not blench to strike the predator or lend him my obscenes. So rather than gainsay my truth and telling me not to misdoubt his pacifism, Daxfin brought me into the secret of their pelts. This
is a straitjacket used by humans until they learn not to assault others. It's a part of their passion. He didn't want me to be bothered. The SC has a certificate rune gate that has fire.
The feck is he saying? Zolk rumbled.
My heart is comet blazing a trail, even amid your travels. This trust cannot abide my liberty, so I must don this raiment. By some turnkeys given land was a whale guard, waylaying me from audience with the Oxal. Shut the fuck up, Loxwell. Nobody wants to hear you're insane. Just sit down and be quiet. Some of us are serious about governing and have actual concerns. I could be out looking for who attacked Abrana, but I'll never know, stuck babysitting you and Tassie. The Starlight incident, I know who did it. That was the fossil. I jumped in, not wanting Loxwell's half-baked ramblings to have consequences for our Tosk refugees. You're just saying that because you don't like the fossil for what they did to you. I understand that, but you can't make accusations that aren't true like that. My unsullied heart would never lie. No, it is true. The fossil are behind it. I'll speak plainly, since these brigands know little more language than the profane and the smashing of prey skulls. Hear me, hear me. Who do you think the Sifkits got the location of our whole world from? The fossil knows many things, verily so. Naltor pointed his beak at Loxwell. Explain when you went to the fossil and what this has to do with the Starlight incident. You couldn't have gotten to Tosk undetected. No, not those, fossil. The ignoramus I'm encircled by. During the early days, there were debates about two things. How much history to preserve when it came to the Federation's mistakes, and whether to abide by omnivore species. Some, the ones you found at the archives, who won the helm of the actual government, believed that any records that could point to their past misdeeds, say, burning a whole planet, should be hidden. They left our entire sector and erased the exact location from their records. Is the story going somewhere? Sulk grunted. Yes, my stories go many places. There was another group of fossil archivists that did not want to leave the sector for all eternity. They remained active in secret across the Orion Arm and tried to destroy omnivores and predator species before the main fossil could find them. They have a base of operations, hiding and ready to pour forth. There's a reason the Federation expanded so hurriedly. Their own brethren working against them. Although Loxwell was not a credible source, I was taken aback by his claims. You're saying these splintered fossil attacked us, and maybe the Osas? Yes, to you. I don't know about the Osas. The staging, not like them. I applaud your wild imagination, Loxwell, but the ships that hit Ravana were crewed by Gojids, not clandestine fossil. They don't do their own dirty work. They believe that they are the true Federation, and tell others as much. They recruit many species to their cause, and the Gojids are one of the easier converts. Great protective faith, strong exterminators. They attacked Earth as the first. Get a scout ship and give it to them. They get little overzealous and kill the next Oxor. That's how you have this Starlight incident. Do you have any proof of this tale? Zolk's eyes glowed with a feisty wrath, having zero patience for being toyed with on this matter. I hope Loxwell wasn't spinning a yarn. For his sake. The death of millions of Tessia will not be on the subject of your meandering jokes. Proof! I found Tinsas. Who do you think told me? The fossil captured me many years ago when I was running away from the facility. Lots of Civkit plays to read, wilderness theater, stuff the mainstream ones destroyed. I escaped, mind you, but only actually tried to do that after I ran out of plays to read. They let me go while laughing. Said that I was a madman. Nobody would believe me. Nobody. Oh, woe is Loxwell. So your own people don't believe this ludicrous tale? They didn't believe me. I pestered them for years, and after dozens of predator disease accusations, I finally got them to look into Tinsas. They went to the fossil base themselves and saw its existence with their own eyes. That's how I became the ambassador that bargained with forever walkers to get our home back. Why the feck did the Grand Herd not deign to tell us or humanity any of this? Naltor spat.
If this has any basis in truth, you knew who the ghost exterminators were all along. Humanity should stop them. How do you know we aren't fighting the fossil zealots?
Because they wouldn't besiege Tulsk, regardless of their differences, and they don't fight open wars. As for the bold primates, why would we expect them to handle these fossil? They haven't even been able to handle Tinsast like we asked.
I wasn't sure what to make of Vloxel's claim, but if the Sivka Grand Herd had supposedly sought out this fossil base and sourced Tinsast's location from him, Zolk was not going to like the ghost exterminators still being out there. It would explain who funded lone ships to attack carnivores without any record able to be uncovered by the SC's investigation. There was no paper trail or resources diverted to these vessels' construction because it wasn't done from within the Federation territory. Naltor whispered to Tessia not to raise any concerns now, given that Onza was mid-recap of the Rod strategy that had been rehashed a third time. With the Carnivore Alliance in full swing, we needed to keep an eye on the Kaiser's ships performed. Only after could we decide who to beseech for help when going after our bombers.
It's hard to believe that Loxwell, of all people, knew the answer. That's exactly what General Jones wanted us to discover, about how the Sifkits got their homeworld's location. I wonder if the Funny Bunny was told it, or learned it from one of those old plays he read. Does it even make a difference?
We'll deal with you later, Naltor spat. You should have told us this much sooner, Loxwell.
The Sifkit scoffed. I should have extricated more oranges as payment before telling you anything. This was propounded as charity, mainly because I need to require more of the ancient plays to study with Tassie, not just a few I stole.
Not another word, or I'll give you to the facility.
I kicked Selbo. That's too far again. What has gotten into you? You're prickly and irreverent with your snapbacks, but not usually cruel.
General Naltor leaned against the railing, tension hardening his facial features.
It's a lot different. Less of a fun conversation of military tactics, with us sending a few hundred of the newly built Sivkits and Bison ships to Alpha. We're trying to grow our strength, and we could get fecked up the Cloaker by as much as the Cloaker's new ships. To make it better, the people we're supposed to defend Afrana against are rogue fossil. Why did we do the idealistic thing, helping the Kolshians when half the fecking SC bowed out?
Because we don't want to see more senseless genocides. Us reporting to the humans' calls for joint military defense makes them more likely to respond to ours. You know that.
I guess so, Tassie. I hope these ships are as resilient as we think, and that we don't regret camping out the SC's formation instead of the Oxel Collective.
The SC aren't happy about the Oxel being here. It's probably a reason why many species didn't send ships. 40,000 of Kaiser's ships are more than it would have gotten from SC, and they've all much more enthusiasm. They have a lot to prove.
They're not the only ones. Nobody here will shed a tear if their ship's full, if ours succumb, or if Offer itself is lost. This is the reality.
The Zerillians would care.
Nalthor sighed. I stand corrected. Let's just hope this goes well, or I might pluck my feathers enough to be as bald as that nerd Dustin.
There was a significant fighting force, with 50,000 human, Jotun, and Vendel ships having relocated from Nishtal to Alpha. Combined with the vessels that were already watching the Kolshian system, the Big Three had contributed 75,000 drones to the defense. We'd seen what their forces were capable of when the entire SE rallied around them, adding their own strength and numbers so that the primates and marsupials could run wild. While Onza's words had bludgeoned some sense into the assembly about the importance of stopping the attack before it turned towards one of our worlds, it hadn't eased the bitterness towards the Kolshians. There were more than a few thousand combined vessels that showed up at Tulsk, but the count was still only in the neighborhood of 15,000. That was with half of the Sapien Coalition refusing to show up at all, while the others may have participated because it was convenient after their dominant performance at Nishtal. Notable absences were the Maziks, who had never forgiven the attack on Koa, and the Dosa repair vessels, who saw this as a comeuppance for the months-long occupation of Malu. Dirtian Ambassador Korojan had offered to send ships to join the enemy assault, while he cackled like it was a joke. The facetious script suggested ample hatred for Alpha. 2 decades prior, the Grey Avians had wanted the world glass for the Shadowcast crimes against Kalqua, and the humans had barely kept them at bay. There was no indication that their people had forgiven the Kolshians at all.
130,000 of our versus their standard 150 charge. That enemy count has been whittled down by a few thousand by the rods. We're at a slight numerical disadvantage, but with the fortification, superior technology, and home field advantage, I'd say that we have a fighting chance, Onzo commented. The moment of truth is how the Arks will hold up without an ambush on their side. That said, the scales are much more even than Tusk. It's not quite Nishtal, but we had a margin of error there.
Crocodile Ambassador Calcel, much more light-hearted today than at the prior battle, gestured towards the screen. After getting attacked, we couldn't leave Nishtal undefended. Our ships may not have been the strongest, but we're happy to support the SC with what can be reasonably given. It's hard to believe our 4,000 ships are almost a third of what the rest of you sent here. It's not hard to believe at all, Nalto grumbled under his breath, too soft to be picked up outside of our box. We sent more than some full members. Well, I remembered the earlier response to the Gojid representative about each species data being transmitted to their generals. It was disconcerting to have no eyes on the Bison fleet. All we had was a sweeping overview of the battle, as the Arksel stood defiant as far out as Cacto. The ships carrying the massive sword and eye socket banner had a death wish, in my view. The SC had pressed further out in the defensive position, not wanting the collective to get run over, though they were ready to fall back at a moment's notice. The exploding magnetic barricades were primed and perfect for the unique conditions found in the medium of space. Mines attracted straight to the enemy's hull. Their rousing success at Nishtal made the humans want to use them to start with a bang. Some civilians were relocated to office colonies, even though most of the dozens of settled worlds haven't been occupied for years. Unwilling to keep watch over a sprawling empire, most of the Kolshians were relocated to a homeworld that became much more cramped. Only close-by colonies like Kato, which had to be rebuilt, remained active to deal with the overflow. Nalto pulled up his own feed on the holopad, staring at the Bison vessel's progress live. Zork diverted his attention to our movements as well. We'd tacked on our rendition of the harpoon ray guns at the end of production, after seeing the humans and Yodel deploy them. It had proved a savvy addition. Though it was perhaps blasphemous, we combined elements of the enemy shielding with the SC's defensive arsenal. We wanted our fleet kitted out with a full toolset, liquid armor, magnetics and traditional shields, dust guns and particle beams. I'd heard that the Terran's jack-of-all-trades, master of none saying, but spreading these tools throughout individual ships wasn't our aim. We had the full package. The Tessier sophisticated quantum computers, apparently derived from crashed rogue fossil ships that developed away from the Orion Arm, had allowed us to have drones with sufficient decision-making power. Their directives bid them to glide in alongside the technocracy, a gesture of our support for them. The Arksor were cresting towards the magnetic barricades, threatening to leap over them and obstruct their angle. At the last second, after hearing the Terrans bark at them, Kaiser's fleet turned back. The Greys possessing drones must have been a source of discomfort for the SC. There was no way to know for certain what their orders were, and if they'd fall in line. The magnets flipped on as the enemy line drew close enough by the rockety backdrop of Kato. The silent crackles of explosions from the ticking time bombs that latched onto their targets began the skirmish. 6 figures of ships sat on each side as the first scattering of debris lined the vast stars. Plasma and invisible particle beams were fired off in quantities that could only be digested by quantum computer. Our drones were giving up with the Yodel as they cleared a path for the Vendel scrappers. However, even hyper-aggressive ramming techniques weren't enough to satiate Kaiser's need for glory. The collective brought forth their classic twin railguns, but with a new twist. One fired plasma, while the other used kinetics. Punching the hulls was easier said than done, but pumping out bullets at blinding pace opened some chinks in the armor. The Vendel scrappers poked into the chaos as the enemy leaned heavily into particle beams. The Arksel did appear to have magnetic shielding, though that wasn't foolproof. It could take only so much of a beating before the invisible ray cut through and ripped hulls apart like a gutted fish. The Skulgans rammed a few hostiles with their detachable point. Skewing a few bellies took the focus of the Greys for a moment. The collective seemed programmed for unthinking aggression and continued hounding the enemies. That began succumbing more quickly as multiple foes ganged up on single ships, tearing through magnetic shielding much faster. The reptilians were not faring well. Bison, however, were getting good licks in from afar. Harpoons, paired with using our own particle beams, let us connect our first few kills. General Naltor was watching with satisfaction, and I stole a peek at Ambassador Loxall. The threat of a facility had rendered the Sivkit unusually quiet, but I noticed how delighted he looked by the carnage. Thousands fell on both sides. He seemed to cheer as our vantage point drone was snuffed out by a missile it failed to dodge. The enemy had gone overboard with homing explosives, trying to force the Vendel and Arxor to backpedal. Many missile salvos tried to intercept warheads en route, or dealt small cuts to the enemy. The UN fired off their own surface-to-space projectiles from Kato, cluttering the scene even further.
Perhaps the humans didn't move the point of engagement forward because of the Arxor. If they always planned to launch munitions from Kato, or perhaps these were supposed to be a delaying or wounding tactic, but they were forced into a full clash instead. Both sides' beaks were bloodied, though the Sapien coalition had the ultimate advantage of further defenses by Alpha. The outlook was optimistic, if we could keep up the pressure. I wished the Dosa were present to restock munitions such as the magnetic barricades. The results could have been much more certain had all of our allies shown up just one more time. It was as this thought crossed my mind that a sudden horde of new ships blinked onto our screen, an unexpected arrival that left every representative scrambling for answers. End of chapter. Chapter 64. Memory transcription subject Tassie by some alien liaison. Date standardized human time December 22nd, 2160. The sudden appearance of warp signatures on the sensors drew a lot of attention across the auditorium. Since we knew it wasn't one of the NC members, it was unlikely to be the Shield either. Since the Dirtian founders harbored nothing but disdain for the Kolshians, who else could it be? Riding to the rescue, or was it someone arriving to follow through on Korojan's prior suggestion of helping the raiders? I watched with a bit of anxiety, fearful that this might be a setback in a tense defense. This was the downside of not being synced into military command, and getting information with a bit of a delay. It was difficult to focus as our vessels kept chipping away at the hostiles, and the formation adjusted to make room for the newcomers. Of course, it must be friendlies. Humanity had to lower the disruptors to let them in, after all. You jump to worries too quickly, Tassie. After everything that's happened since first contact, you become quite swift to assume the worst. Let's hear what the Yodel has to say. We've lowered the disruptors for a moment as it appears we're getting unexpected reinforcements. We received a message offering aid in our defensive efforts, Hanzo announced, ears pinned back with distaste. That was enough to let my feathers settle a bit, hearing that these reinforcements were a boon to our cause rather than a hindrance. The Federation remnants want to save their precious founders. We'll take the help. But those aggression-loving shits aren't allies I would have chosen. Secretary General Keifer seemed surprised. I didn't expect our request for them to help us to actually work. The Dresden and the Multi were quite loyal to the Kolshians.
Enough to bomb us. We don't have diplomatic relations with those two for a reason,
Korojan huffed.
So I'm not surprised to see them spearheading the attack alongside the Yulper and the Shield's own Tevin, whom you do associate with. You know who your friends are, Korojan. Most of these ships are manned, but we can make use of them. 80,000 craft is a lot, 1,000 per remnant species. She wishes she could have gotten that much support from the SC. I can hear it in her voice. It seems like they sent almost all of their military to aid Alpha, though they might have ideas about liberating it afterward.
They better not. We can't just let the Kolshians go and go to them, of all people. That will not be tolerated. And after maintaining relations with the Shield, they must know that angering us would be a grave mistake.
That's a problem for after we rout the invaders. UN Command has established contact. I'm going to transfer that to the speaker so that we can hear their intentions. It's a great sign that they're willing to work with us.
A human male voice was speaking over the line. Welcome party later. Fall in and fire on the invaders.
No, you owe us answers. Why are the Arxor here? We can see the fecking banner. Don't dare tell us it's not them, the Yulpa voice shouted, irrational with fury. You do fecking work with those predatory abominations. You let a raiding party in.
Those are drones, not with any carnivore entities aboard. It can't be a raid. It wasn't our first choice, but they came whether we liked it or not. but they're helping. We had no idea that you were coming. There might be a way to keep them away from you. If you want to offer support back here, I'd keep you safe."
"Safe? With the Arks around? You are fools at best, and savages more likely. We're going to do our duty against the enemies of civilized prey folk. You interfere, and we'll put you back on the list of predator sacrifices with them."
"Now isn't the time to fight them. Arthur is at stake, and these Arks you hate could be taken out for you by the current enemies they're fighting. Just listen."
"We don't have to listen to any more of your talking. These are the Oxel, who ate and bred sapiens as cattle, and you think that we should wait for them not to be distracted. It's just the same as when you said before the whole galaxy that they would be isolated. And here they are. Either you're in bed with them, bald-faced liars, or you have no semblance of control of them. You can't vouch for them protecting Alpha. This is a golden opportunity to eradicate their ships. There are two enemies here, and by the spirit of life, we're fighting them both."
The Sapien Coalition delegates, including Secretary General Keinfer, watched slack-jawed as the Yupel-led Federation charged against the Arxor. The Multi had rebuilt their old tube-shaped bombers according to a barely composed Onzo, and had them primed to fire. The Terran leader was quickly encircling her new advisors, since that exchange had taken a turn she didn't expect. What should the humans even do about this? They weren't partial to standing against the entire galaxy on the collective's behalf. After all, even their own allies were barely tolerating their escapade. The Carnivore Alliance compelled the Bison Sifka craft to stand up for Kaisel, but we didn't want our ships dragged into this mess. Besides, it was too important to become unfocused from Alpha. The drones had to be stopped, or billions of cautions would die. While some had been evacuated to long-dormant colonies, many had refused to abandon their homes, which would be trading one hellscape for another. The United Nations wavered at the prospect of interference in this remnant assault, given that what would entail starting a war with polity that held just shy of 150 species in its membership. That was the reason Nultor wasn't keen to take them on either. It would set their sights on us as carnivores to become predator sacrifices. Our diet would make it quite easy for them to select us as a target for their hatred. So we all watched the Federation remnants barged into the middle of a tooth-and-nail defense, and the Multi fired hundreds of their bombs onto Arxor tails.
"Provoking predators," Loxel cackled. "I approve."
General Nautil seemed to have forgotten his directive for the Civkit to remain silent. "The Arxor are your allies."
"Yes and no, if finally getting interesting. Prey versus baleful beast, a contest which will confiscate all the rapturous menaces. The Forever Walkers are enfeebled and do not assess themselves. Their lack of viciousness is an endless source of disappointment, though Nishtal showed a flicker of the Wall Savages with their storied past. However, they are tame. But the Arxor will not bear such insults."
"Yes, I doubt anything less than retaliation would cross their minds," Zoc scoffed. "Nevertheless, the Arxor are at a 2-to-1 deficit. Even having drones, that is a massive disadvantage."
"Until the prey become frightful and scatter, for they cannot fathom the guileful ways the Carcass cravers. That excludes the Dorman humans, choosing parleys before predatory tetchness. Of course, this contest will bring only misery to the rabble-rousing gaggle, though the Multi's entrails shall be liquefied to blossom with real casualties. They shall rue the day."
"You sound like you want them to get clobbered by the Greys."
"It is not about that. I upbraid you for suggesting so, simpleton. Can you entertain or not be excited by the prospect of bona fide casualties? Barely nigh they are. Barely nigh, I say."
As Loxel waxed poetic about the disaster of epic proportions unfolding, the Terrans were anything but amused. What should have been an infusion of allies that gave us overwhelming odds was breaking out into infighting. The Arxor were weaning away from the unknown enemy where possible, though they couldn't turn every ship without becoming easy pickings for the invading drones. The Jodel and Vendel stepped up and got into the hostiles' faces, despite the fact the former had been keeping back. They didn't want to witness an utter breakdown in our formation, as the two sides began throwing shots at each other and at the invaders. A three-way bout. Some SE vessels were caught in the middle or forced out of position to avoid crossfire. "We need to defuse the situation." Secretary General Keinfer hurriedly placed an outgoing call onto the screen, as she'd seemed to decide that the Oxel might listen, there was little chance of getting through to the Federation. I'm going to offer concessions to stop our forces from tearing each other to pieces. Time is of the essence. We're open to ideas, if you want to approach our staffers. How dare you! Kaisel's indignant face appeared and roared words. Fang spared like he wanted to rip Comfort to shreds. I noticed several SC delegates trembled at his appearance, binocular eyes narrowing to yellow slits. We come to help you save this worthless planet, and your friends shoot us while you do nothing to stop them. I understand your anger, and I am deeply sorry. Look, we don't know what to do, but we do know we don't want another galactic war between our entities. I'm asking you to disengage rather than lose valuable ships and lives needlessly. Retreat from the system for now, and we could bring you back after you spineless weak-bloods. You're siding with prey folk that hate you and dream of a day they can wipe you from existence instead of us. After we've stood by your side time and again, they attacked our ships without provocation. And you want me to roll my belly up before the watchful eyes of my subservients, to let them shoot us in the back, losing thousands of ships unanswered? Never! We won't! Kaisel, we'll personally replace every ship you've lost if you just don't return fire now. You have every right to retaliate later, should you feel it's worthwhile to go up against 3 digits worth of species again, though I don't think any of us are eager to repeat the past. What you call weakness is us trying to keep peace. We're strong enough to know fighting is not worth the cost. Loss of life isn't worth it. Let us rebuild your ships, and at least for today, preserve Alpha. You won't give the Oxal ships. You'll let their fleet die so that you can have an excuse to send us back into exile. Humans never go against the prey. They make your decisions for you. That is absolutely untrue. We work hand in hand with our allies and are unyielding in our goals of peace and progress. We do keep our promises, like how we stopped them from wiping you out post-war in the first place. Who else do you think thought your lives were worthy of sparing at all, for better of future? Is that weakness, Kaisel? The Oxal breaths were strained from fury. What a great concession, Secretary General. You let us live. I guess we're forever in your debt, despite the fact that you wouldn't have won your war without us, and humanity would be dead. Have you all forgotten what you owe us? Shoot those Federation mulers. I can't do that, Kaisel. After our offer is preserved, we can talk about it, though. We'll appreciate all of your help. I tire of your talking leaf liquor. If you won't fight beside us, there is nothing to say. The Federation idiots must be dealt with, and you're mad to think that you'll ever have peace with them. Pretend you're like your prey friends all you want. They won't abide your existence. We will. The Oxal disconnected from the call, and these drones ramped up the attack on the remnants simultaneously. They carved up the multi-tube bombers with prejudice, using their railguns, while also zipping towards the Upa ships, the same class used to capture predators from across the galaxy. The invading drones had turned their focus away from the 2 powers, who were busy killing themselves, and went for discombobulated SG ships. Those friendlies were herded back towards where the Collective and Feds were fighting, so that they'd be cut down by friendly fire. The humans had made no indication to step in on any side. There was also no time to retreat back towards Alpha, since the invaders were pressing towards the UN formation at full speed. On Nalto's holopad, I saw a Bison ship wander into an Oxal's plasma beam, before getting rammed by a slew of multi-missiles intended for a reptilian target. The collective drones had the nerve to duck behind our vessels, using it as a shield. The Salmo general looked furious, before he decided to be the first to call for a retreat. If the Greys were using us as covers, then we'd use their chaotic firefight as interference to get out of here. Various Sapien Coalition members now saw our departure from the shit show, and a few joined in. The Jotun and the Vendel were getting cut down without support. After attracting the enemy's attention, and the humans had lost a few thousand ships to friendly fire, the chatter across the room rose in pitch, as leaders and representatives called for their species' forces to be pulled out. The invaders pressed past Kauta, pushing the SE back towards Alpha. What was left of our defensive line faltered, desperately spitting munitions to acquire any room to backpedal. The hostile drones had spotted an opportunity to break us altogether, popping off a few well-placed antimatter warheads to scramble our forces even further. The battleground was quickly becoming every one for themselves, without any semblance of cohesion.
The humans, Yotel and Vettel, soon wouldn't have any of those 15,000 SU ships to back them up. The Crocodile seemed like the only ones in this hall who were right to die with the UN today. The Greys and the Remnants were still cleaving through each other's vessels, only turning an occasional glance towards the invaders. They'd both lost tens of thousands of ships and didn't seem to be helping us any longer. The Terrans can't fight the enemy alone, and there's no mounting any resistance with the Remnants and Oxel slaughtering each other. I think Kynver is about to call for a retreat, trying to save whatever ships she can and hope to regroup. Half of the United Nations vessels are down. I feel we may have to consider what we can send to the next engagement with these drones. There wasn't enough Allied participation here before, and what little we had is up in smoke, Kynver sighed, evident frustration seeping through in a rare display. We're going to unload every antimatter missile and remaining explosive we have to cover our retreat. Run as far as we can until we have a chance to prepare for warp.
What's to stop them from chasing us? They're breathing down our necks,
the Harkon ambassador called out. They won't come for us if we head away from the planet. Everyone who's already ducked the fray, just head to the system's outskirts. To think we apologized to the Yopa. I hope they're happy with what they've done. Screw all of this. There is never any option to be moral or just in this organization. You can expect my resignation when I get back to Earth. The Secretary General stormed out of the auditorium, evidently unable to corral her anger at the Yopa and the Oxor alike. The shock of having a Terran leader erupt in anger and announce that she was through with the Sapien Coalition stirred quite a buzz throughout the chamber. With the humans walking out amid a war meeting, I knew that Alpha was as good as gone when they gave up the defense of a planet, chalking it up as a loss. There was no one left to fight for it. The SC ships hurled everything they had, trying to blow everything in their immediate wake sky high to facilitate an escape. I barely registered the mines and cloaked stations that tried to cut down the few bombers, or the lost Oxor remnants duking it out as the enemy, having moved well past Cato, ignored them. Having fallen into disunity and division, the Sapien Coalition's forces here were the antithesis of what we saw at Nishtal. They'd collapsed beneath the weight of old feuds that flared up at the wrong time. I couldn't blame Kynver for walking out in disgust, since we were seeing hideous pandemonium play out despite the highest stakes. The powerful lasers on the Alpha's moons were still under UN control and aimed into the heart of the hostile fleet. However, they achieved very little against an enemy's liquid armor. It proved a simple waltz into orbit to blanket the world below in a hail of explosions. Unimpeded, the final flank of the drone assault did what they'd come to do. Fiery plumes dotted the planet's surface as the SE delegates watched billions die on the screen. There weren't enough expressions of horror and mournfulness for the Kolshians. I wish that we'd been able to do more, fighting with what we had, but our efforts had been sabotaged from within. Our few hundred ships wouldn't have made a difference alone, and Bisoms had to protect our own world. It was clear that the Sapien Coalition couldn't always be relied upon to come together. Even the Oxel, who promised to stand with us in the Carnivore Alliance, prioritized prize and reprisal over the great good. We had to get our affairs in order, or else Alpha could be only the first planet to suffer for the galaxy's disorder. I wasn't sure what would come of this humiliating defeat, but I knew their relations in the Orion arm were complicated. The Collective and the Remnants had fired the first shots on a new war, and the SE just proved that they weren't the least bit ready to grapple with the fallout. I hoped the powerful, peacemaking humanity who'd shown up in Nishtal, emboldened by the support and diversity of their allies, would find their way back into this foreign's helm. End of chapter. Chapter 65. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, December 22nd, 2160. For a group guarding the ship from any space piracy, the mood amongst a handful of militia members was jovial. Even most of the unscrupulous members of Krebs society wouldn't snatch babies from an endangered species. So we were here as a deterrent in case any dumb traffickers got bright ideas. I mean, raising needy human infants from birth would be a lot of work, beyond how morally repugnant it was. The cargo hold had been packed with ectogenesis pods, where I'd been able to glimpse that next generation. Whereas it looked like he was dying on the inside, seeing newborns with their tiny hands and oversized heads. There was no reason the adoption program wouldn't work.
The adopted families were on different shuttles, traveling the regular starship routes. With our spirits higher than ever, the human crew had been up to all sorts of hijinks. Gress had been eager to play truth or dare. The militiamen quickly learned that it was an excuse for the Krev to ask them to do things, such as remove their boots so that he could tickle their feet. The mild-mannered aliens' requests were pretty tamed, in comparison to some of the raunchier antics of the crew, but I felt as if we were bonding. Right now, we were sharing a special moment between the crew, after Gress helped us install a VR program into our helmet interfaces. Krev coders had recreated a few famous landmarks from Earth, with the data from the vaults. It was beyond touching to experience the simulated Great Pyramid of Giza and the Eiffel Tower. Even the most irreverent crewmates were moved to awe. It's not just the human population we need to rebuild. With the Krev's help and our satellite imagery and records of Terran history, we could recreate every city on Earth, even if we can't retake and reconstruct the actual planet. We can build it somewhere new. Someday. There's hope that all isn't lost forever. Wow, the helmet concealed the stupid grin on my face as I let myself pretend for a second that I was really in Paris with Gress. I knew it was only projected onto the headgear's screen, the same as its standard combat HUD. This is beautiful. I can almost believe it's real. It's like I could reach out and touch the blades of grass or feel the morning dew in the air. Thank you for giving this to us. The Krev chuckled.
You're very welcome. I wish that I could have seen these places before they were lost, but this is enough for me to appreciate the wonders humans are capable of and will be capable of again.
He's a charmer, isn't he? A fellow god, Jackson chuckled. Nah, the only wonders we got going back on Earth were breaking dumb world records, like biggest stack of hula hoops, world's largest bouncy castle.
Bouncy castle? How are even your castles cute? That's something I have to see.
So you need to build one. Becca would love it. She might decide to live in there permanently. Shucks, Krev, how much you gonna pay me to build your little one a palace? I'll do it for free, and it'll technically be the world's largest bouncy castle, because the ones on Earth don't exist anymore. I stared forlornly at the intersecting metal of the Eiffel Tower, wondering what it had been like to ride to the top and see how far human civilization had spread. Well, I could do that in a simulation. It wouldn't carry that assurance. We'll just retcon all of the old world records and start anew. Gress patted my leg, though I couldn't see him through the helmet.
Well, Taylor, you're probably the world record holder for the most over treats eaten by a human. Should we etch your name in the history books?
Dude, you ate the fucking pet treats, Jackson grumbled. I gasped in outrage. Gress, how do you bring that up? They're just little fruit cookies, and they were good. And maybe I eat them so Jufra doesn't have any. That Oba shouldn't be rewarded for his shit eating.
Then I guess, Gress said, a smug look in his eyes, you don't have to get any going forward.
No, I didn't say that. Let's just talk about it. Why can't you be reasonable? There's got to be some rationality in that alien brain mush of yours, despite your awful taste in pets and... A jolt rippled through the walls as if something large had crashed into the side of our vessel. The alarm flickered through the PA system, and I quickly switched off the simulation of Paris. What the feck was going on? I hadn't thought even pirates would stoop this low, but if another ship was targeting us, we had to repel the boarding party. I was infinitely grateful that Radai had trained us for close-quarters combat at boot camp, but it didn't stop nerves from swelling in my stomach. What if something happened to the infant cargo, or Gress? I scooped my rifle up from where it rested against my seat and shoved the Krev into an opposite direction of the insertion's marker point. I had to get my beloved alien to safety, because I couldn't bear the thought of losing him. It made my life not worth living again. This is real, not a drill. This is why Radai had us here, so we have to do our jobs. There's too much at stake. I will defend humanity's future with my life. There were quick orders over the helmet's comms to retreat to a defensible location near the kids. The militiamen also backed away from the breach towards the armory and elevated down to the cargo hold. Gress, despite not being a combat-trained soldier, took up a pistol just in case, and kept back by the newly sealed bulkhead. The last line of defense. Our eyes met briefly before I crept forward with the rest of the soldiers. We readied impromptu barricades in the wide-open training center, so that if we were pushed back, we wouldn't immediately lead them to the unborn children. I waited for a hint of information, growing more discomfited by the second. There were security cameras all across the ship, so we should have eyes on the borders. Why didn't we know anything? I pointed my scope over the desk, waiting for any movement. Attention, all personnel. The enemy has short-circuited our camera system, as well as external comms. It's impossible to get eyes on them or warn the consortium. We are working to fix this issue and reboot the system. However, hull sensors tell a concerning story. The human captain spoke through our helmets. There appears to be some kind of cloaked ship that's attached itself to our hull, and it's not one of y'all's. It has design similarities to the vessels we fought at Tennis. We believe the Federation, the enemy who wishes us extinct, has attacked us. Avoid capture at all costs. My blood ran cold, and I barely suppressed a terrified whimper. Did they somehow know that humanity had survived, and we were trying to suppress the very hope of our survival? No, that must not be the case, because we hadn't seen crocodile bombers come to finish the job yet. They wouldn't have sat the second act out. The only reason the Federation would capture us, rather than kill us, would be to torture our plans out of us, like they'd done to the human pilot named Marcel not too long ago. Even if they didn't need intel from us, our existence was reason enough for us to merit suffering. I shudder to think what they'd do to the babies, having predators helpless and at their disposal. We couldn't let them see who we were, and I had to be ready to choose death over captivity, for myself and the one I cared about most. I didn't want to die. When I'd finally tasted happiness and found someone who cared about me, there was supposed to be more time to make up for my failings and chart another path. This was supposed to be a joyous voyage that kick-started humanity's new future, arduous as it might be. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, though I fought the terrified 9-year-old clawing for control of my brain. The helmet's overlay warned me about my rising heart rate, so I took deep breaths to calm myself. We had to try and fight the Federation off, or maybe flip the script and capture one of them. Our duty was to stave them off long enough that we could warn Tennis, if nothing else. They needed to board a new arc, courtesy of Radai, before the enemy figured out who they had on the ropes. I clipped fragmentation grenades to my waistband, despite knowing the dangers of using explosives in spaceships. In last resort, we go down shooting or sucking everyone into a vacuum. We didn't hide for 20 fucking years to let them take us now. They don't get to have us, or burn those little babies downstairs. They don't find out a damn thing about humanity's survival. Damn straight, Jackson said, distributing grenades to the team. This is for Earth. We hold them here. We won't be afraid of them today. Cries of agreement echoed through the dozen or so of us in the company. I waited for the outline of a hostile, the filthy non-human silhouette of evil, to appear on my helmet interface. The rage I'd been trying to let go of crept back up, and I let it flow into my fingertips, knowing Gress was behind me. Surely I could blow off a few Xenos skulls. The Federation wanted bloodthirsty killers. They could have that today. Muzzles erupted from beside me at the first flash of movement, which seemed like a Gojid clad in a helmet and armor. They must have learned about simple protective gear from us. The bastards had the nerve to copy from our corpses. I was surprised they didn't panic or flee, instead returning fire, in turn with massive team. Even now, the Gojids came for us, and people back then had dared to claim the cradle's burning was a tragedy. My helmet ensured that I could correct any targeting issues caused by my twitchy fingers, or the adrenaline that felt like an engine revving inside my blood. I was alert, dialed in and shaking from the raw power. The chemical infusion fighting for my life hit differently when Mafani captured me. Since here, I held a weapon in my hands. All I had were my wits and the hope that a bullet wouldn't sink me at once. The return fire was ravaging the upturned tables and leaving markings on the laid ship walls. Bullets punctured the flesh of any appendages sticking out from cover, earning a scream from Jackson as one pierced the center of his hand. He gritted his teeth, toughing it out to try and brandish the gun. "You good?" I shouted into the comms. "Just shoot them!" he screeched back over the channel. The chaos unfolded around us was nothing like the movies. It was impossible to process all the stimuli around us. A nasty ricochet sent a bullet tumbling through a colleague's neck, and he fell to the ground with wet coughs, likely to bleed out in a matter of seconds. Another leaned out at the wrong moment and took a shot to an exposed part of the chest, just below the armpit. A few crawled over to move his dazed, gravely wounded form back to cover, and the yelps I heard suggested that maneuver had gotten them hit as well. There were just so many Feddies that our small team could barely touch them. We were getting eviscerated, felled as easily as trees in a hurricane. Our duty was to hold the line, and the cost of failure was too high to stomach. We had to regroup and do something before we lost every ally.
Surrender now,
The Yodel barked in a voice that was calm and confident.
You will be unharmed and granted all the protections afforded of prisoners of war.
I spoke into the comms. Don't respond into external speakers. Definitely don't surrender. Human prisoners of war don't get rights with them. But you can't get a good look at us or hear our voices. Jackson shared a glance at me before rolling a smoke grenade into the hallway with a good hand that obstructed the scene enough to stage a retreat. I sent up a barrage of covering fire as a few squadrons dragged the wounded back into the room. Summoning my own courage, I trotted after them while crouched over at the waist and used the pointed eye movement to seal the bulkhead behind me. The Federation wasted no time, seeming to locate an access panel and cut the wiring that held the door in place. We didn't have much time before they all flooded in, and our backs were against the wall. I stared at where Grant held the pistol before forcibly grabbing him and opening the cargo elevator bulkhead. The grab protested as I shoved him inside and whisked the door shut. I watched as he banged on it, feeling a twinge in my chest. I think we're about to blow ourselves to Kingdom Come, and I want him to have a chance at survival. He can go down and keep watch over the children, find a way out or something. Gress is a herbivore, so he has hope. I pointed towards the elevator, making a downward motion with my pointer finger. Despite being unable to hear him through the bulkhead, I could see Gress screaming and sobbing. He refused to do what I'd asked and head down into the cargo bay. My glove hand pressed against the small glass cutout for a second before I turned my back on him. Taylor Trench was supposed to be a coward, someone who wasn't brave enough to make valiant sacrifices. Today, I wanted to be remembered as unblinking in the face of death. There was a disquieting calm permeating my awareness as the fateful moment approached. The enemy unsealed the bulkhead on the other side, and I fired away blindly. There were so many bullets flying back at us. They had shields to press forward and kept back along the walls, out of sight. The Federation were much too methodical in using their own smoke grenades to flush us out, though we were lucky the helmet kept the irritants out. It still gave them the opportunity to pop out from cover, spraying and praying as they lit us up. Splayed at an awkward angle. The soldier who'd been struck below the armpit was propped up against the cart, firing with what little strength he had. Another bullet finished the job and sent his gun clattering to the floor. The shot connected with another human's exposed leg, and the blood erupted like a faucet. He must have hit an artery. With horrifying accuracy, it seemed like it was practically me and the friendly guard Jackson left. I drew a shaky breath as my ammunition was depleted, and I fumbled around for a way to reload. "I'm out. I think it's just you and me," I sputtered. My comrade sighed, gingerly holding the gun with a wounded hand. "There has to be ammo lying around here somewhere. We pulled all the shit out of the armory. Let me see." Jackson's head poked out silently from where he'd crouched and snapped back with unnatural swiftness less than a second later. A bullet had ripped through the glass, which would have revealed his predator face, had he not dropped it too quickly. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I screamed in horror to nobody. There were no other militia men left to share the comms. The captain had to see our vitals going out one by one, and must be weighing whether to go down with the ship. The last stand had failed miserably, ripped apart by a fighting unit that was far more fearsome than the ones I'd known about. I waited for hundreds of shots to pelt my position, ending my life before I could try anything. But there was nothing. Do these assholes actually think I'll surrender? I can't let them incapacitate me. Grab the grenade! Grab it!
"I think there's only one left. Don't kill him. Shoot to capture," the Yodel squad leader barked. Move in! Move it now!"
I heard fluttering sound and looked up to see Crocattle hugging the ceiling to get a view on me. The hatred in my heart reached a new high, looking at the species that had murdered my planet and seeing them staring back at me. An expression of pure shock spread across its face as it inspected me and must have realized that what I was. Time slowed to a crawl with the moment of my nightmares becoming real. I cursed the fact that my gun was empty, but unclipped the grenade on autopilot. This would be my final revenge. I couldn't let the Federation find out about our survival. They must never know.
"You're human?"
the Crocattle squawked in disbelief. "No, this is news to them. It can't get back to anyone. Kill that fecking Xeno." I threw my helmet off, and a sneer of absolute defiance crossed my features as I faced the bird. I rose to my feet before extending my arms and walking towards them. The grenade's pin was resting on my thumb as I clutched it for dear life. "I sure fecking am. What color will your bastard feathers be when I let this go?"
Wait!
Why are we fighting you? I don't understand. Good. You never will. I'm only waiting so I can get closer. Where are the humans fighting for your side? Arjun, talk him down. Well, I might have been gullible. Blurting a random Terran name wasn't going to get me to believe that a crocodile was with a long-dead species. My anger fizzled as a panicked figure rushed towards me with unmistakable hands raised. Those were my own species, binocular eyes staring at me, and a United Nations logo on his helmet. I gasped in shock, feeling my strength waning. The world was tunneling and crashing in on me as I failed to understand why I saw one of my people on their predator-hating side. No wonder they had emulated so many things from us, if they were us. But how could there be any Terrans left alive? And why would they side with the Federation? I would have thought that they were distorted like the Civ kids, but Arjun was acting prey-like and fearful. Had some of Earth survived without ever needing the Ark ships? It defied reasoning that they'd side with the crocodile. Still, I couldn't deny my eyes. Assuming that the United Nations logo was legitimate, we were fighting a war with our own people, who stood right alongside the Federation. I gaped at Arjun's face and sank to my knees, feeling my grip of the grenade almost slip. What was the justification for any of the deaths that happened as a result of what I'd done? Was it all less than pointless? Were the gruesome corpses of the friends I'd been laughing with hours ago pointless? It can't be. This can't be happening. I won't accept it. I can't accept it. If humanity had made it out of certain annihilation somehow, that meant all of the suffering in my life, leaving my home, was for nothing. That was a possibility my agonized heart could not abide. End of chapter. Chapter 66. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trent's Human Colonist. Date Standardized Human Time, December 22nd, 2160. Chills ran down my spine, just letting my mind run loose with the possibility that there were other survivors. There was no reasonable doubt that the war was a mistake, a senseless conflict, if humanity was on the other side too. We'd had zero chance of survival at the Battle of Earth. Yet, here they were. A crocodile standing alongside a Terran, both sporting the garb of the United Nations. With all of the grief I'd felt for my homeworld, I couldn't believe my eyes. There were so many questions I wanted to enunciate, but a blankness filled me. All of the fight and adrenaline left my body in a single breath. I didn't bother to rise from my knees while the soldiers surrounded me. The aliens didn't seem afraid of my predator eyes at all, even when they drew close. I thought they'd never let go of the phobia. The people we've been fighting the whole time are humans. Damn it all, Arjun grumbled. I can agree with that. What does this even mean for me? I've wasted my life, and what do I do now? Go home? Leave what we built? And Gress? Tears rolled down my cheeks, burning like acid. Did Earth survive? Yes, give me that. Arjun's hand curled around the grenade as my fingers slipped off. He reinserted the pin, but squeezed the lever nonetheless and dropped it into some sort of explosive container. Cuff him! Someone check the bodies. See if any are alive. Name and rank. Taylor Trench, Tellus Militia. I curled my lip at the stupid blue bird as she chained my wrists together. Don't have a rank since I left the proper military. Okay, are we getting this sent back to SC Color? They need to see this. The crocodile nodded. We are. Good. I have a solid guess who Trench is, and we'll check our records of who left there, but I want to hear him say it. How and when did you end up off Earth? October 2136, sir, I stammered, feeling shock and rage as the cosmic irony of this all. Before the attack, Ark Ship 3. Okay, how the fact that a few thousand humans starting from nothing get a fleet like this? We met the Krev. Other aliens, they have... Wait, a light bulb flickered on my brain as I remember my fears about the aliens changing us into something unrecognizable. They can prove you that the Federation didn't change you, like they did to the Civ kids. They'd never abide us being predators. Back up. We asked the questions first, Kala cowed, in a voice that stirred my intrinsic hatred for her kind. You know about the Civ kits. You know what was done to the Civ kits. The Federation hit it all and destroyed their homeworld. We know everything the Fossil did. We found their record keeping. But how could you know that, if you're all saying you didn't even know Earth survived? We found Civ kit bunkers. We only very recently realized we, settled their homeworld. Your turn. Prove they didn't fucking change you. I won't help those Federation pricks. Arjun picked up a stick of our beef jerky from the counter, unpeeled it,
and bit down hard, staring at me as he chewed. He arched an eyebrow as if asking whether I was satisfied. The herbivore squad mates didn't flinch or act horrified at all, despite how monstrous they made our diet out to be. The truly jaw-dropping moment was when the crocodile snatched the rest of his grip and shoved it down her beak. Since when did the extermination-happy birds, who hated us for our culinary tastes, consume predator food as well? I didn't know what kind of fedi Kala was, but I couldn't deny that none of the prey animals acted like they were zombified by the founders. It seemed as if my species had emboldened them and made them into actual people somehow, as opposed to the feckless cowards they had been before. How could we have convinced them to accept us? I still don't know what the feck happened. But heavens, I hated them all so much. We thought aliens would never give us a chance, hit our faces, and all this time, it sounds like these people were living their lives, normal and happy. Why did I deserve to be excluded from that? Argent snapped his fingers as I hung my head and wept with uncontrollable self-pity. We're not done with you. Do you have any idea of the resources we've had to pull because of what you did? The clusterfuck that we'll face with our allies find out was humans launching a massive attack. I'm sorry, I gasped out. Allies. We have actual allies. We didn't know. We were scared and we didn't want anyone to find us. They'd finish the job. You have to understand. Tell me who the crab are, and what that has to do with getting the ships like I asked you. Green, scaly mammals who think humans are adorable because they keep primates for pets. Argent's face was priceless. I'm sorry. What? Yeah, the Fed's getting humans who's like someone gassing puppies. The crab were upset. They have lots of ships and some allies. They heard the Federation's broadcast a century ago and tried to keep away from them, avoiding detection up until they met us. Their whole society was built from hiding from those monsters. It's a long story, but they wanted to protect us and eliminate the Feds. Okay, well, there's no sign of these aliens tagging along. I see only humans here. Is there anyone else in the ship? Yes, the captain. She just surrendered to our people. It seems she had a change of heart when she saw Argent through some helmet camera. Kala interrupted. Okay, and this grass, he's a crab. Promise you won't hurt him. I don't care what you do to me. As long as he doesn't shoot at us. Yeah, right. I threw him behind the bulkhead to save him. Let me signal him. Argent turned me around, holding on to my elbow. Be my guest. I peered through the cylinder peephole, enough to see the despondent Cress curled into a ball. He thought I was dead, didn't he? The crab should have gone to hide, but it seemed as if his will had been sucked out of him. I related to the feeling, especially since he was the only reason I wasn't totally breaking down. The United Nations soldier buddies were ready to lift their guns at a moment's notice, so I knew I couldn't have Cress appear threatening. He would surrender, just like I had when he learned the truth. I imagined he'd be horrified to learn that the consortium had been fighting the hairless primates. Right now, I had no idea what to feel either, but the realization that everything we'd done for the past few decades was useless. That would kick the scaly aliens in the groin, too. Crap, they're already moving in to cut the electrical wiring beside the bulkhead. I have to ensure Grass doesn't do anything stupid, like he did with Mafani. I tapped the glass and noticed the manic Crest swivel his handgun towards me like lightning. His eyes were wild and erratic. The crab withdrew when he saw me, unmasked, and was shaking with relief that I was alive. Hindered by handcuffs, I tried to gesture to lower his gun, wishing that he could hear words through the soundproof barrier. He looked confused at my sudden change of heart to surrender, and seemed to cue in on my distraught, barely holding myself together look. The grimace on his face was a skeptical one, as he tried to ask silent questions that I couldn't explain without him seeing for himself. I did my best pleading expression, out of desperation. Grass couldn't resist multi-human eyes, so that might disarm him. The bulkhead began to unfurl, and I took an opportunity to shout at him. "They are humans, stand down!" I barked in a hoarse voice. The crab's nose wrinkled with further distrust, but the gun clattered reluctantly to the ground. His face took on an expression of shock as he saw Argent herding me, along with the Xeno contingent. The soldier shouted at my beloved alien, who had turned his searching gaze towards me. I gave him a helpless shrug, asking all of the same questions with my erratic pupil movement. We'd shared the false belief of humanity's extinction, and I wasn't sure what this meant for our future. How did a society move on from structuring their entire existence around an erroneous idea? The consortium's entire policy had centered around hiding from the Federation. Yet somehow,
My own species had evaded their conversion process. "No!" Gress whimpered, looking queasy and devastated at the mutilated corpses of the humans we'd been laughing with before all of this. I couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, not to be lying with them. After how much I'd ruined in this war, it should be me, executed for my wrongdoings. "I don't want to see the injuries like this. It's like the kids. So much blood. I don't want to see it." "Look away, Gress." I bit my cheek, forcing myself not to spiral into self-hatred at this. It would have hurt the Krev if I died. I'd seen how hopelessly he sobbed, and that wasn't what I wanted for him. "We can't do anything for them. We just have to figure out what's going on. Stay strong for our people." I didn't know if it was too late to make peace, but the only thing keeping me sane was the idea that I could try and make this right, allaying my mistakes. Had we crossed the line too great to forgive in attacking the Civ Kids? After hearing about everything that was done to the Civ Kid species, it was comforting to hear that Arjun was aware of the Federation's crimes. Their ideology was more hideous than even what we knew of when we left Earth. Given that the United Nations had acquired the fossil records, they likely had acquired a lot more dirt on those bastards than we did. Maybe the prey folk had broken free from what they'd turned into. We could have known this much sooner if we'd accepted the hail during that first incursion into our system. Earth lives. None of us dared to dream or hope that. How much we must have missed out on, being able to extend our hands in true friendship. "Are you with the Federation?" Gress blurted as Arjun cuffed his Dave Krev. The translator must have interfaced with my own, because the humans seemed to understand. "No. The Federation collapsed 23 years ago, after losing the war to us. Humanity took over as one of the most political and military powerful entities, running a new body called the Sapient Coalition." "You defeated the Federation? How? You, the puffy-faced, adorable primate people?" Carla trilled with laughter. "He thinks you're adorable, Arjun. They talk about you like internet talks about kittens. Who's a cute little monk?" "No, shut up," Arjun hissed, an unamused skull on his face. "Is this how Krev handle all diplomatic first contacts?" "Sorry, I'm not a diplomat, just a professional human enjoyer, and, I thought of you as a precious and lovable life form that needs protecting. But it is true, you were only a new species. I can't believe that we spent 100 fecking years hiding from and preparing to face them, and you beat them as a new species inside a year. That's just pathetic of us. If we could have taken them, how the feck did you manage it?" "We gathered enough allies to defeat them, not just by convincing the galaxy that we were good people, but also by exposing their lies and genocide." "Allies? The Oxel! Is that why they worked with you at Tusk? Those monsters saved Earth!" I shrieked. Carla tilted her head. "You drew the right conclusion, somehow, but your reasoning is off. Earth did survive because the Oxel came to bail out their fellow predators. They helped now against you at Tusk, because they supplanted their government. After it came out, Betterment colluded with the Feddies to starve them. The Greys got put in isolation by the SCs for their crimes, but they grow impatient," Arjun sighed. "Their new leadership thought that they could prove to us that they reformed by saving the fossil. There's a whole eugenics thing that they did on their own people, but the Oxel weren't always cartoonish monsters. Jury's still out on whether they can be allowed into normal society." "You're asking whether the people-eating monsters can be... That's absurd," Gress spat, staring at his claws the way he did during his worst flashback. "None of the enemies we thought we were fighting even exist anymore. You fixed it, we... Carla parted her beak. "It's not too late to seek peace. There have to be consequences for attacking civilians, but there doesn't have to be any more bloodshed. There is no reason for our science to fight a war of extinction, and this just gives an explanation for what you did. I know a thing or two about mitigating circumstances. You can help yourselves by helping us." "That's right," Arjun interjected, ambling up to the cargo elevator. "So keep talking. What are you transporting?" "Children," I managed, which caused darkness to flash across the human's face. "You're fecking traffickers!" His hands tightened around my vest, pushing me into the elevator with a newfound rage. "What? No, I would never!" I shifted so my shoulder was touching Chris. As the squad of soldiers loaded into the lift, the platform began to lower before I could think of how to explain our mission. "You know how we thought that we were a near-extinct species?" Arjun bared his teeth as the elevator lowered down into the cargo bay. "Get to the point. We might have had the Krev and their allies grow millions of human babies in artificial wombs to replenish our numbers, and might have promised to let some Xeno friends raise them for us." "Might?" Carla echoed. "Yeah, about that." I stared with waiting eyes in the general direction, since the sight of our cargo would speak for itself. A stupefied Argent, along with the rest of the Peacekeeper squad, gawked as the platform landed. His hands relinquished their death grip on my vest, instead flying to his head in horror. Covering the entire area from wall to wall were ectogenesis pods with human babies inside, who were due to be delivered to alien families on Tennis. While I thought repopulating our species was wonderful mere hours ago, now I wasn't sure what would become of them. Would we leave them here with their alien adoptive families, since the rest of humanity was far away? Should the Ark colonists also leave Tennis abandoned, regardless of what the Krev had done to build it up? I didn't know if I could just go home after living on this world for so long. What even am I? An angry man who felt cheated out of a happy existence and deluded himself into thinking that he was protecting his species and the people he cares about. Argent thinks this is stupid and inconvenient, like everything we did. We're a loose end. Call the UN! Argent shook his head, unable to deal with what he was seeing. This is not what we expected at all. Carla fluttered her wings. It's being streamed back to SC Live. They're seeing what we see. Get someone on the line. They have a truckload of human babies. What do you even do with that? We need Brass to tell us what the Feck to do about this now. Let's keep our cool. They'll be in touch when they make a decision, and there's no need to rattle their cage. For now, we follow our orders. Take these two in and secure this vessel. We should contact our government first, fix our comms, and let the captain send just a short video message, Gress pleaded. They need to know they're fighting humans, because they don't want to war with you. If we don't contact them, they'll send ships looking for us in a few hours. Not so fast. We tried to talk to you for months. You wouldn't pick up the phone. I don't trust your government one bit, because I don't know a thing about them. Our government does suck, and some people are really going to think they're suck extra now, but they definitely don't want to fight humans. The consortium has tried to help rebuild the little they thought you have. I don't know who we're dealing with and what they're capable of. We found a world that appeared to be orbitally bombarded, killing civilians and wiping out an entire civilization. It's staged to look like they were killed themselves. He turned a holopad around, showing us an image taken of the skeletal remains. Do you happen to know anything about this species? I squinted at the decaying canid skull shape with an unmistakable three tails. Oh, the Jaslips, the Equo massacre. Gress winced. Yeah, they're not dead, they're just, moved for being too close to the Federation as, carnivals. The consortium thought that it was necessary to relocate them before they were discovered, and not all of them went before, well, you saw. A morally questionable decision that Jaslips don't all like, and that I personally don't like, but they are very much alive. Yeah, we served with a Jaslip named Quana. She doesn't like the Krev or the Reskets, the 9-foot-tall birds that run the consortium's military, because of course they do. These Reskets are the ones who attacked us, Carla cued in on the side tangent, as Arjun had returned to staring with abject horror. Not fair to pin it on them. The Reskets have the top commanders and made the plans, but the whole consortium authorized it. It was supposed to be a decapitation strike on the Federation. We figured out that much. I can't say I cry any tears for Nishtal, but trust me, the Crow Cartel have been kicked down enough. Gress's thin tongue flitted out of his mouth. You people attacked Taylor. He fled his home when he was 9 years old, and that's all you have to say? That the Crow Cartel, not humanity, have been kicked down enough? The blue avian sighed. I'm sorry. I am happy that, though the Terrans got knocked down, they picked themselves back up, stronger. There's things I'll tell you about my, people's part in that, but not now. I'm sure this is all a shock, but you should be very proud of what humanity overcame. My opinion is that you should be allowed to tell your settlers that much. That's reason to hope, and to believe that we can all move past this. Move past this? This is a fiasco of epic proportions. After all that work to save the Osas, it was for what? Arjun huffed. Osas? I echoed. When we found that dead Jaslip world, let's say that we might have tried to resurrect millions of them with artificial births as well. Chris blinked in shock, like a glass of water had been thrown in his face. You what? There's millions of babies on both sides. Of species that aren't actually staring down extinction, I finished, numbly pronouncing the words without comprehending them. Arjun issued a flustered breath. Yep, God knows what happens to them now. Who knows what happens to any of us now? Humans launching a revenge attack for Earth is going to burn some goodwill with those who see it as ruthless vengeance. And humans defeating the Federation 23 years ago as a novel species will make the Jaslips want to torch the consortium. Though I'd be a lot less sad to see them do it than I think you'd feel over your government being taken down, Gress growled. What a mess.
Taylor, if you really want to help sort any of this out, you're going to walk quietly back to the ship and state your agreement to a memory scan. We want to know everything that you've done and know. And it's hard to explain how the device mind reads, but this technology lets us see what's in your head. I nodded. The consortium does brain scans, I understand. Chris and I will cooperate however we can. Trust me, this isn't what we thought we were fighting for. He knows a lot, and you can see how much he cares for us. We don't have the neural data to interpret Gress's scans, but obviously we're quite familiar with human mind. I guess the one silver lining is our brain scans will work right away. We can have all of the answers today. I hope that'll put this ridiculous war to bed. I do too. I just want to exist. After being reunited with my people, who were the very enemy that we've been trying to destroy in the war, I wasn't sure what it meant to be loyal to humanity anymore. Nothing was certain for the Krev Consortium going forward, and I had to find a way to cope with the bedrock of my life going up in smoke. Maybe being a prisoner of war was exactly where I deserved to be. End of chapter. Chapter 67. Memory transcription subject, Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date standardized human time, December 22nd, 2160. My short tenure in the SE's meeting station was with the goal of speaking to the assemblage about the rights of inorganic intelligence. I'd expected to be waking up to a wonderful moment, with Bernd having figured out how to simulate the signals of breathing. It had taken months to figure out how to mimic it accurately, but he promised to resolve the most troublesome aspect of synthetic life. It was nerve-wracking to be shut down while he tinkered in my body, though I supposed it was no different from any other surgery. Well, I wanted to see how Alpha's clash played out. I was unwilling to wait another second to be free of suffocation. It was a constant drain on my thoughts, maddening at times. Optimism over the outcome had prevailed at the time, from the little bit I saw on the live stream, as the SE seemed to be holding their own. When I came to, pressing a hand to my gut and feeding its motion from some newly added pump, elation and glee were my initial reactions. It was as if I had lungs in my chest again. What a strange sentence that was to say. Yet Vernt and Cyber both had looked at me as if something was wrong. That had me worried that the Tilfit should cut the wrong wire. The sinking dread grew worse as the duo advised me to look at the broadcast from Alpha. That was when I saw the disaster that had played out. The Federation remnants and the Arxor collective had shot at each other, allowing the enemy to waltz right past them. Kymford tendered her resignation in a fit of fury, after failing to talk them down. It shook me to the core, realizing this happened under the SC's watch. I couldn't help but feel responsible, with billions of Kolshians dead and a helpless world lost. It was my idea to reach out for adversarial counterparts and persuade them to help. The Federation remnants wouldn't have shown up at all had I not given my speech, just as I'd failed to protect Earth all those years ago, and had sold Nishtel out to the Arxor. Arthur had fallen because of my actions. What kind of icon of peace was I? A fool whose actions kept resulting in countless deaths, yet who still adhered to the blind optimism Ambassador Korojan hadn't agreed with. I thought humanity should keep reaching out and trying to make the galaxy better, but when had I ever actually done that? Leap of hope, that was how the speech went. The galaxy isn't heeding one bit. After already being in a catastrophic war, you brought another one into existence. The forever war that stretched for centuries is right back up again. You have to believe that you've done some good. If you haven't, why tell Vent not to power you off now? My eyelids sealed tightly shut, realizing that my breaths were still soundless, and the rhythm was preset rather than affected by my emotions. The bed in the dark room felt like they might swallow me. The United Nations gave up. Kymfer gave up. I can't let this defeat me. I tried to make peace, and I'm not responsible for the others refusing to let go of their hatred. Like I told the Shield at the damn speech, I know what's in my heart. There was a knock on the door, and I jolted my eyes open to see a human shadow in the doorway, eavesdropping. I'm sorry, Elias. It all spiraled out of control in a flash. The peace I fought to maintain for so long. I came to say goodbye. I sat up and tapped a button on my smartwatch, turning the lights on. I didn't mean for you to hear that. I was speaking aloud, but I have no right to cast judgment. You're right, old friend. Years and years of this all, it broke me down.
I can't hold the duct tape on the breach in the dam any longer. I certainly don't know how you keep taking it on the chin and getting back up. After everything you've endured, you've had the strength of character of a saint. No, I grumbled, shaking my head. A saint wouldn't have made the decisions I did after Earth. I get back up because I have to. There is so much at stake. There is no one better at working with aliens than you, and I knew it from the moment I saw you, that suave certainty in your eyes. At that first contact briefing. Do not give up the trillions of lives. You're going to turn around, say that you spoke in anger, and fix this. I can't do that, Elias. I never wanted to be leader, but I interacted with aliens so much, they said it had to be me. Riddle Poltech, making decisions for entire species. It's not a burden I want on my shoulders. I see little hope in the SC's judgment not falling upon us, especially after what I just heard from the generals. They're about to hold a meeting, and I can't fecking deal with that. Their statement caught my attention, as I wondered what the generals had to say. The situation on Arthur couldn't have gotten worse, could it? Had the Federation remnants or the Arxol made a move, doing something rash enough to each other's worlds, that it would blow any hopes of peace talks to bits? Erin, I prompted her warily, what did the generals inform you? The complexion drained from her face, and she avoided looking at me. Our scout ships captured one of the enemy vessels. When the Sapien Coalition, God forbid the rest of the galaxy gets a hold of this, just tell me. If you have any mercy, don't keep me in suspense here. The people we're fighting are the humans from the Ark ships. There were casualties during our boarding operation, but we captured 3 alive. One is in critical condition, unable to say anything, while the captain is busy firing off messages to every part of the area about who we are. The other, Taylor Trench, is alive, unharmed, and being taken back to Sol. From what he's told us, the colonists seem to have made alliances with the local aliens beyond Civkit borders, led by a race called the Kreb, and they rented a war fleet to get vengeance for Earth. My mind froze for a few seconds, as my expression was locked into one of total shock. The horror left me speechless. I knew that our galactic neighbors wouldn't react positively to being attacked by human predators. The Shield would say that we sent our warriors to gather armies and lie in wait to spill blood. This would be proof necessary for anyone who thought that it was inevitable that we would attack them and seek bloodshed and conquest on other worlds. Even the Sapien Coalition would be disconcerted by the humans coming to seek vengeance for a wrong done to us decades ago. The worst part of it all was knowing who had sent those people away in another misguided plan to save Earth. I created the Arkship Initiative and gave us no way to contact them for their own safety. Every death in this war was on my hands, all because I clearly didn't know what the hell I was doing when it came to protecting my species. What did it say about me that I'd barely given those settlers a second thought, wondering where they might have landed? How dreadful it must have been, assuming their entire world was dead. This couldn't be happening. Humans instigating a war with us and glassing worlds. Panic was close to swallowing me whole, so I latched onto that newly returned feeling of breathing. That was how I used to calm down, right? Imagine if Earth hadn't survived. By the miracle that it did, Elias, the Arks would have been humanity's last hope, which is why you sent them. This is another wound in our past that needs to heal, and we can't turn from it. You didn't think about the Ark colonists because you don't like thinking about the attack on Terra and the lives lost at all. It'd cripple you if you let it, but you won't. You can't. What's important is making this right and making peace, I managed in a shaky voice. We didn't want this war, or the last one. Them being humans doesn't make a difference when we wanted to negotiate a truce either way. If anything, this gives us more hope that they'll talk and lay down their arms. We must look at the bright side. Erin Keifer threw up her arms. You think the Civkits will just accept peace when these humans settled their homeworld and attacked them? You think the Ark colonists would just forgive all and waltz back into the SC with nice placid smiles? Even if they fucking did, there's still no peace. There's still the second war that just started. The Arks are in the Federation, at each other's throats like it's 2136. We have to take one step at a time. You look at everything, it gets overwhelming. Remember when I was sick, Jen? I know what this is like. I'll be here for support. You said they're holding a meeting, and we need our leader there. Transparency is the only way forward. We'll make a plan to deal with the SC. I don't want to deal with the SC, or try to appease them ever again. My resignation is final. It's not my problem anymore. Not your problem?
If not you, then who will stand up? Who will lead? We need someone to take charge for all of humanity.
A frown curved and her lips downward, almost apologetic. I have an acting Secretary General in mind. Until we can hold a proper election, someone competent, who can handle the most stressful situation aplomb, and who'll do what's right no matter how difficult it is. You, Elias.
What?
I hissed in surprise, eyes widening like a startled animal.
No, I don't want that. I can't. I'm not even in the chain of command for that.
I've talked to the Deputy Undersecretary, and they agreed with me. They balked at the slightest insinuation that they might take over at a time like this. Too big of a leap. You would be acting SecGen in all but name, officially authorized to speak on our behalf. Much has been asked of you. I'm sorry to add to it. Listen, not only are you the most qualified diplomat here right now, but you're the only one I trust. You didn't want to be brought back like this either, yet you're the right person for the job, just like you're the perfect for my seat.
You think I want that responsibility, which you just called a burden back? Look what my interference has resulted in. Besides, I'm not the same person. I'm not even human. I've been through more than you have any idea of. Was laying down my life one time not enough? I gotta have peace even in death. You elevate your wishes, but mine should never be considered at all.
I didn't say anything other than you are the only choice I'd ever make. I know you, Elias. You told me a few months ago that you only feel like yourself when you're helping humanity, that it would drive you crazy to know Earth is in danger, and you were doing nothing. I pressed my hands to my head, walking close to her with the tangled web of emotions wrestling within.
Of course I want to help. It's all I've ever wanted to do, but do you really think that I'm the right person for the job?
Erin placed a hand on my shoulder. Always, Elias. The proudest moment of my career wasn't being Secretary General. It was serving under you. Kuiper's words touched me, much the same way as Tava had embraced me for my past pacifism. The needless suffering, as an indirect result of my actions, still cut at my soul. But I knew in my heart that I wasn't the type to stand by on the sidelines. Whatever it took to remedy a situation on humanity's behalf, I was willing to go the extra mile. As much as I wished that I could step aside, it wasn't in my nature to write Earth's well-being off as not my problem. Any challenge that my people faced was my problem by default. Without Erin, there wasn't anyone else that I trusted to place a singular focus on what our goal should be. Making peace with the enemy. By taking the helm at this meeting, I could ensure our sights turned to just that. This is a temporary arrangement, since I doubt humanity will accept me. Perhaps I'm not here to speak about synthetic rights, like I'd planned to do after Alpha. Someone has to lay themselves out on the train tracks over the Ark colonists' attacks. That might be my final sacrifice, as it should be, since I sent them off.
I'll help, but I can't do this alone. Your advice was something I always sought out, especially when I was wet around the ears in the alien department. I responded, proffering a hand. Serve beside me one more time. I'll take charge and you be there for me. Let's end this how it began. A meeting of Earth's finest to decide how to handle a new alien threat.
Kuiper studied me for a long moment before accepting the handshake. I'll do it, only for you. I'm sorry to ask this of you, Elias. I'm well aware of how much you've been through, and that you're hurting.
I'm at peace with who I am now. It's the horrific casualties and wars as a consequence of my choices. The guilt has no comparison. So I must make it right before I find a way to let go. Let go? Yes. Perhaps I am not Elias, who wants the power of life and death in his hands. I love being a diplomat, but my personal life was sacrificed in ways I only realized of late. When I saw Tava's children, they got me thinking how I wish I had something like that. Kids, retirement, a picket fence.
I had no idea that was something you wanted. As far as neighbors go, you'd make a pretty darn good one. You have all the time in the world for a nice, quiet life.
Immortality. Isn't that a terrifying thought? I straightened, indicating with a hand gesture for Kuiper to lead the way. We don't have limitless time now, though, so shouldn't we stall and miss that meeting? Definitely don't want the scheming generals left unattended. Care to fill me in on who's in attendance?
The resigned human official steered me out of the Terra Technologies quarters, heading towards the UN offices. The military big shots are General Monahan of Ireland, who handles ship movements, General Jones of the USA, whom you know as head of intelligence, General Liu of China, whose primary expertise is cyber warfare, General Almeida of Brazil, with R&D and new construction, and General Osmani of Pakistan, with alien alliance coordination. Of those, Jones is the hardest to keep on a leash. Some things never change. Any other diplomats in attendance? Ambassador Marston, who's our official contact with the Dirtian, of the delicate relations we'll want to preserve through this all, they're up there. This is especially true after what we've learned from the human prisoners' brain scans. We're fortunate that this Taylor Trench appears to know a lot about Kriv Consortium's planning. The secondary wave of targets includes Kalqua. We must offer our help, find a way to get those drones to stand down, and convince the Dirtian not to detest us, like they do the Kolshians for attacking them. I winced, imagining the look on the Ambassador Korojan's face. I hope Korojan will be understanding. He's friendly towards us and has tried to help us. Plus, he's our best hope of convincing the Shield not to return to enmity. Was there anything else we learned from Taylor Trench that I should be aware of? We have teams of thousands of people looking through his memory transcription and artificial intelligence filtering for any critical data to send to the top of their pile. Xenosociologists and xenobiologists updating logs of the 6-member races with what he knows of them, their governments, and their locale. There are some worrying aspects of the aliens' regime, including widespread surveillance and the Jaslip oppression. I manually blinked. Who or what are the Jaslip? Oh, I didn't tell you. The Jaslips are what we called the Osas, and they were forcibly relocated to enclaves rather than killed off entirely. That complicates what we do with the retrieval program, along with the fact that we'll have to persuade the SC to attempt diplomatic relations with a carnival species. The Krev captive, Gress, may know more than Trench did, and we can't decipher his scan yet, which is why we intend to speak with him on a call. The Osas aren't dead. That should be positive news, that they're alive rather than glassed out of existence, but Kuiper mentioned their oppression. Are these aliens the Archhumans buddied up with autocrats or tyrants? Do we want to officiate a peace with parties that are oppressing other species? Kuiper shook her head. And it gets better. The Ark colonists had their own revival program, and the ship we captured has thousands of the total millions of human babies they artificially birthed. There are millions of human newborns caught in the middle of this peace talks, and we have the same amount of theirs under our stewardship. I don't even know what the right thing to do with them, and that assumes these aliens want to give the children back. I'm glad you'll be doing the talking through this all. I have no idea how we'll ever clean up this mess. A lovely pep talk, Aaron. One of a kind, I grumbled. Sorry. I'll brief you in depth on all the consortium species before I go. It's the least I can do. But I have no optimism to give you. She placed a hand on the door handle before turning to look at me. Oh, and one more thing. Governor Lacer is attending the briefing. We trust the Vendel Republic to stand with us and to work together on solutions. They're our closest allies, who we trust to help sugarcoat this for the SC. How do the Vendel feel about all of this? I don't know. Ask Lacer yourself. Kuiper tapped the door open, and every head focused on me. The guards extended a hand to stop me from entering the room, while the generals and Governor Lacer looked flabbergasted by my presence. I didn't belong chairing a meeting of such grave importance, even as a temporary stopgap. There was a certain arrogance in only trusting myself to pursue peace, when I didn't even know Erin's departmental heads or other diplomats here. No single person could clean up the scale of this mess anyway. I'd only come to ensure that the military officials didn't act like bulls in a china shop, inflaming the situation with aggression and posturing. There had to be some other diplomat I could entrust this to, or a way out of the room, though I couldn't feign illness as a synthetic. I promise, Kuiper, I'd hope. I'm already here. I can't turn back. Perhaps hoping they'll keep me and suspicion's hardware out is enough. As you all know, I stepped down. Eliza's acting temporarily on behalf of the Secretary-General and the UN by my final order. He'll act in my stead until we can hold a referendum on my official replacement, Erin announced. General Jones frowned with disapproval. It would have been more befitting of the interests of the United Nations for you to have completed your duties yourself, rather than pawning them off. I can no longer carry out my abilities in a way that wouldn't damage the UN's repute. This is within my rights, and you know Elias is qualified. 24 years is a long time. He missed so very much, but I suppose you think it'd be like old times, a family reunion. I stared down at the aged spy master. Perhaps I'm no longer qualified, in the sense of someone who's lived it all, but I've been working as a diplomat for months since my resurrection. I'm well up to speed on the powers that be. It couldn't have slipped your notice that I gave a speech to the Shield that was well received. Elias Mayer, you're too quick to extend the olive branch, but since that is what we all want in this instance, I won't object to your oversight. Sit. Kuiper settled into an extra seat by the door, avoiding eye contact. It wasn't even at the table. I could feel the withering judgment of the military officials directed upon her. It was impossible to not feel some pity for her, since dealing with aliens had been trying even for the most trained diplomats. I suspected it was her scientific enthusiasm that carried her through the trials, up until the point that was stamped out of her. My eyes followed to where Jones was gesturing, to a seat at the head of the table, adjacent to the Vendel governor. I offered the alien a smile, and was relieved to see an ear flick of acknowledgement in response. Skolga couldn't be too furious with us, though I doubted many of our other allies would be as unwavering. It was time to find out what the Kreb knew, and press him for any information that might help us fix this. Like I told Kuiper, the only way not to drown in the noise was to handle this calamity one step at a time. End of chapter. Chapter 68. Memory transcription subject Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, December 22nd, 2160. As little faith as the United Nations had in our SC allies to remain steadfast, it said a lot that the Vendel were included in this briefing. Their interests were inseparable from ours. We entrusted them with the uncensored truth and authentic reactions, and wanted them to be included in our talks about how to move forward. Humanity had come to love these fluffballs as our own, so I hoped that it didn't shake their faith in our unbreakable friendship. It shouldn't, in theory, since our Ark colonists hadn't gone anywhere near attacking Skulga. This would have the optics of a humanity-first attack that killed me, amplified by 1,000. It'd reveal who our true friends were. If the Vendel wouldn't receive assurances over the first Terran-initiated war since first contact, none of our allies would. It is a pleasure to meet you, Governor. Thank you for coming on such short notice. I'm Elias Mayer. I extended a hand to Governor Lacer as she stood to meet me, but she ignored it, instead putting me in for a hug. The embrace caught me off guard, since I'd never had a dignitary lead with such an introduction. But I gave her a gentle pat on the back. How to appropriately return a Vendel's hug wasn't in my diplomatic training decades ago, and during first contact, no alien would have willingly touched a human.
I'm so terribly sorry that my species was involved in an attack on civilians.
Lysa chuckled while retaking her seat, an amusement which seemed out of place.
You haven't done yourself any favors by painting humans as cuddly, harmless, and peaceful. You can be all of those things, but when provoked or threatened, you're incredibly dangerous.
The Vendel think we're dangerous. Great. Just great. That's true, I suppose. Humans can be driven to violence, if desperate enough, which is no excuse.
Don't misinterpret me. I always knew this about you, and the same can be said of us. We're both highly emotional species, and when you feel fear or anger strongly, the results write themselves. These colonists must have been hurt, lonely, and afraid for decades, beyond the fright I've seen from refugees on Skalga, since they believed every human on Earth was slain.
I appreciate you empathizing with their behavior, and I do as well. The fear and uncertainty are no doubt what led to this. However, this could have been avoided had they answered a simple hail, and not fired blindly at civilian targets.
Who would have expected those humans to talk to their people's murderers? They had valid reasons to attack the Federation. Many of the SC's members also wanted those worlds to face judgment for their crimes. Well, I think enough blood has been spilled. My legs will never be unmangled. I suspect these humans' hearts will never be either.
I relaxed a bit, relieved that Lacey sympathized with these humans' plights rather than condemning them as monsters. Some of the galaxy's scars have yet to heal. I think the ones who ordered the attack should face consequences. But the human colonists have suffered enough. The United Nations will likely welcome them back to Earth, though that's complicated by the millions of babies born.
It'll be difficult to reintegrate with Earth society, especially hearing that you regale yourselves amongst alien company. Except that they may not want to return. Perhaps consider what it is to become Tensas or Tennis, since its ownership may be of value to both sides.
The Sifkits will not appreciate humans trying to keep their world. They wanted nothing to do with us for 24 years, and now they'll know those Arkship colonists fired on their expedition ships. If these Tellus miners and the Krev want peace, they'll cede back the whole world the Federation stole from the Sivkits, once we explain the planet's dark history.
Oh, they're aware. You're really not caught up, are you?
Lysa tapped a button on her holopad, translating the briefing material to English so that I could read it.
The consortium found a 1,000-year-old bunker, which, according to Taylor's transcript, had a recording from an ancient Sivkit general. It made mention of the Sivkit Grand Farmdom, Wildness Theatre, and even the Federation torching their world and causing the spine disorder. This general knew as it was happening.
I gaped at Lysa. Original records survived the fossil cover-up. They must have been sloppier in the earlier days. The Sivkits have the right to know about this.
As someone whose species was also crippled, I agree. Knowing Skulker's history helped us reclaim it. I do hope that they can be who they once were one day, not the wandering devourers they are today.
General Jones cleared her throat.
Well, I am delighted you two get along so fancifully. But we can worry about Greenpeace saving the Sivkits later. Most of us in this room would like to extract intelligence from the Krev prisoner.
I don't like the word extract, Jones. What do you mean by that? I hissed.
Nothing, as long as the Gress complies. This is your chance to wave that olive branch. We need to know more about the Krev to have an advantage in peace talks.
This isn't about finding every little edge on them. Has all of human history, and what that just happened to Arthur and Tulsk, taught you nothing about imposing harsh conditions in a peace treaty?
Jones smiled menacingly. Our diplomats need a leg to stand on when we ask for certain concessions, Elias. We have many considerations to take into account. The entire Orion arm is a house of cards, which could fall down around us with a wrong move. The Yulpa and the Arsel proved me right at Arthur, and that will only escalate from here on out. Take caution that you don't trade peace with the Krev for multiple wars in our backyard.
We will talk to the Krev, Jones, not make them scapegoats and coerce their prisoners, just to take the heat off of us.
Of course, you're putting words in my mouth.
Am I now? The spy master's general smile widened.
The Krev has been well treated by the soldiers. I'll patch us into the video call they've set up, and we'll have a nice conversation. Just make sure he tells you what we need to know.
I didn't dignify that implied threat with an answer, wishing I was someone with actual authority instead of a stand-in, to remove the brazen general from a cushy command position. Jones knew that she could play games with me, given the exhaustive list of foreign ministers, SE liaisons, and UN undersecretaries that would be discussed to take the Secretary General's chair. Of the people in this room, General Asnami might be a prudent option. A military officer could handle the stresses of wartime, but he had a diplomatic practice. Then again, nominating any kind of martial figurehead to lead Earth might signal to wary parties that the UN's aim was war, or that we were joining our packmates' attack. Kuiper might have been right to parade me around in the immediate aftermath, given that Earth had erected statues of me as some grandiose peacemaker. If Jones makes good on her implied threats, I won't remain silent. She can test me, but she'd better not push me. I can't believe she's saying such things with a Vendel in the room when we're trying to assure our allies that we aren't violent. A scaly emerald green creature appeared on the screen, seated in a metal chair in an interrogation room. A glass of water rested in front of him, though I could see the alien was perturbed. He had curved claws that matched his scales coloration, and a lighter underbelly that seemed to have a soft, stretchy skin. Gress's posture was hunched over, almost as if he wanted to sink into the fetal position. His shiny, enlarged pupils turned towards the screen, struggling to look straight at us with side-facing eyes. I picked at Lacey's file, and noted that while he'd once been a military, he was a non-combatant. His discharge, according to Trench's transcript, was for attacking a rescued general after learning the consortium killed Jaslip children. The entire sentence brought a displeased frown to my face. The Krev stared at the panel of human leaders, sniffing the air like he was unsure of himself.
Hello? Whatever I can do to help. Nothing the consortium did was justified. We suffered. Taylor suffered. For nothing.
Let me lead off with one very important question, Jones jumped in, which led me to stare daggers. There are many pages here about how you exploited our colonists and how much they despised you. You personally collected mineral rent from them. How did you ever justify that treatment of our people? And why should we, the United Nations, accept that?
We just wanted them gone, non-violently, from Tellus.
Our whole shtick was avoiding the Federation and not doing anything that risked detection. The Crab seemed to swoon a bit, studying Jones. As soon as we realized they were victims, we felt terrible. We tried to protect the humans and give them everything we could. Our diplomats will have a major problem interacting with you and having to take you seriously, since apparently the cutest species in the galaxy is a great military power. The cutest species in the galaxy? I thought that was us, Lacey whispered coyly. How does he look at that face, Ender? Never mind. The spy master seemed at a loss for words after hearing Gress's ramblings. The consensus is widely against us being the cutest species in the galaxy. Hideous abominations is the more common phrase tossed around our direction. Literally, how? Don't get me wrong, I am devastated for my people. I'm worried about my daughter, and I'm an extra concerned for Taylor. You do need to keep an eye on him. With all of that, I'm trying to treat the situation with the appropriate gravity it requires. But I'm melting that I'm talking to the primate leaders. Those little medals clipped to your jackets are so precious. You must sound so festive and jingly when you walk, like Christmas decorations and I adore how much humans love and collect shiny things. There's got to be so many of you, happy and alive and singing carols in the streets, making paper snowflakes, building cookie houses. How can that not be cute? Is this a joke to you? Do you have any idea what a mess you've made for us, ruining 23 years of peace and prosperity that we paid for in blood and have self-flagellated to maintain? Of course not. The Grey were going to be heartbroken that we threatened you, and we're your enemies. We were trying to help humans not get hurt, feeling nothing but fury on your behalf. I was just sad, and not getting at all how the galaxy's consensus is that you're ugly. That's so cruel and untrue. We'll call you cute if we're the only ones in the universe who do. My heart breaks for you still, poor things. You speak of us like children. Why don't you try to be actually helpful instead of focusing on paper snowflakes and harping in a patronizing voice about how cute we are? Have a little respect. Would you rather I focus on how my people spent decades hiding from an enemy that no longer exists, one that humans easily dealt with? Had we taken a stand, we could have saved Earth from being bombed at all. Jones's mouth tightened in frustration. You're not making yourself helpful, Gress. The pastors... Or should I have to worry about whether I'll ever see my daughter again? She has no idea that I'm even alive. The Crab's eyes wobbled, and he slammed his claws on the table. It became obvious to me that he was internally volatile and trying to distract himself with the primates he apparently found cute. Maybe I should think about how, if you were to let us go this very minute, the love of my life would leave and return to Earth. I'm only trying to be happy for his sake. I raised a hand, shooting Jones a look that could melt glaciers. You said that you were worried about Taylor. Why? Isn't it obvious? He already felt guilty over his role in the Civic deaths, and has PTSD from the mining accident that resulted in human casualties under his orders, in response to a situation I put him into. He was sent away to a dismal alien planet, away from his family and everything he knew, for nothing. His life was stolen. I can picture how angry he is right now, knowing how deeply he resented that life. The sacrifice the colonists made was a pointless one, and before long he'll start thinking that he's the reason the Teller settlers didn't find out their people survived sooner. Grass, I understand exactly what it's like to grapple with personal responsibility when people die under your watch, or because of your decisions. The fault rarely falls on a single person's shoulders. I know that. I blame myself for years. I was a hostage negotiator, and children were slaughtered on my watch as the world looked on. Those images can't be rationalized. They don't go away. Believe me, I would understand better than most. Let's say that I've seen things no one else is meant to see. If I looked back deep enough in my brain, I could still see the few seconds of images passing before my eyes that made up my entire life. All I was, the infinite, incomprehensible darkness that made the real world feel distant and agitated by comparison, and the coldness permeating into my bones as it faded away. Right now, you and Taylor are playing a role in reconciling Tellus and Earth. It won't be easy, but the best way to honor the ones that we've lost is to make peace. I want to know if your people are amenable to that. Gress nodded emphatically, demonstrating familiarity with our body language. Of course we are. We never had a plan to open up our borders or to seek peace with anyone in your area. But if the herbivores have changed, we might treat you like the other consortium races. I doubt we'd join your coalition or anything like that. We still want space, I'd wager. Want the war to end today. Speak with Rescue General Radai, not the bureaucrats that will fumble for a response. He's compelled by honor. So if you can speak that tongue, he'll try to right his forces' wrongs.
Can Radai call off the drone attacks? General Liu, who I vaguely remembered had been listed under the names of undersecretaries during Zhao's Secretary-General tenure, spoke up. The war cannot end while you're waging open warfare against us and our allies. Ambassador Marston nodded. I have the same question. The drones haven't stood down even after Captain Sylvia's communique reached consortium parties, and our data suggests they're incapable of calling it off. The Dirtian would have a very long memory of any attack on Kalqua. They were already devastated in the war. They'll demand retribution in kind, or even an execution of leaders like Radai.
Radai, I would imagine, would willingly turn himself over or even execute himself. The Reskets have such a practice, as well as war crime laws that would call for it. I urge you not to push for that. Whatever he's presided over, it would be a terrible mistake, Gress commented. He's the only one trying to expose the corrupt surveillance apparatus of the Underscales and the listeners. He will act with honor and do what is best to preserve lives.
Jones slammed a fist on the table. Radai has done the opposite of saving lives. Billions of people are dead by the attack that he launched. It's laughable that you think he'd let this go. That's not for us to decide, yeah. We should have a trial and a chance to speak for himself, I fired back. The genocides must be answered for. But securing peace without any more planets falling to bombing is our top priority. If Radai will help us do that, then we should reach out to him.
The Krev squinted at me. Perhaps this is impolite to point out, but something about you seems off. You're not quite like the other humans. I swear, I've seen your face before. I watched a video of a man giving a speech before the Crocodile attack. You bear a stunning resemblance to him, yet it's like you haven't aged a day. Is the stress of this conundrum playing tricks on me?
It's not. I was Secretary General when Taylor would have left Earth. When I tell you I know what it's like to have disturbing memories, I'm saying I remember death itself. You're familiar with memory transcripts. Mine was used to bring me back. My brain recreated inside a machine. Concern stretched across Gress's features.
You were digitally reincarnated, of course. If they have all the wiring of the brain mapped, why has the consortium not thought to do this? Surely they must have. With all of the Trumballs investing in cybermods and digital ascensions, they scorn their physical bodies, and nobody ever raised a prospect. I fear what they could have done without us ever knowing.
What are you saying? General Amida spoke, her voice stern.
It seems like he's suggesting that the consortium could have mimicked Elias's technology, but it seems hypothetical.
Do you have any evidence of this? Keimer asked, as I shot my mystified look towards her. Why are you worried about your people having this technology at all?
Because then they would be immortal. What if the delegates aren't dead? Not truly. What if they could put a stand-in for anyone? A replacement they could control? This is terrible. They have my scans from when I was a negotiator. They could put me in a simulation of that day, figure out how I'd react. Oh no. They could create virtual torture chambers and put hundreds of instances of your family, the people you love, in there to manipulate you. You have to destroy the scans. This technology is monstrous. Make them take down the scanners before they get to you too.
The Krebs hysterics were panicked and not making much sense. Given his state of mind, I suspected we'd gotten the last intelligible answer out of him, and signaled for Jones to disconnect the call. A silence hung over the room as we tried to determine how to proceed with the consortium. Should we direct our conversations to this Radai? Was there any chance that Gress's fear had some truth to it? I'd worried to Vern over how easily this technology could be abused if these aliens were the type to misappropriate such resources. Did we want to make a permanent peace with them? I was open to suggestions from the assembled specialists and generals, as long as General Jones didn't display intrigue in using any of the hypotheticals ourselves. I know we need to get the drones to stand down from Kalqua. That means that we should seek peace, at least until we achieve that end. We need to learn more about the consortium's highest echelons of government and their true intentions. We also should protect the SC in case the KC try anything else against us. Gress says that they don't want war with the humans, yet they never planned for peace with the herbivores. I forced a sickly sweet smile onto my face. We need a plan. Since Jones has made her position abundantly clear already, I turn the floor over to the rest of you for concerns and observations. I think that we should consider how people at home are going to react. It's easy to look to the rest of the galaxy, but the UN will have family reunions and accommodations similar to the archive humans to oversee. General Osmani commented, while I filed away a mental checkmark towards the Secretary General's suitability. What do you say of setting up a program for both sides to check in on surviving relatives? as well as having our diplomatic staff draft a press release for the UN socials and domestic channels.
That seems reasonable to me. I imagine we all agree that we can't turn our backs on the Ark colonists. Any other suggestions?
Contact this Radai and see what terms he'd seek for peace. Lysa perked her ears up, confidence emanating from her posture. Taylor's transcript supports that he would be a likely ally. He's useful to us, both as someone that the SC will want us to hold responsible, and as someone who would have sway and intelligence amongst the consortium. General Jones's eyes gleamed. I agree. Though I suppose my opinions are abundantly clear, we need information on these underscale enlisters, and I find it difficult to believe the head of the military would have been unaware altogether. He was digging into their exploits. What do we do about the Osas? Kimer blurted. Jaslips, whatever. We have millions of babies within our borders. And so do they of us, General Monahan commented. We have custody of that ship, and we're not sure what to do with the children. Deliver them on our watch, bring them back to Sol without the support system, or what? Give them to the consortium who can't be trusted and might not even want them. I raised a finger.
One thing at a time. We'll want to establish diplomatic relations with all species, or at least try to, regardless of whether we're enemies. Having open channels can only be an advantage. The Jaslips should be one of the first we establish contact with, and we can see how they feel about the Osas. We don't need to offend them by raising their children outside of their culture.
It might look a lot like what was done to Skulker, taking Vendel children away to gentle them through upbringing, Lysa commented. Have another question as well. While I'm honored to be included as the sole alien official in this room, I'm curious why none of your other allies are here. The Yodel's exclusion is self-explanatory, with your rivalry, but the Zeridians have been nothing but supportive, accepting, and altruistic. They stood with Earth, putting humans out of the rubble. Why aren't they here?
That's an excellent question. I'm curious to hear the answer.
General Jones rolled her eyes. Elias, the Zeridians will be brought in eventually. If we want to keep the lid on this until we're ready to make a statement to the SC, they couldn't be in this room. Lysa isn't here officially. The Zeridians have been keeping company with many of our adversaries, who we couldn't risk capitalizing on this. Surely the Yodel know about this. They were involved in sending the scout ship, Kimer objected. There were other SC species in their boarding party. I never said the Yodel weren't involved, though it's unfortunate that they got the live feeds. They won't drop a bombshell that will create open warfare, but it makes this impossible to contain or tidy up. All I'm saying is we don't need the Zeridians telling the Bisons, who would turn and tell the Arxor. The technocracy, at least, isn't so naive. I pressed a palm to my forehead. Did you think to impress on the Zeridians the secrecy of us all? We can trust them not to turn on us, so I don't think we want to alienate any of our closest allies right now. Racer is right. They should have been here. Their medical expertise would be crucial in learning the biological requirements for the Krev that we have in our custody, as well as saving the human prisoners that's in critical condition. Zeridian doctors are already working on both tasks back on the ship. They haven't made contact with their government yet, but we could allow them to do so, General Monahan piped up, shooting a side-eye glance at Jones. They stood with us when it mattered and sent aid to every dark corner of the galaxy. I imagine they'll offer help to the Tennis refugees. They'd show them a little faith in response.
I drew a shuddering breath. Speaking of faith, we need to notify Ambassador Korojan before this is shared with the SC. Since he and I are personally acquainted, I believe that I should be the one to deliver the news. They need to make preparations. I trust I have the consensus of the generals to pledge our aid to Kalkwa.
Of course, General Osmani replied. Remind Korojan that humanity saved their home once. That's a reason for his people to extend some faith in us. I nodded in agreement. Before dismissing the assembled group, I needed to summon the Dirtian ambassador, since I knew this news was going to crater our improved relations with his species and the Shield in general. Jones might have been right that we couldn't risk this news getting out, without us having control of our messaging. The war between the Arxor and the Federation remnants hadn't even been touched, but it jeopardized our peacetime further. We had to take this fiasco one step at a time, like I told Kimer. While our old diplomatic corps prepared all the necessary measures to make this announcement to the SC, I was going to try to save our friendship with the one ally we couldn't afford to lose. End of chapter. Chapter 69. Memory transcript. Subject: Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 23rd, 2160. The stupid bird sat outside my prison cell, playing solitaire, a human game, from what I could see through the window.
The bed and the smart television were lavish comforts compared to what a predator would have gotten under prey species watch. They'd stripped the clothes off the back of the first Terran prisoner they had obtained, and only given him unclean underwear from a pail. They beat him to a pulp for smiling that his Vendel friend was all right, despite having suitable accommodations. I hadn't slept a wink between my racing and wondering about Gress was going through. One thought roared around my brain like a tempest. If my people had survived, was it possible my parents had pulled through? What would they think of me, and how could they defend why they sent me off alone? Alone. While they were happy and content on Earth and forgot all about their little expedition, it should bring me relief to know our home planet was still out there, with everything that we'd done to preserve our culture. Yet, all I could think was how unrecognizable Terran society would be now. My life had been wasted. My suffering was meaningless. All of the good mornings brushing my teeth and hating the binocular eyes that stared back at my reflection, a waste. The mirror in the cell was still my enemy, showing that I was right to hide my face beneath the mask. It was the visage of a monster, after all. I'd forced Redire to pull the trigger on the Sivkin ships, which incited this whole war. I encouraged the consortium to go after the Federation out of hatred, without thinking at all. My people could have been reunited with our home sooner. The only thing that mattered to you was protecting Gress, the one person who ever loved you, despite how little you deserved it. Instead, you just put him in danger by chasing revenge, because you're violent, angry, and short-sighted. Earth was lucky to be rid of you. While I had once thought the universe was denying my species any solace or joy, I now knew that it was me as an individual whose loss was misery. I hurtled a chair across the room right as the door swung open. Carla hopped back, barely holding onto a tray she was balancing. The crocodile stared at me for a long moment, noticing the sweat soaking my hair and the veins popping on my reddened skin. How I wanted to wrap my hands around her throat and throttle her, despite the fact that I wasn't the least bit hungry. My mouth watered as I smelled the greasy bacon and saw pancakes steeped in maple syrup. The wealth of food they took for granted back on Earth, available on every street corner. I hoped the bird wasn't bringing me tofurkey crap. That would be a tease after how long it had been since I'd had a nice home-cooked breakfast. I lived on granola and meal squares. I guess the way to a predator's heart is through food, I grunted, wolfing down a bacon strip. The salty flavor was so incredible, I almost sank to my knees with a satisfied shudder. I wonder what restaurants are like on Earth now, with those frail herbivore sensibilities. I don't remember what it was like then, and I've got even less clue how it is today. Not like a bird would know. The crocodile squawked in protest. I live on Earth. What? For boot camp? You disgraced the UN logo. They shouldn't let you wear. I lived on Earth for over 2 decades, and joining the Peacekeepers 13 years ago. I'm a British citizen. I snorted with derision, a wicked smile crossing my lips. That's frickin' great. You moved right on into my planet while I was forced to leave at 9 years old. What were you doing at the time of the battle? Playing Polly Wanacracker?
No, I was part of the extermination fleet, Taylor. That's why I ended up on Earth.
The fuck did you just say? The fork and knife clattered out of my hand, as I no longer cared whether the pancake would grow soggy. How dare you come in here, you worthless, disrespectful! You stole everything, slaughtering us all like vermin, and you think that you could ever make nice with—
I was 8 years old. My parents stuck me in the extermination fleet. I have nightmares about what those crocodile did, and what I did. I just pressed the buttons they told me to, which resulted in so many stupid fecking deaths. I was younger than you were leaving Earth, when they had me dropping bombs and predators.
You dropped fecking bombs yourself, my fist clenched tighter, as a tension headache formed a band around my skull. This thing helped genocide my species, proving the apple didn't fall far from the tree. 8 years old and already a murderer. The crocodile sent literal kids on a field trip to wipe us out, and your whole little beef jerky stunt, chomping on the meat, is trying to get proved what? That you're a predator yourself now?
We ourselves were omnivores just like you. The Federation, in their infinite wisdom, cured us. The guilt I feel, now that I understand my part in Terran suffering, that's why I'm a peacekeeper. Maybe I'll make up for it, but be better than those Feckwits. Maybe I'll die, like I should have for what I've done.
Then you agree that you are unworthy of breathing Earth or any planet's oxygen.
I'm unworthy of your species' kindness and compassion. I won't resist if you think I deserve execution here and now, but the idea was to give my life for a cause, in the service of humanity, to save a few lives for all I've taken. There's no good deed that can eclipse what I've done, yet I must try. Let me do something worthwhile, for you and for Tennis." I scowled at the bird, feeling a coldness in my heart 1,000 times deeper than what I'd held against the crev. This was the face of the people responsible for everything wrong with my life. My fingers curled around the knife, despite knowing it was a dull blade. It was the nearest cutting instrument in reach. Carla, being an extermination fleet, would have been like if my people sent a 9-year-old me to defend Earth, which was a laughable prospect. An elementary school child in the military was beneath even us predators' standards. It was bizarre to think that was acceptable to them, but I knew I would have questioned it if my parents told me to drop bombs on a planet. Also, I didn't really care to learn that the Federation cured the crocodile, since they had been a monstrous species to slaughter us without mercy. What did slap me in the face was how the blue-feathered murderess spoke, trying to atone for bloodshed she caused, with guilt that could never be undone. I related to that rationale. It was the same reason I joined the military, to serve humanity in the wake of the drilling accident I incited. That crushing sense of responsibility had never truly left me. However, my volatility made me a liability as a soldier, which is why I'd been forced to realize there was other ways to aid my species. Being a better person meant reflecting on the flaws that had landed me in the spot in the first place. The Federation were the original villains. If I set my emotions aside, they dumbed down the other species on purpose. The Exterminator's Kill All Predator theme song started and ended with them. If there was peace with his ugly birds, I wasn't going to ruin it again. Assuming this crocodile is truly capable of feeling guilt, and isn't mimicking my own expression of that from reading my transcripts, I might be able to get a message through to Gress. He's all I have. This isn't his first time getting captured by humans, away from his home and daughter. But these ones have a lot more power. He must be frightened, as much as a crev is capable of fearing a furless primate. I turned the knife to saw off a piece of the pancake, popping it into my mouth with the other utensil. "I'd like to see your fecking transcripts, whatever grand mentality went through your killers' heads. That ought to be something." "I have nothing to hide. If it'll make you feel better, I'll pick out enough for you to get the gist of where I've been," Carla sighed. "How are the pancakes? I made the type that your home country, not the thin salt my human papa, would make unfold into triangles. I know you Yanks prefer artery-clogging addition."
"Do I look like I've been eating any processed foods?" I protested through a full mouth.
"I saw a bag of Oba treats in the lounge, and no Oba."
"That's berries and sugar. It's not that processed, and that was a recent addition to my diet. It reminds me of something I faintly remember from Earth. Riding in a shopping cart with Mom through the bakery section of the grocery store, and sometimes she'd let me pick out a cookie." My eyes watered, remembering the faint memories of a childhood I'd had. I wouldn't know my family if I saw them. They might as well be strangers. I remembered the fecking pastries better than my mom's face. "I like the ones with the shitty icing. I remember what could have been, if not for aliens. If I hadn't been sent away, banished, now the best years of my life are fecking gone, never to return." Carla nudged me, noticing that I was pushing the food around my plate. "If I can be candid, be grateful that you have those best years. Parents who loved you, and gave half a flying feck about what happened to you. Not everyone does. Some people never had a happy childhood. I barely remember how my real dad looked, but instead of cookies, I remember yelling, being locked in closets, made your tennis cabin look roomy." "Roomy? Feck you. It wasn't a 5-star resort. My entire living quarters were smaller than this fecking cell. You don't know shit about what I went through."
"I wish I didn't know. My living quarters were smaller than my prison cell too, and my cage had literal bars. Believe me, that I know what it's like to live in darkness, because electricity is seen as a waste for you, to hide anything that you enjoy for fear of reprimand at best, and that sliver of happiness is destruction at worst. I even know what it is to have done something reprehensible, which cannot be undone or taken back, for a cause so utterly pointless. Some people know only that reality, including the very settlers born in Tennis. Some people never knew there was anything better."
"Some people never, crap. I didn't think of it that way."
"There can always be worse, Taylor. I think that might be my life motto. I've even wrote a song with those 5 words as the title."
"Sounds like a cheery-ass tune. Real crowd pleaser. We should make it the Tennis national anthem."
Carla trolled in bitter amusement. as if you'd pick a song written by a crocodile to represent you. A crocodile that bombed Earth to boot.
It stares me to hear that any bombs fell on my beloved Hellworld. At least you didn't fecking succeed in killing us off. At least neither of us succeeded, for that matter. We got our asses handed to us at Nishtal in Tusk. I'm sure you'll have no problems at Alpha.
The crocodile winced, her head snapping back. About Alpha. Well, I think you have the right to know what's going on in the galaxy. The Arxor and a faction called, and I shit you not, the Federation remnants, started shooting each other instead of the Consortium drones. The planet was lost, and your forces are still out there, which is why we need you to help talk them down. Despair punched me in the gut. The war I'd set in motion had devastating consequences after all. How many had we murdered? What the feck did Kala mean by Federation remnants? When they'd all told me the organization was destroyed. Perhaps having lost an entire world would render peace impossible between the KC and the SC. Regardless of how much progress the Earth humans claimed to have made with their herbivore allies, these were the same prey that had insisted that we inevitably slaughter them all. This would slander my entire species, and the United Nations for creating our group. The terrible wars that threatened us all might never end. We'd have to live in fear for as long as our kind existed. Even so, learning the scale of the innocent lives lost, much like how Kala had rained antimatter down on Earth, was the most crippling of all. The Kolshians were already defeated. Of course, we knew they're responsible for distorting the entire array of Federation species, but that's just more blood on my hands. I'm a monster. I deserve to die every bit as much as Kala. The Arxor and the Federation fighting had nothing to do with you. That was their old hatred, and it would have blown up somewhere else sometime, the crocodile offered, as tears flowed down my cheeks. We read your transcripts. You were eager for revenge on Earth. Yet even so, you neither made nor had any say in the decapitation strike plan. It's a crappy situation, sure, but the SC has forgiven worse. We can stop this from happening anywhere else, okay? If the KC want to be friends, I'm sure humans will oblige, especially since the Krev were protecting you. I gritted my teeth. They were protecting themselves too, but also for nothing. What fecking reason is there to hope that things will get better? What? That it could always be worse? It could be worse. If I told you a few days ago to pick between having Alpha bombed or Earth bombed, it would have been no-brainer. Your home is here. There are still plenty of possibilities ahead of us to restore order. It's only when a baby chick falls from the nest that they realize that they need to fly, Taylor. We've hit the ground. The absolute floor. There's an entire sky overhead, and we're in a place to make the reclamation happen.
I gestured to the room around me. From a prison cell?
You won't stay in prison for long. Neither you nor Gress will. If they charged you, they would have had to charge every Ark settler and Krev infantryman, which they won't want.
How do you know that, when we've bungled every improvement the UN have made through their actions?
The UN wants reconciliation, and they put out an announcement on Earth about reuniting loved ones. We made contact with Tellus, and they're aware that humanity is alive now. Perhaps it might help you feel less alone to recall that you're going through this alongside all of your fellow colonists.
They answered. Captain Sylvia must have put you in touch with them. I knitted my eyebrows together, recalling a panicked Charisse passing out pamphlets about the KC's defeat. She'd wanted us to board a new Ark. What? How are my people reacting?
Mayor Hathaway offered an unconditional surrender to any Tellus military forces, and we've established diplomatic channels. I described the few blokes we've talked to as shell-shocked, inquisitive about Earth and loved ones. I don't know how the common people have reacted, though they promised they'd make an announcement soon.
That should go over without any hiccups, and yes, I'm being sarcastic. It all goes back to the Grand Herd. The Sifkich just came to reclaim the world the Federation stole. We know that. Still, after laboring to be allowed to stay on Tellus, it's really all pointless if humans leave. That's being our home for 23 years. Like you said, it's the only world some of our settlers have ever known.
That's exactly where my idea for how you could help comes in, Kala chirped. You were the liaison of Tellus to the KC. Why not be the liaison of Tellus to us? You're already cozy with the consortium parties, enough to help humanity establish proper diplomatic relations. You could also help put a better foot forward with the SC. Plead the Ark colonists' case and make nice with the aggrieved parties, starting with the Sifkits.
Don't be ridiculous. You know I'm not a diplomat.
Is anyone in your colony?
No. But if you read my transcripts, you know I just kissed up to the KC. I don't want to be the person that capitulates to every demand for Tellus' sake.
Then don't be that person. You know what the Ark colonists want. You know what it'll take to get peace. What better way is there to leave your vengeful past behind than to suggest yourself as someone that can mend those fences? I swallowed. A quiet, happy life with Gress was what I wanted. Not bodying up to the same aliens that hated us then, and now have actual reason to do so. As long as Tellus has enemies, you won't have a quiet, happy life. You have a rare opportunity to put an end to a debacle you were a part of. So think on it. The choice should be simple. The Crowcottle collected the dirty dishes as I chewed on the last of the breakfast and considered what she'd said. My hope, for the longest time, had been to serve humanity's interests, and securing peace with their current allies would be an unequivocal way to do that. I knew that I was a failed diplomat, only schooled in appeasement and prone to hot-headed outbursts ever since the drilling accident. However, the fact remained that I was a prisoner of war en route to Earth, who played a part in prolonging this tragic misunderstanding. The best way to protect Gress and attempt to prevent the consortium from facing steep consequences for aiding us would be to try and smooth feathers. I wasn't sure that I was capable of such a thing, but at least it was finally a cause worth caring about. As the only representation the Ark settlers would have on the Orion Arm, it fell on me to earn the forgiveness of aliens that I'd very much wanted dead. End of chapter. Chapter 70, written by Space Paladin 15. Memory transcript subject, Tassie by some alien liaison. Date, standardized human time, December 22nd, 2160. Whatever grievances Bison might have held against the humans, we knew they'd pursue the rogue fossil that Ambassador Loxel had told us about. The full might of the SC, raining down on the ghost exterminators, was exactly what Nolta would like to see. Perhaps it would also allow a sense of cohesion after the horrific scene that played out over Arthur. I retired to my quarters for the evening, not daring to approach the Terrans after Kynther had stormed off. The United Nations had locked themselves in their own wing for quite some time. I listened to the footage of the young Kolshun child asking the camera in an innocent, scared voice,
"Why, yes, home god. The humans took us away. When can I go back? It's not fair. I want to go home."
It reminded me of Rana, the war, a toll so distant from me, which was claiming lives senselessly in the same way the Federation and the Arxos' old feud had. Bisons had the same pride that left us unable to relinquish our old hatred, even against each other. Lastman stood untouched, yet the aftermath of the aliens' arrival marked other shores, plain and clear. The Tessia fighting the Selma and the Vitrelli nations with protests at home in favor of both sides of the war. Some saw Zulk taking a more prominent role alongside Lastman diplomats as favoring the nomads. As a largely Britala nation, much of the public thought we should side against the Tessia. Protests about alien refugees had included a march across the Great Basin, where Dustin and his team had first landed. We were a people, just as the Sapien Coalition was divided. I missed the simple life I had back with fishing for alien intelligence, an agency that shuttered its doors since there is no need for us to comb the stars. Desensitization to horrors that I wouldn't have dreamed of, and playing politics up here. I was sickened with the person I was becoming. I contacted the Zeridians to try and right the ship and find a path forward. What was I even doing? Convincing Loxel to partner with the Arxel and agreeing to team up with the Kaiser ourselves. The Greys used our new fleet as shields. They were deplorable allies. It was easy to say I'd compromised myself to ensure Bisons had a place in the galaxy. The truth, however, might have been that I was chasing a dream that didn't exist. But I can't say that. If I give up on the idealistic dream of aliens, that would be admitting my lifelong passion and obsession, which kept me away from friendships or any kind of non-FAI social life, was useless. I don't want to crawl into bed with this weight on my shoulders. I'd like to watch space expedition reruns and imagine us exploring the galaxy, all subspecies in harmony, no wars at home or in the stars. Finding that the closest thing I had to friends up here was Nolta and Noxel, I decided to seek out the Selva General for some solace. Regardless of his thorny exterior, he cared about me. The Civkit was no source of stability or comfort, with him playing the part of a lunatic. He wasn't in any Bison's good graces after keeping our attacker's identity to himself throughout the entirety of our diplomatic relations. The playwright didn't take anyone's suffering seriously, so there was no reason to assume he'd coddle me. I heard voices from within the conference room, one of which I'd have known was Noltel's from a mile away. He sounded furious with whoever he was calling. Trepidation creeping in, I poked my head through the doorway to see Kaisel on the screen.
It doesn't matter. You used us as backing shields when we're just getting off the ground. Do you think because you gave us a few ships that you can take a few away and call it even? What the feck?
Noltel screeched. Kaisel narrowed his eyes with fury. The remnants attacked us, and you didn't fight alongside us at all. You're using us, just like the humans. The Carnivore Alliance means nothing.
Clearly, you can't even bring yourself to apologize for your shitty behavior.
Neither can the SC. The Yodel came around pledging to be on our side, the only one out of the whole alliance.
We got you out of isolation. That was the deal. You think that we can afford to take on a whole Federation remnants and have them exterminate us?
We would not allow it.
No? You sure that you wouldn't use Avrana as a shield for your drones?
We protected Earth, so why wouldn't we save Avrana? Earth isn't the only planet we stowed behind. I'm sorry that the situation is difficult for you, though I'm not sorry for my actions. So take that apology as the best you'll get. The remnants attacked us for trying to help, and the humans did nothing. Those are the facts. We must take the initiative in this war so they don't come to Riss or Avrana. There is no we, Kaisel. Then you are a fool. This galaxy needs to be rid of the ideology to ever give us a chance of getting out, or you a chance of being an equal. We're going to obliterate every ship and manufacturing center in Yupa territory, and we'll move on to all of them, one by one. As it is how happens, we already might have help from the Dresden and the Multi. Help? Nolter asked, at the same time as I mouthed the words. That's right. The Yodel shared some interesting information about who we are fighting. It was humanity and their Federation-hating friends. We were helping save the feckless UN from their own people. Finally, some humans with guts. I think the consortium would help destroy the remnants. Humans. The peace-loving humans are behind us. That doesn't sound at all like the people that fought alone for acceptance and friendship. They're the ones who wanted to stop these genocides.
I don't understand why the Terrans would be involved with such acts. I don't understand why you want to solicit the help of this consortium. If they started this whole Hirschdammed war, we were just fighting to stop them from glassing planets, Noltel spluttered, sounding as befuddled as I felt. A skull hardened its Kaiser's face. The Arxel wants allies who might accept us. We're going to visit them at once, for two things. To acquire their help in destroying the remnants, and to ensure that they will no longer mistreat our obligate carnivore brethren. The Jaslips, or Osos as you call them, need our help. They've had their world destroyed and been relegated to heavily surveilled enclaves. They deserve liberty, just as we do. The consortium must grant us that to avoid our wrath turning on them.
The Osos are alive, and apparently in dystopian enclaves. This just gets better. I'm done.
What will the SC think of your interference with the consortium? Nolter demanded, as I turned my back on disgust and walked away. Using them to attack the remnants. We'll do the galaxy a favor. We're not asking for your permission. Besides, who knows if the SC survives the news that humanity was at the heart of this? I surely...
Kaisel's voice faded off, with that conversation having instilled only new qualms over what we were doing here. The sapient coalition that I'd scrapped and bent my morals to get us into might be about to collapse. I thought of humans as the galaxy's protectors, yet some sect of theirs had run off to launch the largest in Orion history on entire planets. I believed that they surmounted fleets of unfathomable devastation which consumed dozens of worlds during the Federation's reign. The Predator's prejudice was about to get even worse. It didn't take a genius to figure that out. The remnants could come after us for no reason other than our diet, and the so-called proof that hunters were genocidal maniacs, plus the Oxel plan to help burn more worlds. You know what? Feck it. I'm going to the UN suite, delivering the news about the extremist fossil, and then I'm getting the heck out of here, like Kymper did. I'll regret not passing the message along, should the ghost exterminators kill more people while Loxel allows ignorance for his amusement. I pushed through the shoulder-to-shoulder soldiers outside the doors, not caring if they stopped me. The humans hesitated to forcefully prevent my entry, rather than shouting and chasing after me with long-legged strides. I stomped up to slack-jawed staffer in the lobby, and could feel every feather trembling with fury. This was the last I wanted to see of any alien politician. They were all rotten and murderous, every damn one of them. Just like the resigning Secretary General had exclaimed, there was no doing good up here. I'd been foolish to believe any of this organization's stated goals. The lives of entire worlds were just numbers to them, footnotes on speeches. The United Nations didn't forgive their enemies or truly unify the galaxy. Hanzo was right about them losing their way, and Kaisel was right about them refusing to challenge the hateful prey folk. Hearing that they attacked Arthur, Tulsk, and Nishtal, enemies already defeated, maybe they're just as poisoned by hatred.
Take me to whoever the feck is in charge in Kuiper's place, I demanded. Who is it?
The UN staffer blanched. Liaison Tassi. Now isn't a good time. I know all about the consortium, and that humans were involved in this. I have important news to deliver to the Secretary General, so you can't plead ignorance for the next genocide that happens. Who is running your rotten government now? Elias Mayer. My head snapped back. The man whose brain scan you put into an artificial body? Yes, that one. He was in charge when we first met aliens, and he's very nice. I shouldn't be talking to you, but you can't go sharing. You don't want me sharing what I know about humans? I owe you nothing. Where is he? Point me to Elias. Also help me, Hers. He's in SecGen's office, the staffer croaked, angling a finger towards the door at the end of the hallway. Please just wait here for a moment. I'll let one of the undersecretaries attend to you. Elias is occupied with another diplomat. That's your problem. Either Elias gets my info, or no one does. Still simmering at the thought of everything the Sapien Coalition and humanity themselves had put us through, I stormed towards Mayer's office. That memory transcript technology was another issue. Using it to know a person's every thoughts, deceased individuals were being brought back in a way that could render flesh and blood beings obsolete, and humanity sped it up by putting their old Secretary General back in charge. From what I knew of Elias, he silenced his own people through Emergency Order 56 and was commended for it. He gave some speech to the Shield, which created this entire mess by summoning the remnants, who hated predators. I didn't think highly of the synthetic human. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Korojan, but I want you to hear it from me. A small group of Arkship humans, who fled during Earth's attack decades ago, joined up with an alien entity known as the Krev Consortium. Those words coming through this door stopped me in my tracks. That story refrained my perspective on the supposed human involvement, and why they would have done such a thing. They were seeking revenge for the attack on Earth, not knowing what had become of the Federation. That's who's been attacking Arthur, Tulsk, and Nishtal. As I understand it, Kalquar is among their next wave of targets. A voice, which I thought belonged to a Dirtian, screeched out in outrage.
Why did you just tell me, Elias? After everything Kalquar has been through, you know that we never forgive attacks on us. I wanted nothing more than to see your diplomatic efforts succeed, and to see us become friends. You almost made me believe in you. What am I supposed to do with this?
We, the United Nations proper, will defend the Dirtian with overwhelming force. We saved you decades ago, which must be remembered and worth something. You know we didn't let your world fall then, even after you spit in our faces. How much more fervently would we stand beside you now, as dear friends, having worked together for so long and finally being a proper allies?
You will destroy these humans and the consortium, and do it with a smile.
I won't advise any planet's destruction, Korojan, because what I want is a peaceful resolution. Have you no sympathy for terrified Ark colonists who saw nothing but Federation's utter hatred of our existence? Even you wanted revenge for those you deemed responsible for the deaths of Kalqua. They believed Earth had no survivors, and demanded the same destruction you asked of me now.
You told me you wanted to move on from the old hatred from Arthur and Tulsk, but you're an apologist for your own people's attack and killed them. I'd overlook their deaths because I don't care. But we are your allies. We have been faithful. We advised neutrality with the hotter heads in the Shield and gave you our gratitude. The power is in your hands to impose justice now. I believe in you. I aided you against my government's wishes. Your people gave us back our identity and gave us light in the darkness. A way forward. You promised us progress, yet here we are again.
That we are here again is my very issue. Healing and compassion are where the true progress and enlightenment lies. I can't compromise that like others on the UN have done. Korojan, you are my friend. We might not always see eye to eye on methodology, but I believe in you too. This hatred must end somewhere. Please, join me in making this right.
I can't join.
Not with my people in the balance. The Dirtian delegation would join the Kainfa in walking out of this disgraceful sham of an organization until you learn how to make better of our allies. The door was flung open, and I pulled myself back against the wall as a grey feathered avian stomped past me with wings outstretched. Korojan angled one seething eye towards me, beak parting with disdain. The Dirtian didn't offer any words, instead pointing his beak at the ceiling and stalking off in a haughty manner. My righteous anger had fizzled out after hearing the exchange. Elias Mayer actually wanted to let go of old hatred, and wouldn't bend on his morals. Healing and compassion were the path to progress. Somewhere in my tattered, idealistic soul, I still believed. All I wanted was an alien who genuinely sought to help, without any demands in return. I peeked my beak through the entryway, seeing the silver-haired figure leaning over his desk, head in hands. Maya looked so crushed and exhausted. Would Elias actually care about all that Bisons have been through? Could he show me more than a brief glance of humanity? The unifiers and defenders that I saw in Nishtal? I knocked on the door with a flipper. Sir, I understand if you don't have time now, with the Oxford Federation War and these Arch-humans coming to light. The synthetic Terran's gaze snapped up, and his eyebrows knitted together. A gentle smile creased his face. I always have time for you, Dr. Tassi. The UN should have supported you and your bid to join the Sapien Coalition, and also given you some training wheels to find your way. They made choices about their priorities that I don't agree with. Whatever you need, ask. Perhaps these words sound hollow to you, but I mean it. I'll rattle any cages I must. Thank you, sir. United Nations has sent more aid to Avrana of late, in fairness. So she did listen to me. She? Kainfa? You're the reason that humans started reaching out? Alai shook his head. No, I wouldn't say that. I merely reminded Kainfa of the purpose she had long since forgotten. I can see that some disillusionment in your eyes, Doctor. Her departure from the organization comes on the heel of 2 decades of disenchantment. How hard is it to take abuse and maintain one's optimism, pleasing with kindness and reason to an unblinking audience? It is impossible. I can't bear to be surrounded by all of this death and destruction and having to struggle for everything that we've been given. There was something about his mild-mannered demeanor that was so disarming that the words spilled from my mouth. Being manipulated and used by humans, the very people I looked up to, even after Dustin was supposed to bring it to your attention, not so much as an apology. I assumed those gifts were some half-hearted attempt to offer one, but it seems not. I don't know anything of this, and to my knowledge, the SecGen's office was never approached by Dustin Curtis with any grievances. Who manipulated you, Tassi? Does he sincerely not know? General Jones. Anger radiated from his artificial eyes. That, I believe. What did she try with our first uplifts behind the United Nations' back? Well, sir, she threatened to expose, I'll have to add on some context that might not reflect well on us. She threatened to expose the SC that we'd been speaking to the Arxal, and that our leaked information was behind their escapade. If I did not spy on my own people for her. I understand if this makes you angry, sir. It was true. The only thing that makes me angry is Jones blackmailing you into spying on your own people, for doing the very thing that I asked of Tava with my final breath. I wanted to make peace with the Arxal who desired a better future, yet the Sapien Coalition will speak with them. Bisons should have the same free choice as any galactic citizen. There is no such blackmail for the Yodel, or even us, building embassies on risk. By trying to shirk the blackmail, sir, Nalto was clever enough to admit that he brought the Arxal to task, which rendered Jones's info useless. I told him of a scheme, and I didn't betray my people. It doesn't matter. You should never have been approached and threatened by any of the United Nations high-ranking officials. I'll have her crimes brought to the attention of the High Council, and find out whether Kainfa had any inkling of this. You have my word. What can I give you that'll begin to make this right? Name it. Have the Sapien Coalition call for a vote on our trial status. See that it passes. Maya arched his eyebrows. Done. Our word won't be worth much, but I'll call for a vote and argue tirelessly on your behalf. Your right to exist as a sovereign people, enjoying equal privileges under this organization, should not be questioned. We're fortunate that you still wish to join us, Tassi. I wanted Bisons to be part of the galactic community once. I haven't felt that we've had any true friends, sir. I'm done with this worthless dream. I'll be following Kainfa's footsteps and heading home. You need a break. Self-care and self-love are the same, Tassi. So I encourage you to take a sojourn on Avrana.
What I humbly ask of you is to come back. Give humanity, under my guidance, perhaps, one final chance to make this right. The entire SE needs to start over fresh, and without good people like yourself, that cannot happen.
What could I do that would make any difference? Maya's lips curved up wistfully.
The impossible. You told me that's what staying optimistic in the face of an abyss was. Impossible. I would rather our hopes proved foolish 1,000 times over than give up on making this universe better. Someone must try.
Tears welled in my eyes as those words struck a chord deep in my heart. He spoke with such an intoxicating optimism, despite knowing it was a pipe dream. This was humanity's whose ideals I had commended and would have followed to the end of my days. Perhaps it was foolish hope that made me believe that Elias was as altruistic as he appeared. Yet I'd rather have that rug yanked out from me 1,000 times than lose sight of it all. For all that was broken on the Vrana and the Sapien Coalition, I wanted to believe that a more harmonious future could exist. There had to be some parties that weren't cruel and self-serving here, even if we had to lead them ourselves. I wiped the water from my cheeks and ducked my head. Thank you, sir. I'll consider coming back. I'm sorry to have burdened you with this. I wasn't even what I came here to say.
I'm glad that I know how you're feeling. My door is always open, and I would very much like to see our people become the most earnest of friends, Maya responded. If this wasn't the whole of your concerns, might I ask what you intended to share with your visit?
I hate to add more to your plate, but it is serious. The Sifkits knew who attacked Avrana 100 years ago all along. According to Loxel, there was a sect of rogue fossil archivers who believed they should kill all meat-eating sophonts. I noticed Maya's expression morph into alarm and bowed my head sheepishly. They tried to find species like us before the mainstream fossil had a chance to try cure. They hide in secret and have some information that wasn't even recorded in the official archives, like Tinzes's location. I thought it was important that humanity should know.
If this is true, that constitutes a grave threat to many of the SC members, as well as to any undiscovered species who can't begin to defend themselves. Loxel isn't reliable, but still, we need to track down the Sifkit ambassador at once. Please excuse me, Doctor. I must inform my generals of this before I deliver this, speech.
The human offered a strained smile, which seemed to be concealing an internal rising dread.
When it rains, it pours. What a day. You've done well, friend. Go shed some stress on Avrana. It'll do you good to forget this all.
I bowed my head. It seems a reprieve might benefit you as well.
I'm afraid I don't have that luxury. There is no other diplomat in stock that won't be yawning up a storm by the 30th hour awake.
Maya flashed his teeth, amused at his quip.
Take care, Doctor, until we meet again.
I stepped out of the Secretary General's office in much calmer fashion than how I had barged over to it. Elias Mayer would have his most unenviable task ahead of him, sharing the news of the Ark colonists involved in the attack. I hoped the dirty Ambassador Korichan's explosive reaction wouldn't be representative of the rest of the assemblage. If anyone could achieve a peaceful reaction with everything that was erupting at once, I believe it was the man I had just spoken to. Humanity and the Sapien Coalition might find their way again under his leadership. End of chapter. Chapter 71. Memory transcription subject Kwana, Jaslip Soldier. Date Standardized Human Time, December 23rd, 2160. The people of Tellus gathered in the public square, which the Tromble had established. Of the aliens present, it was mostly inquisitive Krev waiting on the arrival of the new babies. That shipment was running late. The humans, especially the paler ones, had to wear sunscreen to avoid being baked to the red, flaky crisp. How vulnerable they were to elements, cementing their need for clothing in any climate. Tellus was an arid world, which left me glad to have my cooling armor. The local military base had been emptied for this gathering, with all the citizens' presence mandated by HFY, who had returned a day ago from hospitalization in our bombing. I hated having to look upon the fruit of our handiwork, seeing the burned neck skin with the texture of papier-mâché. Cherie seemed more detached, like she'd turned off some part of herself after weeks of spreading the news of the lost battles. Hibernation season approached in my enclave. Back on the Smiggly world, I thought about requesting a cultural leave I was guaranteed. Months of slumber would be a relief, instead of continuing onward down a path of extremism, and watching the consortium collapse in real time.
I wasn't sure Esco's fighters intended to go into winter sleep, however. The Krev bombed the rebels once while we hibernated back on our homeworld. It'd give the scaly bastards an opportunity to eliminate the problematic terrorists. In response to what had happened to the delegates. Also, if they began rallying Ark ships, we had to ensure they didn't leave us behind. The humans and the Jaslips would be the species who the Federation would exterminate the swiftest. I enlisted because I wanted to help the humans, who were facing extinction. Perhaps our cause has forced Hathaway's response, and he's going to agree to board a new Ark. Would he take a Jaslip with him? Should I just leave my family and comrades, who also want to ticket out, to live amongst these primates?
The old leaders of the miners' strike movement have been up Hathaway's ass, Quana. We can't let the Federation find us, Sharice muttered. Maybe the babies are here, and that's the signal for us to ditch the consortium, and that's why he waited. So we'll have a better chance next time. I curled my lip in disgust. I wouldn't trust your mayor. He was eager to curl up next to the consortium delegates, which speaks to his character. We all wanted the Krev to help us save our species and destroy the Federation. I've seen Hathaway twist situations and people to his advantage, but he seemed genuine about not wanting us to get exterminated. In that regard, he sounds like everyone else who was an adult on Earth. He remembers. Like your uncle, you mean? Sure. My uncle used to tell me bedtime stories about the Crocodile coming for us, and I wish I could talk to him. I know he wouldn't approve of things I've done, but I felt 1,000,000 miles away every time we shared a meal since. I feel the same way with my family when we speak via holopad. I'm happy to be here at the military base instead of face-to-face with them. I wonder if they know, since word has a way of getting around Esquo's fighters, they would have said something, right? I don't know, Quana. The feeling that you've been away from someone for so long when they're right next to you. I got out, at least as close as human could on Tellus. Security. That meant I was tough enough. I might not have worked the mines, but I could push my body just as far. Boot camp proved that. Why would I feel so morose and melancholy now, as opposed to everything else I've been through? I was silent through much worse. We all have a breaking point. Jaslips have a saying about taking lives. To kill another, you must first kill yourself. It's not literal, but it rings true. Our innocence has departed from us for good, and what we must do is make use of what's left. Should Hathaway not speak the truth, we should confront him here. Sharice shook her head with disgust. I'm seeing this through. I won't back down. I'll start a fecking riot, if that's what it takes. The icy resolve in her voice reminded me of Ulan. The impassioned speeches of the Jaslip Independence Brigade must have rubbed off my human friend. I believed a riot was quite possible. With all the Tillish colonists gathered here, it wasn't too long ago that we'd sat in the Kelai shop, and I'd come to a stark realization that, despite how their souls might bleed through it all, these primates would burn everything to the ground with their final breath. I wondered if the Earthlings had a last spiteful display, as the bombs obliterated their fledgling species. This new planet couldn't come to that again. There was so much more than the downtrodden Jaslips at stake. Every consortium world would be under attack when the Federation found the carnivore enclaves harbored there. Esco's fighters wasn't a glamorous or wealthy place, under heavy surveillance, and with Toyos being a home many could afford. Still, it's my home. I'm not ashamed of where I came from, and it'll be strange to have that all gone. To either have our own world or be dead.
Good morning, colonists of Tellus. It's good to be home.
Hathaway raised a fist and strained smile, but I could see something resembling panic in his brown eyes, the desperate look of a drowning man, like a Jaslip had fallen through the summer ice.
I have some developments to report that'll change everything for our people. This can be a new beginning for us, if you'll allow it. Please remain calm.
Sharice's eyes widened. Crap, Quana. Is he actually about to say it?
It sure sounds like it, I mumbled. Or he can mean the babies arrived, and that's the new beginning.
He's right if he has misgivings about how the Krev will raise them. The mayor paused, pressing a hand to his deep brown chin, void of silvery beard. After the bombing.
I knew from the moment I heard this that I had to tell you. The ship carrying our precious children was attacked and boarded, but hold on. Our enemies are not entirely the Federation species. We noticed a United Nations logo and found humans. Other humans entering our ship. I've made contact with humanity's homeworld. There are still people that are alive there. Earth did not fall during Caslim's attack. Our home survived.
The visceral reactions throughout the crowd were swift and immediate. Before Hathaway had finished his prepared line, there were screams and gasps from the humans, in contrast to a mix of excitement and confusion from the Krev who joined the gathering. Charisse swooned as her legs gave out. The tears poured down her olive cheeks. The Tellus colonists seemed to have universal display of shock, before waves of cheers, clapping hands and shouting with joy, overtook the crowd. It took several seconds for my brain to process what I'd heard. Rather than look around for any clues on how the Feck to process that news, I knew I should be delighted that the primates hadn't been massacred. But I didn't understand how Earth survived. What had the Federation done to them as the price for their continued existence? Was this news worth celebrating? The settlers didn't share the same precautions, with some begging to go home at once. It was bizarre to imagine that people we'd been fighting were composed of humans all along. Was the war I'd signed up for on their behalf meaningless? Their entire initiative was pointless, as some of the more shrewd primates seemed to realize. Why had they ever come to tell us if they were all booking it to the spaceport that meant Charisse would be gone? The playful sisterhood we shared had warmed me to an alien for the first time in my life. Humans were the only consortium species that sympathized with us in this dispute. They understood what it was to suffer mistreatment in a way no other race could. I wondered whether the war against the Feddies would simply cease like that, and perhaps an entire civilization would peel out of hiding, if it was safe for obligate carnivores like us. Wait, did we become extremists that bombed Krev capital for nothing? If humans are alive and going home, we're not getting on an ark. We killed our conscience for absolutely feck all. The Jaslips will never outlast the shame, with the consortium having this narrative. We'll carry this burden around for the rest of our lives.
The news is even more triumphant from Earth. They turned some of the Federation species, like the Deathworld, to their alliance, called the Sapient Coalition. They won the war of the Federation 2 decades ago and eliminated the existential threat we faced. Nobody's coming to wipe us out, my fellow citizens, Hathaway pronounced, though his excitement seemed forced. That news sent a freezing current curdling through my veins, and my fur stood upright in a second. Those goofy-ass, duty spacefaring omnivores vanquished the Federation many years ago, and we'd been hiding from an entity that didn't even exist any longer. The consortium massacred Esquo for absolutely nothing, and hauled us away in enclaves also for nothing. We could still be on our homeworld today, not facing an exaggerated threat we clearly could have faced. If Earth managed to defeat all those idiotic species by themselves, why shouldn't we have tried? We didn't even look to see what had changed, and that was as foolhardy as it could be. This entire war was against a phantom endangering Jaslips under false pretenses. They kept us down. I was going to rip them apart and make them pay for what they'd taken. Where was our independence? The Krev could never begin to make this right. Charisse choked on snot, denial in her face. How can that be? We didn't have any hope. All of them attacking us, and we barely had a few thousand ships to our name. The Federation never would have found us, less than a decade after Esquo. They ceased to fecking exist, I snarled, adrenaline rushing through my veins. I yearned for a fight. I wanted to get home to Ulan and embrace that human spirit for burning them all with us. They can't even pretend to justify the crap that they've done to us. I regret nothing we did, Charisse. They deserve worse. Though I imagine you'll just go home. Connor, I don't know that planet, Earth. I mean, I've seen it on postcards and vaults. Then you've seen more of Earth than I've seen of Esquo. Clearly things weren't so bad for humans as you all said. 2 decades. All that time we've been here, licking Krev Boots' heels. And we're safe. We hid for nothing. More than we already thought it was for nothing. We were fighting our own people. I don't... Like you'll still sympathize with Jaslip cause now that you have a perfect homeworld to return to. You can just leave. The Krev will let their cute darlings leave, all right? Hathaway raised his hands as people rushed up to him, shouting questions. Krev journalists scrambled to cover the news. I know we shed so much blood, sweat and tears in building our beautiful Tellus. The United Nations has expressed interest in visiting and sending aid, and I, of course, welcome a reunion with hope. My hope is to get this world of ours accepted as one of Earth's official colonies and to welcome new human citizens from back home. We have walked so they can run. This can have been for something, if we settle the frontier for our people.
But if you want to leave, Charisse shouted.
That'll be your choice. I'm working to get us tapped into their internet. so that we can see everything and communicate with anyone back home. It'll be like you're there, without a weeks-long journey. Flights will depart from the spaceport as soon as I can make arrangements. No one is obliged to stay. Just remember here, we don't have rent or to want for anything, though. This entire city was given to us, so I don't want to squander our Eden. Besides, Earth's culture is separated vastly from our own. They moved on without us. The same prey aliens that drove us away now mingle freely on Terran soil.
I bared my fangs, stalking up to the front of the crowd. You have a chance to return to your home, which apparently was there all along, and what? You're making this some UN colony? We don't get a colony, but you do, even though you have a home to go to. Greedy, fecking bastards. The Jaslips deserved it much more than you.
Jaslips are more than welcome here. I certainly think that you should have a colony. You don't have to hide anymore either. We had nothing to do with the consortium.
That's why you joined them. You want to be a UN colony, so what the feck happens to your consortium membership?
The Krev will certainly understand that our allegiances to our people first, and that we thought that they were dead when we joined. That doesn't mean that we can't lead Earth in its relations with all of the species here, yes, and maintain a close friendship.
Why do we want a close friendship if our fecking people are at war with the Krev? A miner shouted to the immediate looks of horror from the nearby scaly aliens. It was like they'd watched their children die in front of them, which made my whiskers twitch with amusement.
We should switch sides. Those Xenos exploited us for 20 years. We don't owe them crap. Earth is everything, so why would we stay here, separated from our culture? Mayor, like you pointed out. Earth is complicated. While they certainly had more luxuries than us, the tables have turned. We can have orbital rings before them, which will be no doubt worth a fortune someday. With this happening in our lifetime, stake a claim here, we'll be rich, and our children can be. When we pass the wealth we suffered for to them. Also, we can protect humanity. We already have a military base, so we'll expand their influence, and we can be a key staging ground to strengthen our species. Nobody can ever threaten us again if we spread out, right?
The UN wants to strengthen their influence and keep this crap hole. They can manage that themselves. What does fecking riches mean if we never go back and spend it, Mayor?
It means this wasn't for nothing, my dear friend. I want to have something to show for our time here. You and your brothers worked for 23 years. All I'm saying is, don't rush to go back to a life on Earth. Labor laws aren't as cushy as you remember. We can wait for the UN to show up and make proper allocations for us, and make sure they won't punish us.
Punish us? Charisse blinked in shock as I glared at her. Why was she acting like this was a bad news for her? Humans couldn't always play the victim. What do you mean?
I mean we must show we're on their side, prove our loyalty and worth. They are coming to see how we live, and they can suggest what to do to have a smooth transition. We are in this together. Even if you are leaving, you don't want to leave the ones in your Tennis family who will choose to stay high and dry. Just think this through, and keep this neat and orderly. It'll only be a week until UN officials arrive from the Pelton base. I arranged this for you and for us, real humans for a living Earth, here before us, a sight to see. I'll be here to welcome them even if I'm alone, because we must apologize for what we've done properly.
There were a few moments of hesitation and uncertain murmurs before clapping spread. The Krev gawked at the happy expressions amongst the crowd, though I could see that they were unsettled, hearing that their organization's purpose was false, and it was good that they were disquieted. They were likely more upset about fighting the cute humans than killing Jaslips for nothing. The only thing the primates had been useful for was getting them to not scrutinize my actions. The Tanish were going to become like everyone else, now that they realized that they weren't kindred spirits at all. Their mayor just said that he wanted to buddy up with those oboe-loving Krev freaks, mammals with scales, and anyone who wanted to be their friend. There was no sign of a riot Charisse had promised, even though the facts of the war cover-up hadn't changed. A friend, my supposed best friend, would be livid for me. She didn't ask if I was okay. She only asked about wanting to leave all of her troubles behind. Self-serving. I'm going to take as many of the consortium peoples down with me as I can, whenever Erlen asks. Anything.
We could weep for what it cost us in the past, but instead we must exalt the glamour in our present and future. Let us celebrate, my friends. Let us celebrate our complete freedom and control over our destiny. The peace and prosperity that our people have achieved, and the glory of humanity that we'll be part of. Have you not seen how mighty the UN's fleet was in battle? Yesterday we ruled Tellus. Today we rule the galaxy, Hathaway cheered.
I pinned my ears back, slinking out of the square with disgust. And we don't even rule ourselves. I guess that's why humans are coming here, to lord over us. Bad chance. I'll have my liberation, or I'll have my death. Connor, Cherie shouted. Wait up. I need to talk to you. I don't care what you need. What the feck is wrong with you? I know where you're going. I wanted to come with you, to make sure Jaslips don't get shafted in this all. I want to know the truth, because I trust you, and I'll learn more than the fecking mayor. Am I not good enough for you now that my species is apparently alive? What a crime. This is hitting me like a fecking tsunami, but you can't even think about anyone but yourself. I whipped around, biting her sleeve, ripping off a piece of fabric and warning, How dare you? Am I wrong? I joined the military to help humans. I felt sorry for you. Why the feck do you think I joined up with Alon? I risked everything before I knew about the ships losing, only knowing what Mafani said about the kits. And you what? Think I didn't care about you? Of course you don't. Nobody fecking does. I stared directly into Cherise's binocular eyes, feeling my claws curl against the pavement with rage. Her cheeks were tear-streaked, and though she held my gaze, I could see her lip wobbling. My anger fizzled for a half-second, with the memories of our playful banter in boot camp coming back. The friendship had gone into sharing our deepest secrets and selling our souls together. As angry as I was at humanity for their good fortune, Benson had been with me unconditionally. My wrathfulness towards the human was isolating her from the only person that she felt she could talk to, after what we'd done with those bombs on Abor. I was too livid to put myself in her paws now, or to ask about her feelings, but I'd be stupid to turn away someone willing to help the cause. Our primate face had much easier time slipping through Krebs security, after all. With a growl of frustration, I beckoned Cherise with a tail frond. She could follow me if that was still her wish. It was time for me to go home and join whatever chaos was unfolding as the news reached our species. The Jaslips wouldn't be fighting for an ark to save us from the Federation anymore. This time, it would be about unequivocal independence from the consortium that had oppressed us for so long. End of story. Chapter 72. Memory transcript subject Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, December 23rd, 2160. I could feel the eyes of every herbivorous diplomat on me, noting how I'd replaced Kainfa at her mantle by the podium. My shoulders felt heavy from the knowledge that I have to stand before the Sapient Coalition and announce that humanity was behind the heinous genocidal attacks. Telling Ambassador Korichan that Kalqua would be under siege due to a war my species incited had made me glad I didn't have actual insights to become knotted up. I had still felt that phantom pain in my gut, which I could chalk up to guilt. The Dirtian wouldn't be the only one to react with disgust, and he might not be the lone representative that left these halls because of the truth. Who among this assemblage was true friends to Terrans, even when we were implicated in conquest that they'd all expected from predators? I'd held note cards that United Nations aid had rushed over to me, and all but threw into my hands while I was left no time to peruse them. I flipped through them to skim what I was expected to say. My eyebrows slanted downwards with disgust. The pandering rhetoric didn't critique a thing about the Battle of Alpha, or do anything other than try paint us, as Lace's words, as cuddly, harmless, and peaceful. I wasn't convinced that hiding parts of ourselves, as if Emergency Order 56 had never ended, was going to fix anything. It was an emergency order, not something I intended to be kept forever. If we had to pretend in perpetuity to retain a friendship, could those allies even be called allies, let alone friends? There was never understanding about how we might be pushed to the brink, or how our cohorts might have done things unsanctioned by our governments. Why do we have to prove that humanity did not plan this attack? Should it not be self-evident that the United Nations had no hand in this? The worst part was that some might offer their species equivalent to a nod, applauding the Ark colonists' revenge. There would never be peace that I held so dear, as long as the United Nations bent a knee on this matter. My anger still burned after everything Tassie had told me about how bisons had been abused and judged. Humanity had enabled that. Been trying to stand with everyone. We stood for nothing. My thoughts were rife with all of the churlish behavior that we'd endured ourselves from our so-called allies. I remembered how angry I'd been about how next to nobody stood beside us at the Battle of Earth. the very reason I sent out the arc ships at all. The aliens were every bit as fickle now, and if they were truly in support of us, they must stand with us when the chips are down. The note cards were shoved into my pockets, since I'd chosen to speak my own truth. I wasn't going to beg for forgiveness, I was going to demand change. The Sapien Coalition was founded as a commitment to each other. I see it as a marriage between our planets, a bond intended to be built on common values and mutual trust. I noticed the human diplomats growing pale as I ad-libbed my own metaphor, and a calm smile crossed my face. I rested my hands on the podium. Humans make vows to each other on their wedding day, for better or for worse, the words go, swearing to stand beside one another in sickness and in health, rich or poor. Would you say those are fair expectations to place on an alliance? Lysa's ears perked with intrigue.
Of course, the Venlu are with humanity until death do us part.
I made a sweeping gesture to the governor, impressed with the knowledge. Someone's been on a Terran wedding or two. At any rate, it's easy to pretend that all is fine in our organization, when we've been enjoying a rich prosperity and healthy dialogues between our people. We've seen for better. I question whether this union can stay together, now that we've reached for worse. Because while our partnership may have looked rosy from the outside, or to those in denial on the inside, it is a broken marriage. Chatter erupted across the assemblage, with many SE representatives taking exception to my words. Magic President Kuiper trumpeted her disagreement first. Why? Because we don't do what you want when you want it.
This is about Alpha. Humans invited the Oxon, the Federation remnants, not us. They ruined everything. Should we have stayed and lost all of our ships because of them?
The Goji Prime Minister spat. Your Secretary General is one who quit. If it's broken, look in the mirror for whose fault it is, the Thafki ambassador sneered. We've stuck with you in spite of what you are. Silence! I shouted as the UN diplomats melted into their chairs. Jones was the only one who looked amused. That's exactly the problem. This is an abusive relationship where humanity feels trapped. Exactly why Kuiper quit. We have been infinitely understanding and accommodating, while walking on eggshells around the assemblage like one would a raving, wife-beating lunatic. You do not answer when we call in crisis, and do not support our endeavors when they matter most. At best, you go along with us half-heartedly to pretend you tried. The one-sided relationship ends today. Kuiper stamped a massive dust-brown paw. How dare you say such things about us? You really think that we're an abusive spouse who you've trapped with? Do you want us all to leave? No. But we shouldn't have to worry that our allies will just leave us if we upset you. We shouldn't have to throw up our hands as injustices are perpetrated under our watch, because this organization refuses to adhere to our actual vows. That Declaration of Sapiens Rights that we all signed. It was important to the United Nations once that our children should inherit a better galaxy than us. Yet we feel powerless to do anything on a path of healing or reconciliation. When that goal is struck down as somehow injurious to you, that's how Arthur fell. Charleston, the Zerillian ambassador, lifted a paw. The Zerillians second this sentiment. There is no need for more deaths in the galaxy, but by holding on to what was done in the past, many haven't helped to prevent it. Medically speaking, it is a bad idea to let old wounds fester. Old wounds have festered aplenty here. They have governed with the very course of our policy decisions. There hasn't been change, or any desire to change from the antiquated, broken ways. Perhaps the most damning of all is that humanity doesn't have the trust of our peers, to defer to the metaphor of a relationship. Is it healthy to be interrogated for your every move? To have your partner be suspicious of you, trying to catch you in an act of cheating? We are hardly worried about that. Running off to join remnants would be ill-advised and impossible, even with your efforts, Elias Mayer, Onzo prodded. You'll place no trust in us in a different way, but that is the bedrock of a relationship stands on. Instead of cheating, it's waiting for us to prove we're violent predators, since you've only penciled us in as an exception anyway, instead of realizing that the Federation lies have no basis in reality. You remember our every mistake, while we're forgiven some of you for ransacking our homeworld and spitting in our face. As for infidelity, you needn't worry how steadfast humanity is, but you have shown a penchant to cheat and shop around for newer models. Are you with us to the end,
or with us because it's convenient."
"It was never convenient to join an organization created by humans," the Pelton delegate commented. "What more do you want from us? We've been with you from the beginning."
"I thank you for that. What I'm asking for is this organization's compassion and understanding, rather than your judgment. Work with us and try to compromise rather than being unmoving as a mountain. If you do not want us in our anger, or at our lowest point, and in rebuke I'm giving you right now, you do not want humanity as a friend. You want some perfect ideal that doesn't exist, that never existed to begin with."
The silence that hung over the chamber was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. I could discern that many were shocked to hear the UN diplomat speaking of such candor, and expressing discontent with our lot in the Sapient Coalition. While they didn't know how to react, none of the alien representatives have left yet. But I hadn't told them why I raised these points. Perhaps offending them before delivering the news about the arc ships wasn't the ideal method. Would they grasp what I was saying at all, or were they about to launch into blind accusations towards Earth? My eyes lowered, the wind dropping out from under my sails. I didn't want to return to the days of the galaxy hating us. I simply wasn't willing to prostrate to keep the quiet, which the UN mistook for peace, any longer.
"It's better to be alone than in a toxic relationship. So long as you're able to survive on your own, we shouldn't be kicked around for all eternity. We shouldn't turn a blind eye to how many fecked up things this organization has done."
I pulled the note cards out of my pocket, waving them in the air.
"Let the record reflect that the United Nations wanted me to apologize and beg for your forgiveness for what we've learned today. What I want is for you to return the support, the compassion, and the friendship we've shown you. I want you to work with us to solve this without blame."
"So what?" the Crocodile Ambassador Calcel squawked. "The Oxel Federation War?"
"That too. But I'm afraid that's not what I'm referring to. 24 years ago, when Earth was under threat, I authorized arc ships vessels to flee Federation space and ensure the continuation of our species. When we captured some of our mystery attackers, we discovered that one of these arc ships had partnered with an alien union called the Krev Consortium to seek revenge on the Federation for the presumed death of their species."
The uproar that broke out was so calamitous that it almost made me cover my ears from discomfort, even without eardrums to be injured. Many leapt to the fleet, clamoring for more details on what these arc ships even were and why we'd sent them out. They'd seemed to think that the UN had thrown them to the stars with a purpose in mind, when in truth, those vessels were told to run far away. Others were furious about humans putting their ships at risk, and my combative tone in spite of what we'd done. There was undoubtedly a hunger to know more about the consortium and why they would have joined forces. The accusatory voices weren't centered on our predatory nature, with only the Leshy diplomat proclaiming that she knew this would happen. Leshy Ambassador Yanni simmered with frustration, voice deafening.
"I knew the humans would come to this eventually. Attacking worlds is in their nature. They've been playing at being our friends, while they'd send ships of their own off to plot."
"Benighted Tinsass!" Loxel yelled, blading his paws at the ceiling. I appreciated he'd finished his questioning with our generals.
"Fool even myself until I stood abreast to the beer. Fooled into believing the Forever Walkers were docile and peaceable. What a ruse! Lo, us representatives close-seared into this pen they call the reception hall, right where they mass assert dominance. No wonder they dissolutely tried to reclaim Tinsass. Humans where they stole our love and Hearthstone. They were killing indiscriminately here, slaughtering 10 million Sifkit expeditionaries, defenseless and hapless, while taking the helm as protectors."
"They are protectors," the Crocodile Ambassador shouted. "Humanity saved Nishtal. I forgive their transgression, as they have forgiven us."
Mazik President Quipper scoffed.
"Whether they protected Koa or not, Mayor just had all the gall to accuse us of being what he calls Arthur, when his people are more to blame than anyone. They talk about injustice, turning a blind eye. Their people were sent off to get revenge. Nobody ever shared that with us."
"The United Nations wanted no such thing," I objected. "The arc ships were told to flee as far as possible from the Federation. They have done the opposite by coming back and looking for revenge. I sent them because I believed we'd die at the Battle of Earth. Only 2 alien races came to our aid, yet we haven't turned away the call of any who asked."
The Tillfish delegate clacked their mandibles with regret, a gesture I could identify after my time with Vernt. "The UN had every opportunity to take revenge, and none would have questioned it.
Instead, they showed mercy and spared us. They let us join here as friends and equals. That's what Elias wants to return to doing, and that's the choice humanity's government made.
It's Arthur, anyway. They got everything coming to them, and it's still not enough, Harkin Ambassador initially commented. We regret participating in the attack of Earth. Who can fault some humans for desiring payback after all that was inflicted on them? They believed every Terran had been slaughtered.
Yeah, the Kolshians should have been killed years ago. It's only a shame that some of the fossil made it out from Tusk,
the Gojid Prime Minister sneered. The Thapki representative snorted. If predators must kill, it's about time to start killing the right people. There are 12,000 of us left. There are still billions of Kolshian evacuees. The galaxy should get rid of them. Then those Oxlord next. That's how we solve the Federation collective war. Absolutely not, I shouted. There are people who had nothing to do with any of your suffering. Do you want to be relegating the same old wars or deciding who is worthy of the rights that should belong to all? What if it was your species that had done such things before you were born? Then you wouldn't want to be blamed for a crime you took no part in, just as the United Nations had no hand in the Ark affair, and we're still going to work to rectify it. Nobody wants to be slaughtered, all because you've been born the wrong species. Stop lying to yourselves.
I hope to get the ball rolling on making the situation better. We must send aid to these humans, helping to reunite them with their families, Xyrillian Ambassador Chalzin commented. They deserve our medical advancements.
I dipped my head in gratitude. That's the spirit we need, radical peace and acceptance. Show these fleeing human refugees who only remember your hatred that we've changed. It's time to be more than our worst qualities. Humble yourselves. Remember that we are all the products of our circumstances, until we decide to be products of our beliefs.
Just what are those beliefs supposed to be?
That we must work to mend all wrongs and wounds, even those hardships inflicted on our own persecutors. I wish to pour my heart and soul into peaceful resolution, without any more blame or bloodshed, for neither of those things will do anyone any good. Who is truly with us, if you can't abide working alongside us for the common good, without prejudice towards any living soul, then leave this hall. There wasn't a sound from the SC representatives, who looked at each other for a long moment, but no species had moved to abandon their station. I noticed the Vendel delegates break into Terran-style claps, which were picked up by the Crocodile and a few other allies. There was a lot of awkwardness and murmurs, but even the vocal Maziks and the partial member Leshy stayed put. I hoped that it wasn't just a lack of sympathy for Arthur keeping them here. I turned my eyes towards the empty Dirtian station and tried not to mourn the friendship that Corrigan had stomped away from. The kind-hearted Avon had been so angry and unable to be reasoned with. Demands like that didn't belong in the SC, just as I'd encouraged anyone who didn't seek peace to leave. I suppose it was for the best the Dirtian Forum had departed. The writing was on the wall when his kindness was to pretend at my shield speech that he hadn't heard me imply that I wanted Arthur, Tolsk, and Rist to join the galaxy as equals. Corrigan and his people won't accept it when I push for restitution. I am glad that you've chosen to stick it out. I hope that we will take this time to look inward. In fact, I do not hope. I won't settle for anything less, I exclaimed. Let me turn the floor over to Onzo, who will share what we know of the consortium and of Tinzas. It is my hope to give the latter back to the Sivkits, though I understand their ambassador's skepticism. Woe to you, Predator! Your monstrous presence is a blight upon our soil, which must be purged, Loxel wailed. Rid your odious paws from our planet. Name your true price. No more pretense from the Forever Walkers. I stared directly at the Sivkit, challenging him. Oh, well, that reminds me. After Rondo's diatribe, our generals will share something about a rogue sect of fossil conspirators that the Sivkits kept to themselves. Humanity intends to address every threat we face, for the sake of our safety. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to return to my office and work on drafting a peace treatise until it's finished. I strolled down from the podium, crossing the aisles from the lengthy auditorium and traveling out into the station's halls. With those words spoken into the air, it was inevitable that it would circulate to each Sapien Coalition world in no time. At least the United Nations had provisions in place to reunite families. I imagined the telesettlers would be pariahs for a while, But what was important was that others wouldn't call for savagely eliminating these problematic humans the way the Corrigan had done. We could move forward with initializing a peace and attempting to stop the drone advance, while hoping to broker an accord between the Federation and the Arxor. My final wish, my true life, had been to reach out to the Greys more. Perhaps I could manage that. I wouldn't be in the position long, but I could set a few things in motion for the next generation to run with. I creaked open the door to my office, expecting to gather what items I thought most important to cover in accord before summoning my staffers. Instead, I found a miserable-looking grey avian, with wings covering and a familiar corn-coloured beak, who was seated on my couch. The Dirtian station had been empty during my speech to the SC, so I believed that they'd followed through with their promise to leave. Corrigan had been so disarming and welcoming ever since I met him at the embassy. It was difficult to reconcile the Tambrinist who utilized polished, diplomatic lines back to the angry ambassador who renounced me. The murder that had blazed in his eyes a few hours earlier was replaced by sorrow. I moved the door more forcefully, alerting him to my presence.
Elias,
Corrigan murmured,
I do care about you, you know. I wanted to help you from the moment you came to the embassy, asking for our ships, but I couldn't. My government left no wiggle room.
I gave the Dirtian a testing look. I recall Kaifer thanking you for promising to be there if Earth ever needed aid. Perhaps it is not so simple to give that favor when the aid we need is your forgiveness.
What I remember was that you came knocking because you were defeated at Tinsas.
What happens if you falter again? There is no guarantee that they're coming for Kalqua, with 3 potential targets. We don't know anything for certain. The consortium might be able to stop the drones before anything happens. But if it comes to a direct attack, what I can say is that you're an SC member, and that all of us will band together. You have SHIELD allies, too.
You didn't say what happened if you fail.
I've noticed your insecurity, Elias, with the entire mind transportation process. My deepest insecurity, and one shared by many of my people, Kalqua being lost. I expect you, as my friend, to care about that enough to respond to it with a measure equal to the crime. I wanted you to listen, like I listened, and brought you a whole leap of hope spiel. Do you know how old I was during my homeworld's bombing? I offered a sympathetic frown. Too young, regardless of the actual number. I was 17. Dirtian, we have massive extended families, so we all went to a bunker together, rocking next to one another. It gave a guttural snap when the bunker collapsed, as loud as lightning. The only survivor in the whole bunker, that was me. And I lived by a miracle, because my father had piled on top of me to take the blows. The Dirtian whimpered, tears pouring down his face. The falling rocks, the ash of my peak, the silence as I lay trapped for days, knowing nobody was moving. The thirst. What a horrible way to die. It can't happen again. I settled next to the avian, gently wrapping an arm around him as he broke down. I'm sorry, Corrigan. I can't imagine what that was like, and the survivor's guilt you must have felt as a mere adolescent. My life at that age was tranquil by comparison. I don't think anyone should bear that kind of suffering, and that's what I was trying to spare Alpha from. Hatred. Revenge. It has a real consequence for real people, for other adolescents and citizens with no say in such matters. This won't make you feel better. Then what will? Enacting no consequences and letting your species, the Arks you sent off, attack us? I'm suggesting forgiveness, Corrigan, not the abandonment of consequences. You speak of forgiveness, but so little of justice, Elias. You expect us to do nothing now, with my homeworld threatened, then that's the end of us. If they pick off what little is left, a few thousand humans and their pets, who'll make no difference to your species' success, was a small price to ask when they've brought this upon themselves. How can you claim to care about anything I've suffered, or the people who died? I withdrew my hand, fixing him with a stern glower. There is an ancient human saying that aligns with your demands. An eye for an eye. The idea that one who wronged you must be wronged the same way. If they cut out your eye, their eye must be cut out as well. That is the justice you are seeking, is it not? So, how many grieving children, waiting for the death of their parents and all of that they knew will satisfy you? What? It's not about... A flummoxed Corrigan hopped to his feet, fluttering his wings defensively. His eyes darted around as if speed-running the 5 stages of grief inside his mind. I wanted to be... punished. The gravity of the crime, the punishment you insist upon, is making them feel the same pain that you felt. That is what you are asking by calling for them to be killed, is it not? I prodded and watched the wordless Corrigan open and close his beak, fumbling for a reply. Those responsible should face punishment. Being violent and cruel in return isn't the only way. I don't want us to become people who do that, Corrigan. Let's try something else. I guess I can raise those points with my government. The dirty ambassador shook his head, stumbling towards the exit. An eye for an eye, The rest of the SE needs that speech too. I watched Corrigan vacate the room, relieved that the Dirtian hadn't left quite yet. It took a great deal of courage to open up like that. There were too many people in this sector of the galaxy with deep-rooted pain, but someone had to find the right words to get through to them. Perhaps the grey avian had point that the eye for an eye rebuke should be heard by many more ears. It was the only way that we could take true steps at healing the centuries-old rift in our stellar neighborhood. End of chapter. Memory transcription subject Tassie by some alien liaison. Date standardized human time December 25th, 2160. It felt strange to utilize a side swim again rather than walking around. Water was very much tied to Bison's relaxation, as evidenced by the flotation tank salons that passed by on every street corner. Sitting at home, watching the live stream broadcasts had proven unconducive to my recovery. The screens were all too happy to plaster the darkness of the world and the aliens in front of my face. The two were often intertwined, as evidenced by the group of Zeridian and human doctors working for charities, tending to victims on both sides in the war zones. Even in a story as grisly as that, there were helpers. There were good people in the stars. I just had to remember how to be one of them. Maybe the irony was considering why aliens had been so captivating. It was about us more than them. How much I wanted to escape the world I'd come running back to. If Runner was a flawed planet that I'd hoped could change with the waggle of a flipper. Yet reality wasn't so simple. I bore some personal responsibility for losing sight of what mattered. My work became more important than my family, almost like scanning the skies was my religion rather than the teachings of hers. I remember listening to the verse reading from the pulpit, with one that had sat framed on my FAI desk. The mysteries of the heavens are not as strange yet as the mysteries of the soul. My work belongings had been sent to my apartment in a box, and I'd stared at the plaque for quite a while. The Tassie that sat in an office all day died with first contact, but maybe her optimism could live on. All of the politics and exploration in the world wasn't going to make me feel whole, when what I truly wanted was to form a meaningful connection with someone else. I hadn't spoken to my co-workers at the Fishing for an Alien Intelligence in months, not one of them. That was why I was heading to the Fish Guts bar where we used to go and drink on special occasions, hoping to run into a familiar face. I wondered how they felt about everything that had played out. Were they excited over the ubiquity of extraterrestrials? Sifkits and Varsal both living on our planet. That makes them accessible enough to the public, even without a spaceship to hop on. What's the idea of letting those long ears squat in our backyard? I heard a Bison voice ask outside the bar, which gave me pause. I've seen a couple walking down the streets and made sure to take a long way around. For all we know, they're dusting the air with their cure. This conversation partner bobbed her flippers. It's no secret what they do to meat-eaters. Rest of the galaxy had to write the idea letting them flounder. I mean, what the feck is our government doing? Moving every alien right on in. I don't trust them, and I don't see why we're paying for them to get free housing. I don't see Lassman ponying up for this. Never see a fossil working long days and nights, missing their fecking kids for a couple pence. Have you ever actually spoken to a fossil? The words spilled out of my mouth before I could stop myself. They're displaced civilians who are locked in their own planet for all of the shit that you just mentioned, which they had nothing to do with. The male Ritala rounded on me, putting his beak inches from my face. What kind of alien sympathizing scum do we have here? She's one of them FII bastards, rode with that bald animal in the car. She brought them here, the other accused. The door swung over, and I did recognize a Ritala named Classo came to stand protectively in front of me. Is there a problem? Dr. Tassie did not bring the aliens here. They contacted us. As I remember it,
The Lassian military came to our offices, shot the place down, and dragged her there.
Man, I do sympathize with the aliens. People that come from space are still people, I spat. You just want a scapegoat, someone to blame and hate for all of your problems.
Tassie, get inside.
Classo pulled me backwards into the safety of the pub. He stared down at the two strutting bisons for a moment.
Ignorant fools! Why don't you pick on someone your own size next time?
The former FAI staffer slammed the door shut in their faces, and I ducked my head with gratitude. He herded me over to a stall adjacent to his by the bar, resuming the sipping from his glass. Classo had been a specialist in identifying astronomical phenomena, often able to rule out strange signals as the result of pulsars, magnetars, and other celestial bodies. There was talk around the office that he was a bit of a neuroholic, but he was typically kind and thoughtful at work. The retainer lifted a flipper to flag down the bartender before ordering a round for each of us. I held the glass in my grasp with uncertainty, always having been too straight-laced for a day drinking. Reminding myself that I was here to relax the distressed, I chugged the stringy fluids, the oil taste linger in my mouth as the neurotoxins absorbed into my bloodstream. There was a fish called the memmelfin of Irana, whose flesh was supposed to be poisonous. In small doses, however, it could have psychological effects on bison. The alien races would not be able to consume it, since it could have lethal consequences. I'd heard of at least one instance of humans having to be forcefully denied access to it multiple times, as they insisted it would be fine. Perhaps they believed it was a carnivore equivalent of alcohol, and while that was true socially, it was a rather different chemical compound. The primates shouldn't be too keen to order death in a bottle. Leaning back, I glanced up at the TV screen and the picture of an orange ocean. It was then I noticed the fluffy white mammals on a boat and tilted my head in curiosity. Classo followed my gaze, snickering.
Bringing the Sifkits here was ingenious, Tassie. Turns out that they have a taste for all of that algae that's gotten us into a doom cycle, the retainer remarked. An undo button on the insurmountable problem. There's already been a noticeable decrease in the waters nearest Nelman. I gawked at the screen. You're kidding me. In that case, I hope the Tinsass issue won't be sorted out so fast. I'm almost willing to turn a blind eye to the fact that they knew who was behind the Starlight incident. They what?
Oh, that's, not going to make that duo out there like the fossil anymore. It's probably for the best that I don't elaborate. I could already feel some airiness in my skull. As a complete lightweight, I had to push the conversation off of me before I started spitting classified information and inflammatory tales like how the humans tried to blackmail me. How's life been treating you post-first contact?
Well, I don't get FAI paycheck anymore. A lot of the staff moved to either running scientific studies on aliens or working for the diplomatic corps that has hundreds of these guys to deal with. Many won't talk to us directly, but I hear you've been changing that.
You flatter me, Calasso. I don't think I had that much to do with it. You said a lot of the staff. I asked about you. Are you chasing a Sifkit down a side swim with a lab needle?
Classo chuckled. My specialty is listening to radio signals and matching them up with stars, not lifeguard duty on Nelman, which is a thing too. There's been several drowning incidents from the algae craze, which is why they've been given boats, and still drown hanging over them, not the brightest bulbs.
The Federation dumbed them down on purpose, and it sounds like they were once just like us. I got to read a bit of their old theatre. It was highbrow, very articulate and polished with ideas, sane worldviews. I want to throw their ambassador out an airlock, but I do think their species could improve. If we help him in some small way, and you're dodging my question about your job. The retainer lifted his glass, downing it quickly and signaling for another.
My knowledge is useless now. I have a job as a bouncer here now, clearly. I'm doing it so well.
Classo, are you sure it's a good idea to be, around Memphilan all the time? I have connections. I could get you a job super far away from here, exciting as could be. Maybe talk to some observatory on Earth that'll take the first by some astronomer.
Not all of us are ready to back up and leave Irana at a moment's notice. I'm fine, but thanks for the offer, Tassie. If I really wanted to, Hurst knows they're recruiting half the damn planet, qualified or not, to deal with the alien diplomacy shit. Everyone who wanted to landed on their feet.
I studied him with concern, shooting the bartender a look before they could bring the next round. Change is hard, Classo. I know you're a smart guy, and I know the aliens are, more complicated than we expected. I've come home to take care of myself because I neglected my personal life chasing what I thought I had to do. We never talked enough for me to know your story, but You shouldn't be holding yourself together with tape and glue either.
You can't save everyone. I'm gone, Tassie. You think they want a perpetually intoxicated scientist whose obsolete skills running your point on diplomacy, especially with how Feck it all is. I just make everything worse. You're doing good. All of us from FAI are proud of you.
Don't say that. There's nothing to be proud of. I achieved absolutely nothing.
No. You just didn't do everything you hoped for. The small victories add up, and then you turn them into big ones. I'll take it you unraveled the bit about, if I understood it, the Sifkits knowing that the fossil attacked Ivrana.
It's more complicated than that.
Exactly. And you got the answers. Crap. That could wrap up the war here in Ivrana, since they all want to point their guns at the ones who attacked us. Peace at home again. A common enemy that isn't a scapegoat might do us some good. Remind us that we aren't that different. I already heard that there were talks about a treaty going down. Ever since Alpha, something good came of that.
I recoiled. An entire planet wiped out is not a positive thing, Classo. It's like I said about the fossil. We should care. They were people.
That's not what I meant. I just meant even the worst places, there's a reason for hope. If I was up with those SC delegates, I'd get wrapped up in all the large-scale catastrophes and world-ending shit, too. There's nothing you did or could have done with that. You found a little wiggle room to work, and that's all we can ask.
I'm tired. There's only so much catastrophes one person can watch.
So don't watch. Just put your feet up, relax, and stop trying to stop the bartender from handing me my way out.
I shot Classo a stern look. I've resigned myself to making things better in small ways. One of those is not letting you rack up any more organ damage for today. A lot of biased areas of expertise are obsolete or overshadowed now, but we have to reinvent ourselves, catch up and learn, take control of our future.
Start over completely from scratch, right? That's totally plausible.
You at least want to talk to some humans. You never got the chance. Let me reach out and see if there's any observatories that would take you. No one's going to make you commit and leave Ivrana, but it might be a good thing for you.
If you insist. A free vacation to an alien planet is too good to pass up, Classo replied. Besides, I was always jealous that you were the only one who got to chat up that curly-haired nerd. He and I are the same person, practically.
I found myself thinking about why Dustin had never ratted out Jones to the UN and what Maya would do about it. Dustin is a good guy. He'll have fun with humans, long as they show their nice side.
Don't tempt me. Now I have to bring out the mean streak. It's an irresistible challenge.
Be careful of what you wish for, Classo. Just take the cushy observatory drop and let them smile with innocence. Trust me. Engaging with a bison who wasn't Nelt or a Zolk and had more grounded concerns than the developments of the war or an alien alliance had been a relief. I felt like I might have been able to help my old colleague find his footing after first contact had left him rudderless. There were flashes of ways that I could make a difference, even if the improvements to my surroundings were microscopic. It was assuring to know that my passionate cohorts at the FAI looked up to the work I'd been doing, in spite of the tumultuous emotions I shouldered about how impossible it was. After a few days on Ivrana, I was ready to give the humans and the Sapien Coalition a second chance. My people were looking up to me to represent the average bison and to pave the path for a future where we could thrive.
End of chapter 74. Memory transcription subject Kwana Jaslip Soldier. Date standardized human time February 4th, 2161. Even the local government of the Omnol turning a blind eye to the open rebellion in the enclaves. I wasn't sure that the Jaslip Independence Brigade would enjoy much success without outward support. Our heads hadn't cooled off one bit towards the consortium since the downfall of the Federation equated to our forceful relocation and escorts glancing being for naught. However, temples had leveled out towards potential allies, such as the humans. Assistance would be heeded to unravel a machine like the Krebs Institution. Earth hadn't committed any sins against us, and we'd later learned that the United Nations proper had tried to resurrect our species with their OSA project. That won a lot of credibility with our people. For now, the Jaslip and human babies had stayed with their original families, since transporting millions of infants for a month and swapping them was a headache. Humanity cared more about saving the Jaslips, having only seen our skeletons, than the consortium ever did. The Krev didn't care about our lives back on Esquo, and they forgot to even care about the elusive greater good when it seemed all would be lost in this era. They would have let the Federation exterminate us rather than divulge the truth. They executed our kits on television just to discredit the very movement I'm in. But we're the extremists. The Krev didn't dare use explosive measures, with the United Nations arriving to sort out the Tellus debacle. Ulan, the independent brigade leader, wanted to talk to them, but I didn't see how that was feasible. Getting Jaslops off Omnol, which was a haven for heartless terrorists in the KC, would be impossible. We hunkered down to use old-school guerrilla tactics in an Arctic climate against the rescue guards sent to quash us, just like old times in Esquo. I thought back to what General O'Dwyer said about his training, learning how to take flashbang grenades to the face because of us. It would be simpler if the Smigleys would help us, especially after their sovereignty was overridden to suppress us, but they were too preoccupied with handling cultural sensitivity studies for the consortium. We needed fighters. Rescued soldiers closing in on these tunnels, Cherise, who I felt lingering guilt over snapping at a month ago, was peering through binoculars over the hill. As the lone biped here, scouting fell to her. I worried for the human on account of the fact that she was still here, rather than enjoying her species' salvation. We know the plan. Let's them and hold them off, while we relocate assets and personnel. I flicked an ear in acknowledgement. Yeah, Cherise. The human's brown eyes were obscured beneath the combat helmet. Kwana, you've been tap dancing around me for more than a month. What is it? I'm sorry. I should never have gotten angry at you just because you were a Lakia. You've been a good friend to me, and you deserve a Feck better than someone who will take their issues out on you. I don't know why you're still here. Because the consortium fecked up, and I've already gone this far. Sunk cost fallacy. That's why 90% of Telish stayed with Hathaway. I would have thought that you wanted to go back and meet the United Nations liaisons. Well, I don't. Thanks for finally asking. I deserve that. I do care about you, but in the heat of the moment, it's like something snapped, and I just stopped caring. Like them. I like to think I'm not that person, yet the guilt, I can't look at you the same. I'm so ashamed that it curls my claws, and it hurts too. The human raised a hand, sighing. Let's just forget about it, Kwana. It was months ago, and I made sure to give you plenty of time to process your crap. If you say it's not really you, I believe you. Make a mental note to yourself that I'm not your enemy. Done. I ignored the jittery feeling of the anti-hibernation drugs, which hadn't helped my unease over this confrontation with the Rescuts, and my admission of guilt. Go home, Cherise, to Earth. You've done enough. I want you to be happy, and it's almost like you're here running from the UN. But the things I've seen and done, I can't see those people and call myself a human as them. I could leave, but I can never go home. I'm not a cutter, you know. I curled the tail front around her wrist. I know, but I'm telling you that it's okay to. You risked everything to fight for us, and to fight for what was right, even when you had nothing to gain and everything to lose. You've never had anything good in your whole life either, for a dumb fecking reason, just like the Jaslips. I'm not okay with using my friend as cannon fodder. We are losing. Why don't you go celebrate humanity's victory? Take a win for all of us. She could take the message back to the United Nations personnel and tell us, but only if she was winning. That's my best friend, who we've asked too much of already. Cherise shook her head with stubbornness. I sacrificed too much to see an end to meaningless suffering as a win. This is a cause that is for something, and a friend who I'll always care about, no matter how much she spits at me. We fight the Rescuts together. I might be hopeless, but hopeless is what I'm used to. If you insist, I growled. We both know what must be done. Kill them by traditional means, or take them down with us. Blow the tunnels with us all inside, like you said you would have done to Tellus caverns. The human way. Not just humans. Predators get the job done. The Feddies were wrong about us being scary on the outside. The mind is far scarier than any eye orientation. I couldn't have said it better myself. Let's show the Rescuts as much dishonor as they can stomach. Over the snowy incline, I could see the towering pink shapes of avians, who were sprinting at high speeds that no other species could match. Their massive bodies meant their large target to shoot at. The Rescuts were clad in combat armor and were toting a varied arsenal to deal with any Jaslip Independent Brigade attacks. The fact that the consortium still refused to let us leave and sent their burdened forces after us said it all. The Jaslips weren't going to settle for anything less than our freedom and kicking them out. I steadied my tail fronts on the trigger, with a large gun mounted on my side. Cherise's breathing was slow and calm, as she steadied a white-painted rocket launcher on her shoulder. There had to be hundreds of them versus 6 dozen of us. Orlon twitched his ear as a signal, and IEDs erupted on the pathway in front of the tunnel. Several rescues in the immediate vicinity of the detonations found themselves mutilated, though they'd spread out and gone through the snow expecting some shady tactics. Jaslip fighters attempted to flank the squad, who were ready for that. The avians whirled around like it was a telegraphed move, firing a slew of bullets. Charisse unloaded her rocket into a cluster of birds, finding that they hadn't brought any vehicles. They knew that we'd just blow them up. Surely they brought some mobile support. I turned my gaze skyward and switched on an infrared lens. Drones were looking straight at us, which proved that we didn't have the element of surprise.
"Move! Clear out!" I barked. "Take out those drones before they calibrate a fecking orbiter strike."
I popped off an armor-piercing round into an automaton and sliced through its processor to terminate its flight. My barrel swiveled back to pick off another one as the rescues rallied from the initial explosions. Jaslip fighters had rolled flashbangs into our midst, alongside more lethal weapons, to both disorient and maim them. However, the long-legged birds were wise to this, and they kicked several back towards our positions. I watched shrapnel bathe snowy fur in purple fluid just ahead of us. My eyes locked onto the last drone I could see and picked it off. Now I could focus on the alien hostiles. But was it too late? Hundreds of hostile guns locked on to fire at every trace of movement in the snow. The rescued forces were a well-oiled machine, having trained for these exact circumstances. Their command must have been smarting from the humiliation we handed them when their attempts to relocate us from Esquo dragged on. It was a source of great shame for such a proud race. Well, they were still much easier to spot and hit. Their white armor was a step up in camouflage. I suppose Tanit had seen the benefit of the enemy not seeing when they were coming. Charisse's hands seemed to load the next shell too slowly. Yelps continued to come from around us as other jaslips were picked off. Saliva built in the back of my throat, the dread too much to swallow. We have to take as many of these bastards with us as possible. We can't surrender every tunnel, every city block, every place of residence down to the last tuya, to their control. The jaslips won't surrender. The consortium must realize that we're not worth the hassle. If we don't quit, they'll keep making us a mockery and killing us for whatever their goal is any given day, as long as we're under their foot. Charisse fired a rocket that took out several avians before abandoning the heavy munitions and switching to a mounted machine gun. It was propped on a rock that afforded perfect cover. The rapid-fire whir was music to my ears as she opted for a spray-and-pray strategy. Her firearm consumed the ammunition belts lying on the ground with insatiable hunger and speed. Aulun gave the signal for the final explosives to be triggered, using up the last of the bombs we'd hidden along the path. Nothing could stop the rescues' advance, however, and more just kept coming. I could see their own charges clipping to belts, waiting to bring the roof down on us. They wanted to destroy our infrastructure up close and personal, where neither Jaslip nor Smiggly anti-orbital interceptors could intervene. Besides, firing an Omnor would be an act of war that might make the hermaphroditic natives respond. "We're getting fucking slaughtered. We need to fall back," I told Charisse. The human stiffened, continuing to fly through bullets on her machine gun. "1 second. They're not on us yet. Even as fast as they run. Not going to get another shot at using this bad boy, and I'd hate to let it go to waste." "You're going to get shot if you stay here. They're going to take you out as soon as they get a good look. 2/3 of our forces are dead, I'd wager, from the bodies I'd seen on the ground. It's over. Alun's already putting everyone back, so if you want to stay with the team..." "No, I get it," Charisse abandoned the machine gun, though I could sense her reluctance. "This would be a good death, you know. The fuck are you on about? There's no such thing as a good death. There's no reason to seek one out. If you say so." The primate didn't expand on that last remark, though it sparked an immediate wave of concern for her mental state. If she was staying with the Independence Brigade on a deliberate effort to get herself killed, then I couldn't let her stay with us in good conscience. For the time being, I settled for whirling around and dragging her towards the staging area atop the tunnel. We had to get further back, pronto. I could feel a bullet skirt over the fur of my shoulder, coming from a sidelong angle. Olun waved at us from barricades he'd set up, and I slid behind one with ragged breaths. Cherie sat down next to me, back pressed against the concrete. Whatever my friend had stewing in her brain, I wasn't ready for either of us to die. "Everything that we've been fighting to achieve means nothing if we eat a bullet now. Anything that's worth dying for is worth living for, too." The Independent Brigade leader was considering a strategic retreat. It was brave of him to be on the front lines with his fighters at all, given his importance. At least the Reskets wouldn't know how significant he was and target him. I began to turn my thoughts towards getting Alun out of harm's way so that the movement would have its leader. We could cover his retreat, though I found myself daunted peering down at the Reskets. They were like a swarm of severals, hundreds of pink mites in the snow, descending on us. We'd be lucky to hold out for a few minutes, but that would buy Alun enough time. Maybe I could get him to take Charisse with him, since she was important for the hope of connecting us with the United Nations.
If they're going to blow up the tunnels, we do it first, Alun decided. Let them start to set up their charges, and we reverse the tide. I'm done retreating, done losing to these Kevlar Hans.
Charisse raised a hand in a tentative gesture. I'll stay and watch. I can trigger the charges from here. The rest of you should make a run for it. That's not happening, I objected. I'm asking Alun, and he knows it has to be someone. I serve my purpose. I'm willing to take on one more mission. The independent brigade leader thought for several seconds.
One person can't stave off a horde, though I appreciate your unwavering courage in the face of death. There'd be no fail-safes to ensure that it goes off if it's just you. You can stay with the team to defend the area, however. There's snowmobiles stationed back there for us to ride on, so... Alun's words were cut off by the explosions of gas tanks as a rescue rocket slammed into the waiting escape ride. Alarm flickered in our leader's eyes while he struggled to conjure a backup plan. Precious seconds ticked away, and the hostiles were following the footsteps in the snow. They climbed up atop the tunnel, taking shots at us. I muttered curses, realizing that we were doomed. Our position was about to be overrun, and after how poorly the initial defense had gone, we must be outnumbered 10-1. I hoped that my family would remember me as a hero, not as a resentful, cavalier fiend I'd become. At least I had a presence of mind to make it up with Charisse before we met our deaths. She was a good friend, the only alien that ever cared about me. I wished that she had a chance to be happy again. It was selfish of me to ever drag her into any of this Jaslip rebellion shit, and I'm sorry for that too, even if it was her choice. That was when bullets began carving up Reskets from behind, as hundreds of shooters blanked the avians out of nowhere. My eyes widened with shock, wondering where the fuck they'd gotten that kind of firepower from. Had Alun had this trap planned all along and kept it a surprise so that they have no way of knowing? My confusion intensified further when the shadows that emerged weren't wintry Jaslip pelts, but blotches of grey that walked in strange angles. The stealth vessel cruised overhead of the Reskets, chipping in with air support that massacred them with ease. The Independence Brigade had been all but forgotten in an instant, and without questioning our saviors, we rallied before to help pick off stragglers. The air support was pivotal in mopping up the majority of the Reskets, though I had no idea who the ship belonged to. It didn't look like any consortium race I knew, and it didn't feel like a human vessel. Besides, I'd been around the primates for long enough to know that the shapes I saw weren't their kind. With hundreds of new allies descending on the last few avians, the scene was taken care of inside of a minute. Satisfied that the last pink head had fallen, the newcomers marched forward and gave me a first look at them. Grey scales and truncated snouts, along with binocular eyes with vertical pupils. Massive fangs poked out from their mouths at all times. I gasped with apprehension and a bit of revulsion, recognizing them at last. The Arxor. "Hold your fire!"
Alun shouted, after ensuring that our ghastly helpers had no intention of firing on us. We did need help, but the things they had done... We had a lot of moral failings, but we weren't cannibals.
"Who's in charge?"
One of the Greys lifted a clawed paw.
"Operative Zephyrus with the Arxor Collective. We've come as a fellow carnivores. After hearing of your mistreatment, I'd like to take you to our leader to discuss an alliance." "Very well. If you're here to take on the consortium, then we have much to talk about. Thank you for your help there. I'd like to bring what's left of my team with me, since we make decisions as a movement. We're fighting for transparency, so I won't hide anything." "Naturally."
The Arxor's eyes snapped towards Charisse and narrowed to slits.
"I did not recognize you had a human in your midst. Is she a mercenary?"
"What?" Charisse choked out.
"Never mind. I do not care. It's fine as long as she's on our side. The point is, with our backing, your rebellion will have much more of a snarl behind it. Chief Hunter Kaisel is going to ensure that you're listened to."
"I like the sound of that," Alun growled. "Really, is nobody going to bring up the 'they ate people' issue? They are monsters."
"You had me sold at acknowledging our mistreatment, Zephyrus. Lead the way."
The reptilian lashed his tail in acknowledgement and stalked off towards the stealth ship that touched down in the snow. It had ample space to transport hundreds of personnel to and from the surface. Our loon beckoned with a three-pronged tail, following Zephyrus without the hesitation I thought was befitting the situation. I suppose Jaslips were desperate for aid, but judging by the expressions on the other fighters' faces, I wasn't the only one with qualms about aligning with the Arxor. After exchanging a glance with a nervous Charisse, I padded up to the collective ship with a great deal of suspicion. There was an argument that we wouldn't have survived that encounter with the Reskets without them, and had fought by our side without asking for anything in return. That didn't make me like our movement allying with the galaxy's most infamous monsters one bit more. End of chapter. Chapter 75. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, February 5th, 2161. After a rather long voyage cooped up on the spaceship, it felt strange to disembark on the Sapien Coalition's center of operations. Grace and I had signed plea bargains to help with negotiating the peace, instead of facing charges for our mishaps during the war. The precedent of roping in war criminals, and that's what I was, to fix their mistakes went back to Captain Sovlin, that rotten bastard. I gripped the Krebs paw tightly, since I knew both his displeasure at being far from home and his paranoia over the consortium's intentions. Peace talks between General Dye and fecking Robert Elias Mayer were all above my pay grade. Carla hadn't offered any insights into whether the KC had called a truce, or whether the second wave of our attack could be stopped from afar. Entire gaggles of diplomatic staff congregated in the docking bay, watching us with curiosity. I could feel the most eyes on me, rather than my herbivorous counterpart with the actual empire behind the attack. These prey creatures were curious about the predator that had succumbed to the instincts and aided violence. A group of grey avians were staring at me with particular judgment, like they wanted to burn me with a flamethrower. It was the Dirtian, who were part of the second wave of drone assaults. I gave them a sheepish smile, then realized I'd forgotten the expression of a snarl to herbivore's eyes. All I had to do was walk on past this crowd and make it to my scheduled meeting with the Sivkit ambassador. Hey, we're sorry we attacked your expedition, but we're still not leaving your homeworld. 90% of Tellus colonists stayed. This sucks. Though surely we can make some kind of engagement to keep our city. Maybe the Krev can cook up a nice one for them too. Offer that bunker knowledge a gift. Yeah, we'll see. I've never seen this place in person. They do take public tours, though it's a long way to go just to see the station, Carla remarked. The diplomats live here, and each species has their own section, with entertainment and local customs. You should take a spin around the galaxy, visiting each compartment. I shot her a withering look.
What would we find in the Crocodile section? A big red button that drops antimatter bombs and predators.
Music seems more likely, Taylor. I don't care much for my people, but I bet their karaoke bars rock. We have that tradition in common. Ours have human songs, by the way, I'd imagine. Gress spoke up. What's karaoke?
Where people sing popular songs in horribly off-key voices, I commented.
I have to see the humans doing this, especially you, my love. Earth is going to get so much Krev tourism. I heard your immigration page crashed when Avar was given internet access. The scaly alien was all but skipping with giddiness, and waved to the nearby UN diplomats. Some Terrans are even happy that we find them cute.
You know that everyone on the station is watching us, right?
Let them watch. I don't know how anyone can see you hum a song that's stuck in your head and not want to snatch you up. That's what you think about, not blood and death.
I didn't even want that dumb Smiggly Pop song in my head. It just wouldn't leave.
That's why it's adorable, Grev gushed, giving me happy claws. You can't help yourself.
I see Terrans are getting a taste of their own medicine, a voice said, as a Vendel approached our group. Governor Lacey, it seems they've finally met a species that can match their cuteness reaction. Are you familiar with cute aggression?
Their aggression is cute, Gress agreed. It's just a natural part of primates. There's nothing wrong with it. The boisterous energy that they wrestle or laugh around in a tickle fit. Skalguns play fight too, at least until the Federation had their say-so in our temperament. But that's not what I'm referring to. Cute aggression is a term for when humans are so overloaded by feelings of cuteness that the brain starts suggesting aggressive acts just to tone itself down, like squeezing, pinching, or even biting said cute thing. Now how's that for a predator instinct? I squinted at the Bendel. These aren't the fearful people, about to faint at the sight of us, that we remembered.
You don't seem bothered by this fact,
the Krev gasped. So it's true?
Well, sometimes I see cute things and I want to boop the snoot, you know?
If not friend, why friend to shape? Carla snickered. I've heard multiple humans say that line, usually about massive predators that could bite them in half. The cuteness reaction in their brains is way out of control. Governor Lacey pricked an ear. I imagine some humans are happy that the Krev find them as cute as they find all the other species. To answer your question, Mr. Trench, it amuses me to watch full-grown adults, supposedly from vicious race of apex predators, melt at the sight of us. Your reaction to us has been mystifying from the start, and not what was expected.
What was expected was that we'd eat every last volunteer and make Vendel kebabs, I sighed.
Please, real predators don't make kebabs. Eat the flesh straight from the bone. Skewers count as silverware.
My mistake, Governor Lacey. Of course, we, the wild predators of the woods, do not have glorified toothpicks.
The Vendel laughed. Then on that note, welcome back to the wilds. You should have never been chased away and rejected. I'm here to help, and I won't cast judgment.
Thank you. Even after everything, my people never forgot what the Vendel did for us. We always worried what had come of you.
Still your best friends all these years later. Why don't I show you the Sivkid ambassador? I must caution you, he's a bit unhinged. Noxel is a lot. You might want me to join you for backup.
I appreciate the assist, Governor. I'm not exactly a diplomat.
She chuckled. Neither is Noxel. Well, if Lacey is with you, then I suppose I don't need to join you, Carla ventured.
This is your idea. I wagged a finger at the blue alien. We need a united front, so you're not getting out of this.
That'd mean you're on the same team as a crocodile.
Let's not get carried away. Same team is an exaggeration. It's more like in the same room.
If you told me I'd see Taylor having a cordial conversation and occupying the same general facility as a crocodile 2 months ago, I would have laughed in your face, Grez remarked. Are you joining the United Front, Krev? Lisa asked, as with a playful tail swish, as she began stalking off down the hall. I help where I can. I know as much as Taylor, if not more, about Tellus and the Sivkid bunker intel. I'm curious to see what the Fed-brained part of the galaxy thinks of as unhinged. What you call Fed-brained? I'll have you know I lived in a human refugee camp back in your year 2136.
So did I, and it wasn't by choice, I grumbled.
The Vendel pulled her long silky ears back as if to suggest sympathy. I walked the first space station built by human hands that I'd seen in my lifetime and wondered at the tangible evidence of the prosperity that Earth had enjoyed in our absence. Along the tranquil-colored walls were large portraits with plaques, many with Terran diplomats fashioning canine teeth and standing side by side with aliens. That was the toughest pill for most of the Tellish to swallow. How cozy were we with the Xenos after everything they'd done? The herbivore that I knew would have screamed at the binocular eyes staring at the camera, seeming to watch them from the wall. They were untouchable monsters to every species, and now they didn't care about our appearance. The SC diplomats didn't scream at the sight of me. There were a lot of stares back in the hangar, but it was almost morbid curiosity, like when a serial killer is brought to a courthouse for a media circus trial in those old movies I'd watched. If someone like that had existed on Tellus, Hathaway would have had them drawn and quartered. We turned down a corridor labeled guest quarters, which checked out since the Sivkits weren't an SC member. They wouldn't have their own wing and permanent diplomats. I could feel the nerves kicking in as I spotted a white-furred quadruped sitting on a couch in a meeting room. Taylor Trench couldn't fuck things up for Tellus again, but maybe it wouldn't be so bad to kiss up to this nutcase. If it smoothed everything over. The Sivkits ambassador turned his head towards us, in slow motion picked up a broom. Noxel stomped towards us with surprising speed, swatting the cleaning instrument at me. I stumbled backwards in confusion. Was the prey animal shooing me away? Off my planet! Noxel hissed in a demonic voice. 4 times Sivkits ensconced Tanzas before it was stolen. Innocent prey plucked to field by the spine breakers. Now you besotted beasts crawl upon our dolphin burrows in the gloaming hours of our history. Hew my flesh to bits as you would any cattle, for I'm heedless of the danger I caught to contest your claim. Our claim? I hid behind Gress and looked at Carla, a peacemaker meant to guard me for aid. We didn't know Tellus was Tinzas when we settled it. We were not claiming anything. We just have roots there, and thought we could make an agreement where no one gets shafted. Maybe you'd be kind enough to let us keep our city when you move back.
I asseverate that no noisome human toenail shall touch Tinsas sand. We cannot share a planet with creatures who see us as provender and slaughtered us not a year prior for daring to approach. Who lurk in the nethermost caverns and conspire. You defile our world. To put it in terms you shall grasp, we don't want you there.
Now there's the Fetty I remember. Your kind haven't changed a bit.
What Taylor said. How dare you speak to humans like that? Grass interjected, ripping the broom out of Loxwell's grasp and snapping it in half with his hard scales in his leg. The Sif kids haven't lived in Tensas for a long time. No one is making Taylor's people let you reclaim your heritage. That's Krebs space. And we're no more wild about you lunatics being in our backyards than you are humans. We don't want you there. Governor Lacey cleared her throat. Enough. Does anyone here want more people to die over this? It's complicated, and there's no perfect solution. But 2 peoples have lived on this planet. 2 species believed it to be theirs and suffered on that soil because of the Federation. They are predators, Loxwell wailed, promptly groaned an eye roll from me. We just want humans away from us. Isolation.
Planets are big. You had no part in Tinsas before that, and after this, you'd have whatever you wanted by that one stretch of land. You can isolate the Telish in their single city. There's only a few thousand of them, aside from the babies. Now that they don't need to repopulate, some arrangement could be made with the foster families to go elsewhere. The United Nations might retake custody of the children anyway. I'm loath to suffer any of their presence on Tinsas. Why can't the humans go back to their own planet? Retaining control of our home is a torment on us. Whoa!
Tell us,
Tinsas. It means a lot to the Arkship colonists. We suffered so much to stay there, and the Kreb built it up into something nice that was ours, I answered, attempting to be diplomatic in spite of the Sifkit's verbal slap in the face. We already left Earth for no reason at all. Go back now, and our whole lives are wasted. I know there's nothing for me here.
Ress blinked in surprise. You don't want to go home? But you were devastated by what the Federation had taken from you, and wished you could have seen Earth. That's your whole culture.
He's no more familiar with Earth's culture than I am Nishtal's. Taylor doesn't know his species at all, and he'd been an outsider on his own world, Carla commented. Tellus is the only place that gets him. The devil he knows. I shook my head in disgust. Why do you have to be the one that understands? Because I know how scary it is to be in a strange place with your whole world turned upside down, even if it's better than where you were before. The Vendel governor sighed. The Crowcottle has a point. I've heard your story, Loxel. You must have been frightened once when you were captured by those rogue parcel that were sent to a predator disease facility. Maybe when the Grand Herd was sacrificing you by sending you to humanity as an ambassador. I almost believed in the Forever Walkers' docility, but they were behind the attacks. It is a ruse, Loxel yawned. Taylor is negotiating just to beguile us again. Every time we attempt diplomacy with humans, it ends in violence perpetrated against us. How can it be a ruse? This Forever Walker has had his mind read by multiple sources, including the Kreb, who are unaffiliated with the UN altogether. You can see the concrete proof that the Ark colonists were just terrified and trying to avoid extinction. Anything violent was born of hate and fear. The suffering they endured is all there. The fact that humans have feelings, just like you, is plain as day. Carla trilled in agreement. The United Nations proper has been nothing but docile, as you pointed out. If this was what they wanted, it'd be stupid to throw away thousands of their ships to stop attacks they hoped would succeed. The Crocodile, for all of my people's past mistakes, know who saved us. I'm sorry that we attacked your fleet, Loxel. We thought the Federation found us and were going to finish us off, I sighed. Is there anything I can do that'll make it worth it to you to consider letting us stay? The Sifkit stiffened, whiskers twitching. Anything? Yes. Something tells me that you shouldn't have said that, Lysa murmured. I narrowed my eyes as the Sifkit scurried over to a bag on the floor and pulled out a tablet. All I could hear was the exact words about us being predators, and not being able to stomach us near them. As maniacal as the prey sapient was, he was expressing the views of his government, and himself. It stung to hear those words thrown in my face, thinking back on how we were forced to flee our home because no species wanted us around. Even the Vendel could barely speak to us. I remember my fear of hearing this response when I lifted my mask to show my face to Gress.
The shame I'd felt to my binocular eyes, and my certainty that the Krev would despise us, that they would believe that we defiled Tellus with our mere presence. I'm not sure that we can take sharing a world with that mentality. It hits too close to home. There were so many days that I wished that I could have been born as an other species, even as harebrained as they all were. They got to live full, proper lives. Their existence was accepted. Loxel had switched on a translation app before passing me what looked like an excerpt from a play. "Read this, I necessitate your best performance of absolute despair, then a wrathful outburst of anger and domination."
"Why are you asking me to read theatre?" I questioned. "Don't get me wrong, Grace and I love stage play."
"You love stage play, why didn't you lead with that?" The Krev peered over my shoulder. "I can't read it in Taylor's language, but I met my ex-wife in improv classes. I love them, though it reminds me of how my life fell apart. I wish I'd made a life in theatre. There's hardly a starring role I tried out for that I didn't get. I think I could have been an actor. I came alive under the spotlights."
The translation algorithm doesn't have the Krev language yet, so why don't I read Daxrin's lines to you and you'll write them down in your words?
Grass gave me a look for a go-ahead, and I offered a nod. The Krev allowed Loxel to whisper in his ears, jotting out the lines in his tongue. The Sifkit seemed to have them memorized and didn't need to glance at the tablet. He did return to me, panning out all full scene, and asking me to play the role of the character Daxrin was talking to. There were stage directions in the full scene, which I assumed he'd given to my alien friend. The Grand Herd's nutcase ambassador seemed skeptical about our abilities, but gave the cue to start the scene. Governor Lesa and Carla seemed entirely confused about what was playing out before them, but watched with intrigue.
"Why am I unquiet? You have well nigh wrested my soul from my being."
Grass pranced across the area, throwing his arms into the air. His voice rose with exclamation, raw desperation booming throughout the character. His eyes were wild as he hunched over and drew breathy gasps, before flicking an accusatory claw in my direction.
"I am no cattle to you, and I have been so blind. I demand a reply straightway. Your taciturn manner is thenceforward unacceptable."
The Crow's voice had dipped to a fraught, wobbling whisper as he said what he was but cattle. He donned the lost look he spotted when he got lost in the flashback. The intensity flipped right back up like a switch when he demanded my response and stomped up inches from my face. It was adorable to see Cress in action, dialing up the perfect expressions and channeling a man on the edge. Loxel looked enraptured, leaning forward with eyes that were downright in love. The Sifkit better not swoon too much for my green-scaled partner. Cress was mine. I peeked down at the tablet to find my line, marveling at how the Crib barely needed to give his a second glance.
"Cattle might have purpose to an oxel. You have none to me,"
I responded in a low voice, baring my teeth with malice. Grass grabbed my shirt, pressing me against the wall with surprising force.
"Confound it! You spit on my great Delar, and I so abhor your very essence. Curses! Curses upon you! 1,000 curses!"
The Krev swung at my chin, grazing it with the back of his paw. The fact that it was quick and close enough to touch probably sold the punch. For my part, I snapped my head back like I'd been shot and melted against the wall. Grass wheeled around with a lash of his tail, shooting one resentful look over his shoulder. I broke character at how dramatic he looked, and laughed at his ever-serious scowl. Loxel broke into enthusiastic whistles of delight and sprinted over.
"Daxrin!"
The Sifkit's ears were perked straight up, a dreamy contentness on his face.
"I found my Daxrin,"
Loxel celebrated in a voice that climbed an octave.
"You both play those characters like that in a performance of my favorite drama, and I'll agree to let the tellish stay. I won't give the Grand Herd a choice."
I squinted at the Sifkit. "Really? Are you serious?"
"I've never been more serious about anything in my life. Do we have a deal? I must.
Yeah, I think so. Grass, will you do that?" The Krev's tongue flitted out in a thought.
"I'd love to, and if it helps humans."
"Yes, it helps humans. You agreed. This is a binding contract,"
Loxford interjected, spinning his plumed tail in circles like it was a helicopter rotor.
"You must start rehearsing daily, yes, and the United Nations must give me a venue to perform. I need the rest of the cast."
I'm sure the Terrans can give you a troupe of actors to fill out your cast if that's your conditions for peace, Lysa said in disbelief. Excellent, it is settled. The Grand Herd will be fine. It's not like Tensas can get more defiled after you've lived there for 2 decades. Just keep the tablet and read the script. The Civ Kid bolted from the room, while the 4 of us stared at each other in disbelief. I hadn't thought I'd be fixing Tellus's mess by agreeing to act in a play with Grass, especially when Loxwell said that I was a violent predator that he didn't want around. Now the ambassador wanted me to rehearse a stage performance daily. Lysa was more than correct about him being unhinged, but I suppose there was a small price to be permitted to keep our residence on Tinsas. The question was more if the rest of the Grand Herd would lay down their grievances over a laughable bargain we just secured with their playwright envoy. End of chapter.
I'd greatly like to thank our Tier 5 channel members, Caspar Arnholtz, John Creighton, Manatharia, 050, Dragzoon WRE, and Elijah Silvercross. Thank you very much.